I'm a billionaire, but I have to hide my identity. My name is Su Mingyuan. In the business world, I am an invisible tycoon, but I'm still alone at the age of 38, and I feel extremely empty. I have enjoyed wealth, beauty, and power, but I have never had family affection. I longed for a loving family, but I had a deep fear in my heart. I was afraid that the women who approached me were only attracted by my wealth, not the real me. In order to find true love, I concealed my identity and wealth and came to the low-end blind date market. Who would have thought that two strange girls suddenly appeared in front of me and told me that they were my biological daughters? I was completely shocked by what I saw. I started to pursue the truth and decided to find out the secrets behind it. Chapter 1. Do you have a car? No. Do you have a house? No either. Then can you accept being divorced at the age of 38 and having 3 boys? I looked at the middle-aged woman in front of me with a black face. I don't discriminate against divorcees, and I don't mind women with 3 children. But asking me to raise someone else's son, or watching these children inherit my property to support their biological father, what kind of high-end sucker is this? I would rather donate the money to the country than let my ex-husband get away with it. The second blind date appeared. I'm 32 years old. I don't have high requirements for my husband. The oldest must be 3 years older than me, and he must be unmarried or divorced with no children. My mother only gave birth to me, so I need a gift for marriage. The gift is 8.88 million. A large flat in the city center, must be over 300 square meters, and my name must be on a loan. By my parents, a flat of no less than 150 square meters in the city, and they can't take it back after the divorce. The wedding banquet must have no less than 200 tables, and all relatives must come. My parents are very proud, so they have to pay for the air tickets and hotels for the relatives who come to the wedding and give red envelopes of about 20,000 yuan per person. The car must be worth more than 5 million, no BBA. And I looked at the fat, single, unmarried tank in front of me and couldn't help but twitch my lips. This condition is not high for me. It can be done with tens of millions, but in my eyes, it's just pocket money. At the beginning of this year, I finally defeated the last competitor and became the world's hidden richest man. A week ago, my financial team roughly calculated 1/3 of the wealth. The 4 major banks have 5 billion in fixed deposits, 10 billion in wealth management and funds, 50 billion in securities in and outside Shanghai. The Yuanming Group, under his name, controls 30% of the shares of Penguin Group, 25% of Ali Group, and 20% of Zishio Group. The overseas shares are estimated to be worth 1 trillion US dollars. I also own 5 gold mines, 2 silver mines, 3 courtyard houses in the imperial capital, Shanghai Manor, 3 villas in the city center, and villas in Pengcheng and Yangcheng. There are thousands of property certificates in the safes of high-rise commercial buildings in major cities, and the estimated total value is difficult to calculate. Antique calligraphy and collections are estimated to be no less than 100 billion. I am 38 years old this year. In fact, I'm a time traveler from another world. Moreover, I have a system. The system not only improved my body and allowed me to maintain my 25-year-old appearance, but also helped me earn a huge fortune and become the invisible richest man. Even my wealth has surpassed any world-class tycoon. On my 38th birthday, I officially became the world's invisible richest man, and the system finally retired. Even without the system, I can stand on my own in this world. The wealth mentioned above is only 1/3 of my assets. I can totally accept this fat-headed tank's marriage request, but is not necessary. The wife I want is not my ancestor. Can't cook, can't take care of children, has no family background, and has an average appearance. How can I spend tens of millions on such a person? Even if I can afford it, I don't want to. To be honest, this is not my first blind date. A week ago, in order not to reveal my identity, I went to a high-end dating club. In order not to be recognized, I took off my Patek Philippe watch worth tens of millions and replaced it with a Rolex worth tens of thousands. I took off my high-end custom-made casual clothes and put on a cheap suit worth tens of thousands of yuan. I drove a 2 or 3 million yuan grocery shopping car, Mercedes-Benz, instead of a $1 million Rolls-Royce. But I was wrong. In the so-called high-end matchmaking, the men were all rich and well-known, while the women were ordinary. These girls were of ordinary status, and only their looks and education were outstanding. I don't care about their family background, as long as they are nice people. But when they see my ordinary clothes, they think I am a rich bachelor. I was 38 years old, looked 25, had a car, a house, and savings. I was single, had no relatives or friends at home, and was a perfect lover. A group of girls in their 20s were vying to date me. Don't you think I'm too old? Of course not. Uncle, you are so talented. I love you. They praised me for my wealth, and I could only smile. I have money, so of course I can have everything, but I just want the right person. Chapter 2. After returning home from the high-end dating club, I immediately asked the website to remove my name. High-end dating is not reliable at all, so it seems that I have to switch to mid to low-end dating. So I asked my secretary to register me on the mid to low-end dating website. This time, I decided to participate as an ordinary person. 38 years old, annual income of 120,000 yuan, no house or car, unmarried and childless. I wrote all of this down, but I decided not to mention my parents. After previous high-end blind dates, I know a truth. In the blind date market, having both dead parents is sometimes a plus. Initially, I had no intention of getting married. I lived in a 300-acre manor near Shanghai, and I lived a very comfortable life. Although there were servants and gardeners, there were still outsiders. Whenever it was late at night, the manor seemed unusually deserted. On the Double Ninth Festival, I was feeling a little down. Being in a foreign land, I miss my family all the more during the festive season. Although I've been in this world for 20 years, I am still alone. I have many friends and lovers, but none of them can replace family love. I once thought about finding a partner to live with, have a child, and start a family, but all those so-called confidants came from my status and wealth, and none of them were sincere. Moreover, because of the system's body transformation, it is now unlikely for me to get a woman pregnant, which also allows me to avoid these problems. Alas, it seems that I will have to live alone for the rest of my life. I sighed, feeling a little helpless. System, you only know how to give me money. Why haven't you ever thought of giving me a wife? If the system can give me a wife, I can at least be sure that she won't come from money. It's no use regretting now. The system has already left. I can only rely on myself. So, I suddenly had an idea and decided to try blind dating. How about I try blind dating? Blind dates are a good way. Although I'm the richest man in the world, I've always kept a low profile and never appear in front of the media. Therefore, except for a few top rich people and officials, no one knows me. It is not easy to meet people who are only after money when going on blind dates this way. So, I started this blind date journey. After spending an entire afternoon at the blind date event, I still didn't find the right person. However, I didn't lose heart. Blind dates are the last resort when you have nowhere else to go. If it doesn't work today, try again tomorrow. There are blind date activities every day, and you just need to pay enough membership fees. So, I started a 3-day blind date life. These 3 days of experience almost made me see through the world. Most of those who can participate in group blind dates do not have mainstream values. 3 days passed, and my patience was almost exhausted. Today is the last day. If there is no suitable one, I will stop looking. I gritted my teeth and decided, although I am semi-retired, I can't keep wasting time here. I looked at my watch, and it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I shook my head helplessly, feeling that these 3 days were really wasted. Blind dates are really unreliable. Just as I was about to leave, I suddenly heard a crisp voice. Uncle, are you here for a blind date? What do you think of me? I turned around and frowned. Standing in front of me were 2 girls who should be adults, but looked less than 20 years old. They were wearing uniforms, a long skirt, stockings, and twin ponytails, looking innocent and cute. They looked like twins, and their faces were very similar. I was a little confused, and I couldn't help thinking that these 2 girls gave me a sense of déjà vu. But I was sure that I had never seen them before. Yes, Uncle, we are here for a blind date. One of the girls smiled and sat down, pulling the other girl to sit with her. She looked at me and said mischievously, My name is Su Jingjing, and this is my sister Su Xiao Xiao. We are both here for a blind date. Choose the one you like. If you want, we could go together. She spoke in a very relaxed, even slightly teasing tone. I was confused. The 2 girls were so young that they could be my daughters. I felt guilty about going on blind dates with them. Girls, I'm not in the mood to joke with you. I replied, unhappily. Forget about blind dates. You're too young for me. I stood up and prepared to leave, thinking to myself, I can't stand this kind of scene. Seeing me leaving, the 2 girls were obviously anxious. Su Jingjing quickly called me. Dad, wait a minute. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Chapter 3. I turned my head sharply, staring at the 2 girls in front of me with a pair of sharp eyes. I have been in this world for many years, and I have seen too much intrigue in the business world. He usually smiles and looks like an ordinary young man, But once he gets serious, his aura is simply not something two girls in their 18s or 19s can handle. I can see the fear in their eyes, as if they have seen something terrifying. The two sides were deadlocked for a full minute. Finally, I was the first to speak and break the deadlock. Who are you? Who sent you? I stared at them coldly, wondering in my heart, could these two people be sent by our competitors? Over the years, I have had many opponents. Although I have dealt with most of them, who knows if there are any that slip through the net? These two girls are indeed beautiful. Maybe my opponents are trying to use the beauty trap to get close to me. However, it was simply a fantasy to use the beauty trap to seduce me. Perhaps they had no experience, and seeing that the beauty trap didn't work, they actually played the family card. But unfortunately, I have long known my physical fitness. How could I suddenly have two 18-year-old daughters? Just when I determined that they were enemies, Su Jingjing's words directly broke my defense. Dad, do you still remember Yi Xiaojing from Shisha Mountain? When I heard this name, my mind suddenly exploded. Yi Xiaojing. How could I forget this name? She is someone I will never let go of in my life. At that time, I traveled through time and space. The original owner of my body was an 18-year-old college student. He had poor grades and failed to get into college. His family was poor, and he could not return to the welfare home, so he could only wander around in society. When I crossed over, my original body hadn't eaten for 2 weeks and was almost starving to death. Fortunately, Yi Xiaojing appeared, saved me, gave me warmth, and gave me a stable job. In the next 3 months, my relationship with Yi Xiaojing quickly heated up, and we got together. That was the happiest 6 months of my life. Until that day, she suddenly disappeared. She left a note, the contents of which broke my heart. She despised me for being poor, and the 3-month relationship was just for fun, and she was going to marry a rich second-generation man. At that moment, I almost collapsed. Fortunately, the system appeared in time and took me to the peak of my life. Since then, I have never seen Yi Xiaojing again. I didn't go to find her. After all, she betrayed me, but I would not show off my success. Yi Xiaojing appeared when I was most desperate. Maybe she had her reasons for leaving. But over the years, I have always buried her betrayal in my heart and never given my true heart to anyone. I always thought that everyone who approached me came for my wealth. I thought I would never have any intersection with Yi Xiaojing again. However, today in this blind date club, I was surprised to hear the name Yi Xiaojing from two young girls. I suddenly understood why I felt familiar with them when I first saw them. They looked very similar to Yi Xiaojing, as if they were carved from the same mold. Their names, Su Xiaoxiao, Su Jingjing, aren't they the split of Yi Xiaojing's name? Are you Yi Xiaojing's daughters? I asked. Yes, Dad. Yi Xiaojing is my sister and my mother. You are our biological father, Su Jingjing said as she took out a photo. In the photo, I am standing with Yi Xiaojing when I was 18 years old. I was young and handsome back then, and almost the same as now. Yi Xiaojing looked gentle and beautiful, and the smile in the corner of her eyes was similar to the two girls now. I stare at the familiar yet strange photo in silence. Her fingers trembled slightly, and the pain and betrayal she had felt before came back to her mind. Dad, are you okay? Su Jingjing asked cautiously. Although Su Xiaoxiao didn't say anything, her eyes were full of concern. I'm fine. I took a deep breath, turned to look at the two girls, and there was a little softening in my eyes. But I'm not your father. I don't like the feeling of suddenly becoming a father, especially to other people's children. Dad, you are our dad. Su Hing Steve. If you don't believe me, go get a paternity test. She stood up with determination in her eyes. I responded calmly. Paternity test? Okay, go ahead and do it. Originally, I would not agree to do a paternity test so easily. After all, I'm the richest man in the world and cannot accept such a request so easily. But for some reason, facing the two girls' requests, I did not hesitate and even felt an inexplicable emotion moving me. 10 minutes later, we arrived at Mingi Hospital, which is the top private hospital in Daxia with advanced equipment and first-class technology. As the boss of the hospital, I knew that the results of the paternity test would be accurate. In less than half an hour, the test results came out. Yeah, Dad. I said you are our dad. Su Jingjing jumped up excitedly. Although Su Xiaoxiao didn't say anything, her eyes revealed excitement and joy. Looking at the paternity test report, I was stunned. I really have children? Moreover, 2 daughters? Chapter 4. Dad, do you believe you are our dad now? Jingjing asked excitedly. Yes, I nodded, although I was still a little confused. After all, I don't know why Yi Xiaojing suddenly left after she became pregnant with my child, but that's not important. What's important is that I have a child. Xiao Xiao, Jingjing, your mother is now. I wanted to ask Xiao Xiao about Yi Xiaojing to find out what happened back then, especially why she left after getting pregnant with my child. Was she afraid of causing trouble to me, who was poor at the time? For a moment, my heart was in a mess, and I was eager to find out what happened. Before she finished asking, Xiao Xiao's phone suddenly rang. Ah, Manager Chun. Okay, we'll be there right away. She quickly picked up the phone. Sorry, I was busy just now. We'll be there right away. Seeing my eldest daughter's nervous look, I quickly asked, What's wrong, Xiao Xiao? What happened? Dad, we asked for leave today. Our boss asked us to go back immediately. Hearing this, I frowned. The two children should be in college, but why do they sound like they are working? What kind of job can an 18-year-old girl do? I felt a little uneasy. Could it be that they are doing shady jobs? I blame Yi Xiaojing in my heart. How did she take care of the children? She didn't let them go to school. Now, she has to work at this age. It's simply dereliction of duty. Xiao Xiao, Jingjing, don't you go to school? Seeing them in such a hurry, I couldn't help feeling a little dissatisfied. How can my daughters go to work? They should study and learn something serious. Dad, we are freshmen at Shanghai Jiaotong University. I study journalism, and my sister studies finance. Shang Jiaotong University? I was relieved when I heard this name. Shang Jiaotong University is one of the top 5 universities in Daxia. Anyone who can get into this school must be a top student. I didn't expect you two sisters are such academic masters. I smiled. The two kids in front of me really made me happy. Yes, we were part-time on weekends to earn some living expenses. After hearing their explanation, I nodded. I didn't expect the two children to be so sensible. They started working part-time in their freshman year to help share some of the pressure at home. I felt a little emotional. It's rare for young girls like them to be both beautiful and responsible. The car quickly arrived at the destination, Yuanshan International Building. As soon as I entered the building, I followed the two girls to the 19th floor. When the elevator door opened, the scene in front of me stunned me. This turned out to be a modeling agency. There were a group of girls wearing bikinis and sexy clothes standing inside, seemingly waiting to be photographed. Seeing this scene, I couldn't help but frown. Could the two children be models? Judging from their looks and figures, they are more than qualified to be models. I do not discriminate against the modeling industry. Although many models are often labeled as peripheral, most of them are still clean. However, as a father, I hope that they can engage in more dignified careers instead of wearing bikinis to please others. Just when I was about to ask, a middle-aged man came over. Su Xiao Xiao, Su Fing, you don't want to do this anymore, right? If you don't want to do this, then don't do it. The company doesn't need two assistants like you. Photography assistant? It turns out that they're not models, but photography assistants. I was relieved. Although assistant work is a service job, at least they can dress normally, so there is no problem. Sorry, Manager Chun. We have something urgent to do at home. We'll go to work now. The two girls seemed a little nervous and hurried to explain. Go. If the photographer gets angry, you won't get paid this month. Manager Chun said with a dissatisfied look on his face. I didn't follow them in, but sat in the lobby waiting for them. This was their job, and I didn't intend to interfere. After a while, Manager Chun came over, looked at me with some confusion, and said, You are not a model of our company, are you? Chapter 5. Manager Chin's eyes wandered over me, obviously sizing me up. His eyes gradually became admiring. I was 1.85 meters tall, with well-proportioned muscles and long legs, exuding a noble temperament. This was almost the standard configuration of a model. If he could really get me to join the company, I might become the company's mainstay. Thinking of this, Manager Chin's smile became even more ambiguous. I'm not from your company. I nodded slightly, keeping calm. Sir, are you interested in joining us? Manager Chun said hurriedly. Our company is the second largest model agency in Shanghai, and we are definitely capable. His eyes were full of expectations, as if he had already seen me become a top model. I was stunned for a moment. This hot-tempered manager, Chen, actually invited me to be a model? I smiled slightly and sighed in my heart. If it was before, I might not care, but now, after the systematic transformation, my height has become taller and my body shape is more perfect. However, being a model? That's really a bit outrageous. Sorry, I'm not interested. I shook my head and refused. Sir, you can think about it again. Here is my business card. Manager Chen hurriedly handed over his business card. Join us. You will definitely not regret it. I took the business card casually, my eyes still calm. At this moment, a sharp voice broke the air. Are you blind? You stepped on my skirt. Do you know how much this skirt costs? Can you afford to pay for it? I was stunned for a moment. then quickly stood up and walked towards the shooting room. Manager Chen saw me stand up, was stunned for a moment, and then walked over. When I walked into the shooting room, I saw the model pointing at Su Xiaoxiao's nose and scolding her loudly, while Su Xiaoxiao lowered her head with a look of grievance in her eyes. Lily, what's going on? Manager Chen asked immediately. Manager Chen, look at this lighting technician. She stepped on my skirt and made it dirty. Model Zhou Lily complained, pointing at the shoe prints on the ground. Manager Chen turned to Su Xiaoxiao coldly. Did you step on it? It wasn't me. Before Su Xiaoxiao could finish her words, Manager Chen had already raised his hand and hit her. You did something wrong and you still don't repent? Deduct your salary this month. Apologize to Miss Zhou immediately. Su Xiaoxiao was stunned by the beating, and tears suddenly flowed down her cheeks. Why did you hit me? Su Jingjing was immediately furious. She was clearly framing my sister. Su Jingjing was furious, and she was shaking with anger as she stood aside, as if she was about to rush over at any time. The customer is God. If you dare to question the customer, you should be punished. Manager Chen sneered. How could two assistants have a right to speak in front of him? What do you mean by you? Get out of here immediately. Manager Chen said impatiently. You paid for this skirt. Apologize immediately. Zhou Lily's tone was still cold. Just apologize, kneel down and kowtow, and pay for the cleaning fee. That's it. She deliberately made things difficult for Su Xiaoxiao's sister. The skirt was made dirty by her boyfriend yesterday, and in order to avoid paying for the cleaning fee, she decided to frame him. Did you hear me? Pay the money, kneel down, and apologize. Otherwise, I will sue your school and punish you. Manager Chun sneered. How could two lighting technicians, with no background, have a chance to resist? Fuck you. This has nothing to do with us. Su Jingjing yelled angrily. If you dare to sue the school, I will call you a bastard. This made Manager Chin furious, and he reached out to hit her. But at this moment, a figure suddenly rushed over and blocked Su Jingjing, followed by a scream, Ah! Chapter 6, Dad. Seeing me appear, Xiao Xiao and Jingjing both exclaimed, with surprise on their faces. They obviously didn't expect me to show up at this time. My appearance seemed to give them a sense of security they had never had before. This is the power brought by a father. Although my physical strength and speed far exceed those of ordinary people, and even the top Olympic champions cannot match me, today's situation made me tremble. When I saw my eldest daughter being beaten just now, I was ready to take action, but I still didn't get there in time. Fortunately, I stopped my little daughter in time before she was beaten and kicked Manager Chin away. Dad, how did you get in? Jingjing hugged my arm and asked with blinking eyes. I heard your voices and guessed something was wrong, so I came in. I replied with a smile, then turned to look at my eldest daughter. There was a 5-finger mark on her face, but fortunately, the force of Manager Chin's hand was not strong, so it would probably fade away after a while. Xiao Xiao, does it hurt? I'm sorry, Daddy is late. I looked at my eldest daughter distressedly, feeling full of guilt. I didn't expect that on the first day of our reunion, she was slapped in the face and in front of me. This was the biggest insult to me, and it was also the reason why I blame myself. Dad, I'm Fine. Xiao Xiao shook her head. It was indeed a little painful just now, but when she saw my caring eyes, she didn't feel the pain anymore. Well, we have to go to the hospital for a checkup later. Our Xiao Xiao is so beautiful. She can't be hurt. I touched her little head. Although she felt a little uncomfortable, she seemed to feel the warmth in this long-lost fatherly love. Just as we were enjoying this moment of tenderness, Zhou Lily's voice rang out at an inopportune moment. Hey, are you and your daughter done with your tenderness? How are you going to resolve this? Oh, how do you want to solve this? I turned around and glanced at her calmly. Didn't I just tell you? Kneel down and apologize, and then pay the money, and we'll let this go. As she spoke, she pulled the hem of her skirt and added proudly, a skirt worth 30,000 yuan. You can't afford to pay for it as a father, right? 30,000 yuan? Xiao Xiao and Jingjing turned pale when they heard her words. 30,000 yuan is an astronomical figure for them. They can only earn 100 yuan a day working part-time here, and if they go to school to work and study, they can only make 20 to 30 yuan a day. It will take many years to save up 30,000 yuan. Sister Zhou, is 30,000 yuan so easy? You didn't even say you just give us a new set of clothes and wash the dirt off them. Why did you ask us to pay 30,000 yuan? Jingjing's eyes were full of anger, and she was obviously dissatisfied with her request. Her tone of, you can earn tens of thousands a month with an improper job, made people feel unhappy. Ah, this dress was rented by the company. It can't be used anymore if it gets dirty. Of course, you have to compensate according to the price. Zhou Lily sneered. You can't even come up with 30,000 yuan? What era is this? Her laughter was full of disdain. Hearing her say this, Jingjing couldn't help but get angry. Why are you so excessive? You made dirty money and you have the nerve to laugh at us here. I watched Jingjing vent her anger, and I was secretly proud of her. Her words hit Zhou Lily's sore spot. Everyone knew that Zhou Lily could get to where she is today entirely because of her beauty and improper means. Dad, how about I apologize first? Maybe she will forgive us and not let us pay money. Xiao Xiao pulled my sleeve and said cautiously, as if she thought 30,000 yuan was a big number. They were worried that they were not capable of handling the matter, so they wanted to resolve it by apologizing. Don't worry, Xiao Xiao. You are right. I will handle this matter. I smiled faintly and said, it's only 30,000 yuan. It's nothing. Now I know that my two children have not been affected by the bad trends of the society. In this case, I can feel free to expose my wealth. Pucci, Zhou Lily couldn't help laughing when she heard me say that. 30,000 yuan is nothing? Look at what you're wearing. It's all cheap stuff. If you can take out 10,000 yuan from your pocket, I'd think you're awesome. Low-end goods. I looked down at the clothes I was wearing. Indeed, what I wore today was very simple, without any luxurious decorations. For the blind date, I deliberately chose simple clothes, but simple does not mean low-end goods. My pants are tailor-made by the best designer and are worth a fortune. My watch is a limited edition, the only one in the world, made by the most famous watchmaker. What's wrong with wearing cheap goods? Jingjing hit back bluntly. My father wears cheap goods, but every penny he earns is clean. Unlike you, you earn dirty money. Chapter 7. You bitch, how dare you say such a thing? I'm not serious. Women like you are only interested in making dirty money. Su Jingjing's counterattack completely broke Zhou Lily's defense. Everyone knows it, but no one talks about it. Once they start talking, it will be a fight to the death. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Mingyuan waved his hand and slapped Zhou Lily. You dare to hit me? Zhou Lily was stunned for a moment. Are you crazy? If you dare to insult my daughter again, not to mention a slap in the face, the consequences will be even more serious. Su Mingyuan said coldly, his eyes full of determination. He didn't fight easily, but Zhou Lily's repeated insults to his daughter were intolerable to him. At this time, Manager Chun got up from the ground, covered his chest, and shouted angrily, You bastard, how dare you hit me? I'll call the security guards now. You're done for. Manager Chun gnashed his teeth in anger. This was the first time he had suffered such a big injustice since he became a manager. He was determined to take revenge. He had to get his revenge today. Oh, stop talking, or I'll beat you up again. Su Mingyuan sneered. His eyes were cold, and his tone was resolute. Manager Chun was furious. Just wait. I see the security is coming. Do you still dare to be arrogant? 3 minutes later, the security guards rushed into the room. Who dares to cause trouble in our Yuanshan International? A security guard in his 30s quickly entered with 5 young security guards. Captain Yi, you're finally here. Manager Chen seemed to have found a savior, pointing at Su Mingyuan and saying, It was him who kicked me just now. This is our company. He beat someone up here. You must teach him a lesson. Seeing Manager Chen so excited, the security guard naturally leaned towards him. After all, Manager Chun was a tenant, half owner, so the security guard would naturally protect his safety. That's right, Captain Yi. Hurry up and catch him. Look at my face, it's all swollen. Zhou Lily covered her face and glared at Su Mingyuan fiercely. Captain Yi was about to speak, but he was stunned. When he saw the person in front of him, his face suddenly changed. You are Su Emire. Su. I'm Brother Su. Captain Yilong, I didn't expect you still remember me. Su Mingyuan smiled, looking at the security captain in front of him, and his mood gradually relaxed. Yilong is the security captain of Yuanshan International, and he is responsible for all security work here. He was a special forces soldier, and he had not found a suitable job after retiring until Su Mingyuan offered him an opportunity. I remember. Brother Su, how come you have time to come here today? Isn't the company busy? Yilong's eyes were full of excitement. I took a day off today, so I came to see my daughter's work. Su Mingyuan said easily with gentle eyes, I just came to watch them work. Yilong immediately understood what Su Mingyuan meant and nodded with a smile. When Zhou Lily heard Su Mingyuan mention that he was a driver, she immediately laughed disdainfully. So you're a driver? She sneered, "A driver is so awesome? Do you think you're the driver of the municipal party secretary?" She looked down on this profession and thought that only powerful people were worthy of respect. Yilong's face immediately turned cold. Please don't insult others. Being a driver is also a legitimate profession. He would not allow Su Mingyuan to be insulted in front of him. After all, it was Su Mingyuan who gave him the opportunity. Captain Yi, whose side are you on? You can't turn your elbow outward just because you know this Su guy, right? Manager Chun asked coldly. We are the owners of this building. He gritted his teeth, dissatisfied with Yilong standing on Su Mingyuan's side. Manager Chun, I think you offended Mr. Su first. Yilong said firmly. If you hadn't provoked him, Mr. Su would never have taken action so easily. Hearing this, Manager Chen's face turned pale. Captain Yi, you are obviously favoring them. I want to complain. Brother Su this. Yilong was stunned for a moment, realizing that this matter was not easy to handle. You too, do you want to call the police? Yilong finally looked at Su Mingyuan and Su Jingjing and asked in a deep voice. Call the police? Manager Chun and Zhou Lily looked at each other and shook their heads. Zhou Lily obviously didn't want to call the police because she knew that if she did, they would definitely find out that she had deliberately soiled her skirt. Since you're not calling the police, you can go first. I'll handle this. Yilong nodded slightly, indicating that he would handle the matter. Chapter 8. Okay, Captain Yi, I'll leave this to you. I nodded, took my two daughters' hands, and left without looking back. This scene made Manager Chun and Zhou Tingting a little confused. Captain Yi, what do you mean? How can you let them go? The problem hasn't been resolved yet. You can't protect your friend like this. Manager Chun was obviously dissatisfied with Yilong for letting us leave without permission, and there was a hint of complaint in his tone. Manager Chun, I think you should just forget it. You can't afford to offend that person. Yilong's voice rang out coldly. If you really anger him, I'm afraid you won't be able to survive in this industry. He glanced at Manager Chun calmly, as if to tell him that if he hadn't taken action today, these people would have been guilty. Captain Yi, I think you are deliberately helping your friend, right? How capable can a driver be? Zhou Lily sneered. She obviously didn't take me seriously and even suspected that Yilong was just pretending. Ms. Zhou, I have something to clarify. Yilong's voice became gentle. Mr. Su is not a driver. He is the landlord of this office building. Landlord? Captain Yi, what do you mean by landlord? Manager Chen's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he obviously realized something and asked hurriedly. It means exactly what it says. This building belongs to Mr. Su. Manager Chun and Zhou Lily's faces turned pale instantly. They had never expected that we were the landlord of this building. Although this building is a bit old, it has a great location and a huge area. If it is sold, it will easily fetch 700 million or 800 million. Moreover, how can someone who owns such an office building in the center of Shanghai be an ordinary person? Manager Chen's heart almost stopped beating. If he offended me, the consequences would be disastrous. Yi, Captain Yi, you're not kidding, are you? Manager Chen's voice became trembling. Are you kidding? Mr. Su has been very kind to me. How can I joke with my benefactor? Yilong said and turned to leave. You guys should take the consequences. I have to report to the manager. As he waved his hand, several security guards followed him and left. Chun, Manager Chun, what should we do? We have offended the owner of this building. Will we be retaliated against? Zhou Lily's face was full of regret, and she had obviously realized that she had made a big mistake. How should I know? Manager Chun smiled helplessly, looking melancholy. His cell phone rang at this time. It was the boss calling. Hello, boss, what's the matter? Mr. Chun, you still have a nerve to ask me what's the matter? Do you know who you have offended? The voice on the other end of the phone almost made Manager Chun collapse to the ground. Get out of the company right now. Go to the HR department and hand in your resignation. Don't even think about finding a job in this circle in the future. And that Zhou Lily, get out. Ban her permanently. When the phone was hung up, Manager Chun and Zhou Lily were both stunned. It's over, everything is over. The two of them looked at each other and sat down on the ground helplessly. My two daughters and I left Yuanshan building and took a taxi directly to their home. Dad, who are you driving for? Why is Captain Yi so polite to you? Jingjing asked curiously, and Xiao Xiao also pricked up her ears to listen. Oh, I'm a driver for the boss of Yuanshan building. I explained with a smile while sending a message to the person in charge of the building. What happened today can't be solved with just a slap. The person who hit my daughter must pay the price. After I sent the message, Things progressed immediately, and manager Chun and Joe Lily called to block the call. Wow, Dad, it is said that the owner of Yuanshan building is a super rich man. Jingjing's eyes lit up. Does this boss offer you a very high salary? She continued naively. Being a driver for such a big boss, the salary must be good, right? Well, it's okay, about 200,000 a year. It's enough for Dad to live alone, and he has saved some money over the years. Although this doesn't sound too high, it is still enough for me. Wow, Dad, you are so awesome. Jingjing praised me excitedly. I touched her little head and felt happy. She didn't know that I was already a billionaire. After about 2 hours of driving, we finally arrived at our destination. Dad, we're here. This is the neighborhood. Jingjing took my arm after getting off the car, while Xiao Xiao was a little reserved, as if she was not used to close contact. The environment of this community is very poor. It is obviously an old open community with low floors and no elevator. The dilapidated roads and parked cars give people a feeling of being demolished. This place is very different from my usual living environment. Chapter 9. Dad, it's building number 5 in front. We live on the top floor, the 6th floor. 6th floor? Can Grandpa and Grandma handle going up and down the stairs? I frowned. I already knew that they lived with their grandparents. This old building has very high floors. The 6th floor is equivalent to the 7th floor today. For people in their 60s, climbing stairs is a hard job. Well, it's okay. Grandpa and Grandma are in very good health. They climb stairs as exercise every day. Su Jingjing replied with a smile. That's good. I breathed a sigh of relief and planned to buy them a new apartment in the future. We entered the building and began to climb the stairs. The stairs were so narrow that they could barely accommodate the 3 of us. It would probably be difficult to carry large items up. Soon, we climbed to the 6th floor, and the 2 girls were obviously out of breath. Dad, why aren't you tired at all? Su Jingjing put her hands on her waist and panted, looking at me in surprise. Haha, it's just the 6th floor. Dad has been exercising all the time. I responded with a big laugh. My physical fitness has become very good because of the transformation of the system. Climbing the 6th floor is nothing. Wow, Dad, you are so awesome. Su Jingjing immediately started to praise me. You went up to the 6th floor in one breath. That's awesome. You two just don't exercise enough in normal times. You have to keep exercising even in college. I reached out and pinched Su Jingjing's face. How can we have time to exercise? We have endless classes every morning, and we have to work in our free time. Su Jingjing said with some pride. We have never asked our grandparents for money. My heart sank when I heard these words. I felt really guilty that my 2 daughters worked so hard to earn money, but didn't even have the most basic living security. Dad, what's wrong with you? Su Jingjing noticed that I was in a bad mood and immediately asked with concern. It's okay. I just think you are working too hard. I took a deep breath, feeling guilty. Not only did they get into prestigious schools, they also didn't give up on themselves and worked hard to support themselves. This made me feel proud and distressed. My child deserves to live a carefree life, not such a hard life. Dad, Grandpa and Grandma and Uncle and Aunt are very good to us. Su Jingjing said, It's okay, Dad, don't worry. That's good, let's go in. I nodded and followed them into the house. The house was empty. Huh, why aren't Grandpa and Grandma at home? Su Jingjing looked around. Maybe they went to the Senior Citizens Association to play cards. We'll know after I give them a call later. Su Xiaoxiao said, and glanced at the time. It was indeed 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The 2 old people often went to the Senior Citizens Association at that time. Dad, please sit down for a moment. I'm going to make a phone call. Su Jingjing was about to ask me to sit down, but I didn't respond. I stood in front of the wall, and in front of me was the photo wall of my home. One of the large framed photos caught my attention. It was Yi Xiaojing's smiling face, as bright and brilliant as it was back then. I suddenly felt my heart tighten, and a slight tremor spread throughout my body. Dad! Su Xiaoxiao noticed my abnormality, walked over to me, and whispered, Xiaoxiao, your mother, is she gone? My voice was low and contained a hint of pain. Well, Mom died of lung cancer when we were 5 years old. Su Xiaoxiao nodded, with sadness in her eyes. Lung cancer? You said your mother died of lung cancer? When did she get it? I suddenly grabbed my daughter's shoulders and stared into her eyes anxiously. Dad, you hurt me. Su Xiaoxiao cried out in pain. Dad, let me go. Su Jingjing hurried forward and pulled me away. I'm sorry, Xiaoxiao. Daddy is too excited. I looked at my daughter's painful expression and immediately loosened my grip. How did your mother die? After calming down, I asked this question again. Mom had lung cancer. My grandparents said, that she was already in the middle stage of the disease when she was pregnant with us. They didn't want to abort us, so they didn't do the surgery. Su Xiaoxiao lowered her head and said, "The doctor said she can live for another 5 years, which is already a medical miracle." These words were like thunderbolts that struck me speechless. I finally understood why Yi Xiaojing chose to leave. She had cancer, but she didn't want to drag me down. At that time, I had nothing and couldn't be cured. She chose to endure and leave so that I wouldn't be implicated. "I'm sorry, Xiaojing. I'm sorry for you," I whispered to myself, full of regret and heartache. If I had doubted her love, maybe she wouldn't have died. But I was so stubborn and missed her. "Dad, are you okay?" Su Xiaoxiao and Su Jingjing looked at each other. Seeing my loss, they also felt sad. "Can I take you to Mom's grave?" "Okay, Dad. Mom's grave is in the nearby cemetery." "Then take me to see it." Half an hour later, I stood in front of Yi Xiaojing's tomb. The photo on the tombstone was of her when she was 20 years old. She was young and beautiful, and she was still the one I remembered. "Xiaojing, I owe you," I whispered, silently making a promise in my heart. "I will let them live the happiest life. Don't worry." Chapter 10. Xiao Xiao, Jingjing. Was your surname also given to you by your mother? Why didn't she let you follow her surname Yi? I couldn't help asking when we were going down the mountain. Normally, children from single-parent families would take their mother's surname. But Yi Xiaojing didn't do that. She let her 2 children take my surname, Su, which made me a little confused. "Dad, this is easy. Mom already thinks of you as her husband," Jingjing said excitedly, not seeming to think there was anything wrong with this. "She always thinks that we are your children, and we are also members of the Su family. This will never change." Hearing Jingjing's words, my heart was touched. I owed Xiaojing so much. She had been silently giving to me and the children, and had never asked for anything from me. Seeing me remain silent, Xiao Xiao's eyes flashed with helplessness. She patted her sister gently and changed the subject. "Dad, let's go home now. Grandpa and Grandma should be at home. They will be very happy to see you." "Well, I have to go visit the 2 old people." I nodded, feeling silently in my heart that although Yi Xiaojing is no longer with us, I will still try my best to make up for some of her regrets. We had just left the cemetery when Xiao Xiao's phone rang. "Hello, Uncle." "Hello, Xiao Xiao. Your grandpa just fainted while playing chess at the Senior Citizens Association and has been sent to the 6th hospital." Uncle's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. "What? Grandpa fainted? How's Grandma? Is she scared?" Upon hearing the news, Xiao Xiao and Jingjing's faces changed, and they asked hurriedly, "Your grandma is fine, and Grandpa is also fine. I'm just worried, so I wanted to go and take a look." "Okay, Uncle, I'll go right away." "Well, be careful on the road." "Okay." I looked at my 2 daughters' anxious expressions and immediately decided to accompany them to the hospital. "Xiao Xiao, is Grandpa sick? The 5th hospital? Is it far? Let's take a taxi." I took out my cell phone and prepared to hail a taxi. "It's not far, Dad. It's only 2 kilometers. "Okay, the taxi will be here soon." 10 minutes later, we arrived at the hospital. The 2 girls hurriedly asked for the war number and then ran towards the inpatient department. I followed behind, and soon the 3 of us arrived at the ward. "Grandma, how's Grandpa?" After entering the ward, Jingjing and Xiao Xiao saw Grandma at a glance. She was pouring water and saw us come in with a hint of surprise on her face. "Xiao Xiao, Jingjing, why did you get here so soon?" Grandma obviously didn't expect us to arrive so soon, and there was obvious surprise in her eyes. "Grandma, we're nearby. How's Grandpa?" Xiao Xiao looked at her grandfather anxiously, worry written all over her face. "Your grandpa is fine. He just got angry because he lost the game of chess." Grandma sighed and comforted me. Fortunately, the rescue was timely, and everything is fine now. I breathed a sigh of relief and finally felt a little relieved. At this time, Grandma noticed me standing at the door, and a hint of doubt flashed in her eyes. "Xiao Xiao, Jingjing, this is..." Grandma pointed at me and asked, "Oh, Grandma, this is my dad, Su Mingyuan. We met him by chance at school." Xiao Xiao quickly explained, "Dad, this is my grandma, Lin Xiaoshuang." I walked quickly to Lin Xiaoshuang and bowed 90 degrees to her. I knew that with my status, I didn't need to be so polite when meeting anyone, but facing Lin Xiaoshuang, my heart was full of respect. She raised 2 children, and I should do my best to repay her kindness. Good, Xiao Su, you are really handsome. Our Xiao Jing didn't make a mistake in choosing you back then." Lin Xiaoshuang smiled and praised me. "You are such a good person." "Aunt Lin, don't you blame me?" I asked in a low voice, feeling somewhat guilty. Why blame you? We all know what happened back then. You're Uncle Yi, and I don't blame you for this. If we have to blame someone, we can only blame Xiao Jing for her bad luck and for having such a disease. Lin Xiaoshuang sighed. You are not wrong. It is our Xiao Jing who is wrong. When she left, I didn't expect to not see her for such a long time. Hearing this, I couldn't help but feel heavy in my heart. I felt that it was all my fault that I didn't insist on looking for her and missed so much time. I'm sorry, Aunt Lin. If I had insisted on looking for Xiaojing back then, maybe things wouldn't have happened later. I'm sorry. Let's forget about the past. It's a good thing that you could be reunited with your two children. Lin Xiaoshuang patted my shoulder gently, giving me a little comfort. I took a deep breath and nodded gratefully. Thank you for your understanding, Aunt Lin. Next, I went to the nurse's station to pay the full fee. Due to the emergency, the couple's medical insurance card was out of money, so I paid the remaining part. Then, I called the hospital director, Luo Jiaping. Hello, Mr. Su. Director Luo's voice was respectful and kind. President Luo, do you know the director of the 5th hospital? I have a relative who is in the hospital. If you know him, could you help me contact him? Huh? The director of the 5th hospital? I know him. His name is Zhang Jintian. He's my student. Mr. Su, please wait. I'll contact him right away. Chapter 11. I was sitting in the ward, and Dean Zhang Jintian in front of me looked a little nervous. He reached out and shook my hand with surprise in his eyes. I looked at him and replied calmly, Hello, Dean Zhang. Although I didn't stand up, which was a bit inappropriate, he didn't seem unhappy. After all, he was someone the teacher had personally told me to respect, so I naturally didn't dare to relax. Mr. Su, Zhang Jintian looked at me, his expression still a little complicated. Your identity is really surprising. When he said this, I felt like admiration and a little confusion, but more of a kind of awe of the unknown. However, I know your situation. Zhang Jintian continued. Mr. Ye's condition is not serious. He just needs to rest. There was a reassuring power in his words. And sure enough, as soon as the dean said that, my heart calmed down. Thank you so much, Dean Zhang. Lin Xiaoshuang was also grateful. I looked at her, feeling a little emotional. Although everything seemed to be arranged properly, I was probably the only one who knew the complexity and twists and turns behind it. You're welcome, Aunt Lin, Director Zhang smiled. But this ward is too cramped, and it's too hard for you to take care of the patient like this. Let me arrange a single room for you. As soon as he finished speaking, he began to prepare to arrange everything. Aunt Lin, you don't have to refuse. I interrupted. Dean Zhang is right. You're not young anymore, and it is too tiring to take care of Uncle Yi like this. Seeing that she still wanted to refuse, I insisted. Look, if you get tired again, the children will have to give up their studies to take care of you. It will be so troublesome then. Lin Xiaoshuang looked at me and finally gave up. Director Zhang had already started to arrange the ward. However, at that moment, I felt a complicated emotion. The subtleties in interpersonal relationships have always been the part one I'm least good at. Zhang Jintian showed me so much respect. It seems there is a deeper story behind it, but I'm not in a hurry to uncover it. All this can be done slowly. I know that time will eventually bring the answer. Dean Zhang, thank you for your help. I thanked him, but I was mentally prepared to face more uncertainties in the future. 15 minutes later, a single room was arranged, and Lin Xiaoshuang finally breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at Yi Jiaqing on the bed, her face full of gratitude. Thank you. Thank you so much. Her words moved me a little, but I knew that all this gratitude did not belong to me. Outside the ward, my two daughters suddenly came around. Su Jingjing looked at me with admiration. Dad, you are awesome. The dean is so polite to you. Is there any special relationship? I couldn't help but smile, feeling a little dazed. Yes, my boss helped me to say hello. I replied casually. Although I had already made a plan, I didn't want to let the two girls know too much at once. Wow, Dad, today is so thanks to you. Jingjing happily held my hand, her eyes full of admiration for me. If it weren't for you, we don't know what we would do. You are my children. Don't be so polite. I touched her head and smiled. At this time, everything in the hospital finally came to an end, and the two girls felt relieved. Although Grandpa's condition has not fully recovered, at least there is no big problem at the moment. In the evening, the two had part-time tasks, so they said goodbye to me, said hello to Grandpa and Grandma, and left the hospital together. Chapter 12. I looked at the entrance of them all, feeling a little emotional. The scene in front of me reminded me of the days when I was with my two daughters. Although I was busy with work, I always wanted to be with them. Today, I finally had the opportunity to stay with them, even if it was just for 2 hours. Dad, you go back. We will go back to school later. See you tomorrow. Su Jingjing waved and said goodbye to me with a smile. I smiled and shook my head, but I was reluctant to leave. They said they were going to work, but I wanted to see what they were doing. The mall is very familiar to me, but today I hope to get to know this place again through their eyes. Okay, I'll wait for you here when you get off work. I decided not to leave in a hurry since I didn't have any special work to do today. Soon, I saw them and a few other girls walking to the corner outside the mall. There were already some girls waiting there, and I couldn't help but get nervous. I noticed that after they walked over there, they quickly put on the costumes of the large dolls. Watching them wearing heavy decorations under the scorching sun and interacting with passers-by energetically, I felt a little complicated. The summer heat wave is getting stronger and stronger. Isn't this work too hard? They're just trying to earn a little pocket money. Even if it's so hard, I can feel that I'm not doing well enough. I stood aside silently, feeling ashamed. My company was so big and rich, yet I let them do such low-paying and tiring work. Although this was their choice, as a father, I felt powerless. Finally, 2 hours passed, and Su Jingjing and Su Xiaoxiao's part-time jobs were over. I walked towards them with a bag of drinks, wanting to quench their thirst. Wow, Jingjing, look, there's a little brother walking towards us. A girl pointed at me excitedly, with a gleam in her eyes. Su Jingjing turned to look at me with a surprised smile on her face. I smiled towards her, and she immediately ran over and took the drink bag I handed her with a happy look on her face. Dad, thank you for the water today. She took the water with a smile and turned to distribute the drinks to other colleagues. Dad, you didn't go home? Su Xiaoxiao also came up with some doubts in her eyes. Well, park the car in the square parking lot, and I'll wait for you, I said with a smile. Although the car was not my private car, it seemed okay to do so today. Dad, this is not a good idea. What if the boss is unhappy? Su Xiaoxiao asked softly, seeming to be a little worried. I patted her shoulder and gave her a reassuring look. Don't worry. The boss already knows. It's okay. Seeing that she finally put her mind at ease, I couldn't help but feel relieved. After all, although I am their father, in their hearts, I am just an ordinary father who occasionally has some small thoughts and concerns. Dad, thank you for bringing us water. That's great. Su Jingjing smiled at me and then turned back to her colleagues. Just when I thought today would end peacefully, suddenly, Zhang Qianqian's voice broke the silence. Jingjing, is your father a rich man? Zhang Qianqian's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but exclaimed when she took the bottle of water. I was stunned for a moment. It turned out that this bottle of water was so expensive. 900 yuan a bottle. It was simply unimaginable. And the money they earned after working hard for 2 hours was only 50 yuan. Are you a rich second generation? Zhang Qianqian approached Su Jingjing, her face full of curiosity and expectation. Don't talk nonsense. My father is just an ordinary person, working as a driver for a big boss. Su Jingjing explained helplessly. Rich second generation is rich second generation. Can you introduce one to me? Zhang Qianqian seemed to be totally unconvinced and moved closer. I couldn't help but smile. I didn't expect these girls to have such a big misunderstanding. For them, I may never be able to imagine the bitterness and hardship of ordinary families. Okay, drink some water. I have to go. Su Jingjing waved her hand and turned away with a helpless smile. Chapter 13. Dad, why is this water so expensive? My colleague said this bottle of water costs 900 yuan. Is it a gift from your boss? Su Jingjing asked curiously shortly after the car started. Her eyes fell on the bottled water in the car. She was obviously a little shocked. 900? Oh, maybe. My boss gave it to me. I still have a few boxes at home. I responded with a smile, then looked at them. Don't worry, just drink it. It's free anyway. It will be wasted if it expires. Dad, your boss is so rich. The gift he gave you is too expensive. Su Xiaoxiao also interrupted. They have been used to being frugal since childhood, and such a price is almost an astronomical figure for them. It's okay, don't worry about it. I smiled and suddenly thought of something. Maybe you can be considered the second generation of rich people. Haha, Dad, the second generation of rich people is not important. What's important is that we found you. Jingjing smiled happily, her tone full of sincerity. Yes, Dad, you are our baby. We don't care, even if we don't have money. Xiao Xiao also joined her sister with a firm tone. Seeing their sense of responsibility and justice, I couldn't help but feel relieved. Maybe it's time to tell them more of the truth. After thinking about it, I decided not to rush and wait for the right opportunity. Okay, Dad will take you home today and pick you up tomorrow to give you a surprise. I smiled mysteriously. Surprise? Is it a gift? Don't give me something too expensive. Xiao Xiao reminded immediately. Don't worry. Dad knows what's going on. I nodded and stopped the car. In the parking lot, my Rolls-Royce Phantom was parked quietly, its body shining brightly, making it particularly eye-catching. When I opened the door, Jingjing's eyes widened in surprise. Wow, Dad, this car is a Rolls-Royce, right? Your boss is so rich, isn't he? She couldn't believe the scene in front of her. Yes, a Rolls-Royce Phantom, get in. I said jokingly, although the car is expensive, it is just a symbol of my status. Dad, are you sure you can drive this car? Or we should take a taxi. This car is too expensive. What if it breaks down? Xiao Xiao looked at the car with some hesitation. Don't worry, it's okay. It won't break if you sit on it for a while. You can sit on it often when you have the chance in the future. I smiled easily, pushed him into the car, and then sat in the driver's seat. Okay, babies, let's go. There's a refrigerator in the car with Coke and drinks in it. Just take whatever you want to drink, I said, stepped on the accelerator, and the car slowly drove out of the parking lot. 20 minutes later, we arrived at the school gate. Su Xiao Xiao originally planned to get out of the car and walk in, but I directly registered the vehicle information and drove them to the dormitory downstairs. Dad, thank you so much. Jingjing turned around to thank me when she got off the car. It's okay. I'll pick you up for lunch tomorrow. I waved to them and watched them walk into the dormitory. When the car left, I felt surprisingly relaxed. Although my grandfather's condition had not completely improved, everything seemed to be moving in the right direction. When I got home, it was already completely dark. After dinner, I sat on the sofa and thought for a while, then picked up my phone and dialed Lu Qingran's number. Qingran, I want to modify my will. Bring the lawyer and the notary office here. I ordered calmly, preparing to take the next step. Okay, Mr. Su. She responded quickly, knowing that I was determined. The next morning, I set out on time to pick up the two girls. When we got downstairs to the dormitory, Su Xiao Xiao took Jingjing downstairs, and Jingjing was obviously not fully awake yet. Hurry up, Jingjing, Daddy is coming. Xiao Xiao urged while helping her sister put on her clothes. Ah, Daddy is here. Jingjing sat up suddenly from the bed, obviously a little surprised. He said he'll be there in half an hour. Xiao Xiao reminded her, and Jingjing immediately became a different person and began to pack quickly. 20 minutes later, the two sisters packed up and walked out of the dormitory. When the boys waiting at the school gate saw them, they were stunned for a moment. Their looks and figures attract countless attention wherever they go, which makes many boys forget their girlfriends and stare at the twins. This is dormitory number 2. Girls from the Department of Literature, Department of Finance, Department of English, and Department of Journalism all live here. They're all beauties. Brother Lu's voice came from the BMW X5 in the distance, with a hint of sigh. Chapter 14. In the passenger seat of the BMW X5, Chen Yingxiao was talking to Lu Zhiqing with a big smile on his face. He pointed to the entrance of the girls' dormitory and whispered, Brother Lu, those girls who just came out are pretty good. Lu Zhiqing smiled and nodded, squinting his eyes to look over. He was a student of the computer science department of Shanghai Jiaotong University, and Chen Yingxiao beside him was his personal assistant. Today, they were here to hunt, to find targets, and hook up with a few young and beautiful girls. Brother Lu, there's a nice girl over there, but she has a boyfriend. Chen Yingxiao continued to sell while observing. I'm not interested. I want to find a pure one. Lu Zhiqing shook his head with disdain. He had no interest in those girls who had boyfriends. As if he was looking for something new, he always wanted to find girls who looked more pure and had not been played with before. Although he said so, Lu Zhiqing himself was a typical playboy. From his freshman year to now, he had at least 100 girlfriends, and each one only lasted a few days. Then let's wait and see. It's still early today. There must be a good opportunity. Chen Yingxiao said cheerfully, his eyes fixed not far away. Lu Zhiqing nodded casually, then closed his eyes and prepared to take a nap. Wait, the opportunity will come naturally. But at this moment, Chen Yingxiao's scream broke the silence. Fuck, Brother Lu. Top notch, really top notch. Lu Zhiqing was startled and immediately sat up straight in his seat. What do you mean by top notch? You scared me. Look, twins. These two girls. Chen Yingxiao pointed to the entrance of the girls' dormitory. What? Twins? Lu Zhiqing's eyes lit up immediately, and he turned his head quickly to look. When he saw the twin sisters clearly, he couldn't help but exclaimed, Wow, their figures and looks are too good to be true. They are simply campus beauties. Lu Zhiqing suddenly became excited, and his eyes were full of desire as he looked at the twin sisters. As a man who had seen countless women, He could tell at a glance that these two were definitely pure girls who had never experienced love. This first time was simply an attractive treasure to him. Brother Lu, shall we go say hello? Chen Yingqiao asked anxiously. Although he liked the twins very much, he knew that he was far from being able to match this level of girl. He knew his own status and temperament very well, and pursuing such a girl was undoubtedly wishful thinking. For Lu Ziqing, such a girl was the real beauty. Of course, otherwise how can I show my strength? Lu Ziqing said as he started the BMW X5, turned the front of the car slightly, and drove straight towards the two girls. The car slowly stopped in front of them. Lu Ziqing rolled down the window and smiled, thinking he was very handsome. Where are you going, ladies? You can take my BMW X5. I'll take you there for free. When he spoke, he deliberately made a pose that he thought was very handsome, with a hint of teasing and complacency in his eyes. Su Xiaoxiao and Su Jingjing heard the voice and turned around to take a look. The luxury car logo of the BMW X5 made them understand that this kind of car was obviously driven by rich people. But they were not moved by this. Instead, they responded expressionlessly. Sorry, senior. We have someone to pick us up? The two sisters were used to rejecting such advances since childhood, especially from a playboy like Lu Ziqing, who had long recognized his intentions. Although he had money and a car, this did not impress them. Ah, is that so? All right then. Lu Ziqing looked at them with some disappointment, a hint of reluctance flashing in his eyes. But he did not continue to pester them, but drove away. Chapter 15. Miss, you guys are taking a taxi, right? Why not take my car? Lu Ziqing said, making an invitation gesture. This is a BMW X5. It cost almost 1 million. You must have never ridden in one? It's much more comfortable than an online car-hailing service. Jingjing and I looked at each other, and we both knew that although the BMW X5 was indeed not cheap, the Rolls-Royce we had just experienced last night made it seem less surprising. We still shook our heads firmly and refused. Sorry, senior, we really have someone pick us up? Thank you for your kindness. Lu Ziqing was obviously unwilling to give up and tried to win us over again. This time, he took out 2 Apple phones and handed them over. This is a meeting gift. Your phone should be quite old, right? These phones will definitely be easy to use. Looking at the 2 new Apple phones, I couldn't help but feel a little shaken. It is true that the phones we use are outdated and very slow. But this does not mean that we can accept charity from others. No, senior, we have our own cell phones. I still firmly refused. After all, what you can earn for yourself is the most worthy of cherishing, and accepting such good intentions will only make people feel uneasy. Lu Ziqing's face changed, and he seemed a little unhappy. So, you are not going to give me face? He paused and threatened in a low voice. Do you know who I am? I, Lu Ziqing, have a strong background in the school, and even know the leaders. If you don't give me face, do you believe that I will make sure you can't even get your diploma? Hearing this, Jingjing and I changed our expressions instantly. We all know that some people can influence university grades through connections, especially those with power. Being threatened with failing a course, especially in a school where we worked so hard to get in, is a heavy blow. Senior, we really can't accept your gift. Our family will come to pick us up soon. I held my sister and said patiently. But Lu Ziqing didn't intend to let us go. He sneered and said, Okay, you guys just wait to fail the course. At that moment, a chill ran through my heart. Obviously, Lu Ziqing did have the power to get us into trouble, but what could we do? We could not resist the power in his hands. However, Jingjing obviously couldn't stand it anymore. She suddenly exploded. How can you be so shameless? Isn't it just that we don't want to get in your car? Let me tell you, we don't like the BMW X5 you drive at all. It's just a car driven by a rich man. I was almost frightened by her words. This usually gentle sister actually exploded at this moment. I saw determination and anger in her eyes. She was no longer willing to endure this person's threats to us. Lu Ziqing's expression changed several times, and he obviously didn't expect the 2 girls to fight back like this. He looked at us angrily, then turned away, cursing something. I breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that everything seemed to have taken a turn for the better. Don't worry, sister. I'm not afraid of him. Jingjing pulled me and patted my back, as if to cheer me up. Chapter 16. Only the local rich drive this kind of car? I couldn't help but laugh when I heard my sister's words. Although the BMW X5 is a luxury car, Lu Ziqing obviously didn't understand one thing. True wealth is not achieved by showing off. As a so-called second-generation rich man, he made me feel a little ridiculous. You stinky girl. Oh, is the local rich man? Lu Jiqing was obviously irritated. His face was full of anger, and he obviously didn't want to be called that. His father paid a lot to send him to Shanghai Jiaotong University, but it seemed that he couldn't change his arrogant character. Su Jingjing did not back down. Do you think you can get all the girls just by driving a BMW? Have you ever seen the world? Although we are poor, we have ambitions. Her voice became louder and louder, and the students around her turned to look at me. I relaxed a little. Although the confrontation made the atmosphere tense, at least my sister did not back down. Hey, isn't that Su Xiaoxiao and Su Jingjing? Some classmates whispered. Hearing this, Lu Jiqing's face became even uglier. They turned out to be campus beauties, so pretty, someone whispered, obviously attracted by our sister's looks. People around us began to whisper, and many expressed dissatisfaction with Lu Jiqing. Lu Jiqing? That playboy? A boy whispered. He changes girlfriends every week. He is really a scumbag. He's met a tough opponent this time. Sister Su Xiaoxiao is not someone he can easily pursue. Another girl commented. Lu Jiqing obviously heard these words, and his face became even gloomier. Qin Yingqiao saw Lu Jiqing's displeasure and quickly interrupted. Why don't you see clearly? Can you afford a BMW X5? He put on a provocative look, obviously trying to divert attention. Yes, you say the BMW X5 is not valuable, but can you really afford it? Qin Yingqiao sneered and patted Lu Jiqing on the shoulder, obviously trying to consolidate Lu Jiqing's prestige. My sister and I are already immune to such talk. After all, in our eyes, the BMW is just an ordinary luxury car. We don't care about these external materials, but Lu Jiqing's behavior makes us disdainful. Don't think you can suppress us just because you have a little money. Su Jingjing's words made the atmosphere even more tense. Who wants your junky car? My dad's car is better than yours. Lu Jiqing laughed sarcastically. Oh, better than my car? Are you kidding me? Porsche Panamera or Mercedes-Benz Maybach. Do you think you deserve it? Hearing this, Su Jingjing was about to speak, but she stopped again. We do have a car that is more expensive than his, but she didn't dare to tell the truth casually, for fear of causing more trouble. Your dad drives a van, right? Lu Jiqing asked provocatively, his tone full of disdain. How could he have such a nice car? You can't even afford a new cell phone. How can you have a nice car? Su Jingjing hesitated a little at this, and she almost blurted out that our family did have a Rolls-Royce. But she immediately realized that this might cause trouble. After all, Dad was a driver, and the car did not belong to us. However, Lu Jiqing's ridicule made her unable to hold back, and she angrily said, My father drives a Rolls-Royce. This sentence immediately froze the atmosphere at the scene, and the people around stopped talking. Lu Jiqing was stunned, and then laughed. Rolls-Royce? Do you know what kind of car that is? You must be joking. His sneer was full of disdain. I believe your father is a driver for the owner of the Rolls-Royce. Although he didn't believe it, I knew that Su Jingjing felt ashamed. She didn't deliberately exaggerate the facts, but now that she said it, it became a problem for her. At this moment, a cold voice broke the awkward atmosphere. Of course my daughter knows what a Rolls-Royce looks like. Chapter 17. As the words fell, a black car quietly stopped in front of us. The body of the car was shiny, and the angel sculpture on the hood reflected the sunlight like a shining pearl. Then, the door opened, and Su Mingyuan got out of the car and appeared in front of us. Wow, so handsome! The girls around exclaimed. Su Mingyuan's appearance not only attracted everyone's attention, but also confused the young girls instantly. He was 1.82 meters tall, elegant, well-dressed, and standing next to the Rolls-Royce. He was like a walking picture. His appearance was more eye-catching than those popular stars. What was even more impressive was the masculine aura that Su Mingyuan exuded, which was completely different from those overly effeminate stars. This aura was enough to impress anyone. Jingjing and I looked at each other and had the answer in our hearts. Su Mingyuan's arrival not only made us feel extremely relieved, but also made the onlookers around us whisper. Xiao Xiao, Jingjing, are you okay? Su Mingyuan walked over to us and asked with concern, looking down to see if we were injured. Dad, we're fine. We were just harassed by this guy. Jingjing pointed at Lu Jiqing, her words full of dissatisfaction. Oh, you were the one who just said that my daughter Su Mingyuan had never seen a Rolls-Royce. Su Mingyuan turned around and stared coldly at Lu Jiqing. Lu Jiqing was obviously a little stunned. He had never thought that he would be treated like this. You are the father of these two girls? So young. Su Mingyuan sneered. Why? Do I have to show you the paternity test? The crowd around was stunned and looked at Su Mingyuan and us. At this moment, Lu Jiqing's face became very ugly, and our identity instantly attracted everyone's attention. No wonder the Su Xiaoxiao sisters are so beautiful. It turns out their father is so handsome, a girl exclaimed. Yeah, he looks only about 25 years old, younger than us. Another person laughed. These comments made Lu Jiqing feel even more uncomfortable. He had never thought that Su Xiaoxiao and her sister would have such a handsome father. He took a deep breath, quickly regained his composure, smoothed his bangs, and said contemptuously, "Huh, so what if he's your biological father? Don't think that just because you drive a Rolls-Royce it really belongs to you." He sneered and continued, "I think you are just a driver. Even your daughter's cell phone is a domestically produced one from 3 years ago." There was obvious contempt in his eyes. I could feel Jingjing was a little shaken and a little angry, but she didn't respond directly. She just lowered her head. I know that this kind of person can't be treated with common sense. At this time, Su Mingyuan responded calmly. "Who told you that I'm a driver? You're not the driver. Your two daughters are dressed so simply. You're dressed so simply yourself. This car is yours." Lu Jiqing obviously didn't believe it. He continued to sarcastically, "Look at this Gucci short-sleeved shirt of mine. More than 4,000 yuan. It can buy you more than 400 sets of such clothes, right?" Su Mingyuan chuckled, his eyes full of amusement. "What do you think wearing an expensive short-sleeved shirt means? What if I say that this car is indeed mine? Is this car yours? I'll eat shit on live broadcast." Lu Jiqing sneered, as if he didn't believe what Su Mingyuan said. "Forget about eating shit. If I can prove that this car is mine, just smash your broken car. Of course, you don't have to gamble. In that case, if you lose, just kneel down and kowtow to me." Su Mingyuan directly gave two options. Lu Jiqing was stunned for a moment, and a trace of uneasiness flashed in his eyes. He certainly knew that Rolls-Royce was not only a luxury car, but also a symbol of top quality. Since Su Mingyuan dared to say so, he must have the confidence. But Lu Jiqing quickly calmed down and secretly determined in his heart that Su Mingyuan must be just a driver. "Ha, come down and kneel. You are not worthy. Let me make a bet with you. I don't believe that this Rolls-Royce is really yours. If it is really yours, I am willing to smash the car." Lu Jiqing responded without showing any weakness. Chapter 18. "Oh, you said it. Don't regret it later." Su Mingyuan looked at Lu Jiqing with a smile on his face. "Humph. Since I promised, I will definitely not regret it. But you, if you lose, do you dare to smash the Rolls-Royce?" Lu Jiqing said with a sneer. I listened to this, but I felt a little uneasy. After all, other people didn't know my father's situation. Although he looked impressive, I knew that he was just a driver. How could he prove that this luxury car was his? "Don't worry, Xiao Xiao, he can't win." Su Mingyuan squeezed my hand and gave me a reassuring look. Although I was a little unsure, seeing my father so confident, I had to believe it silently. "Okay, take out your vehicle registration and driver's license to prove it." Lu Jiqing continued to press the issue without giving up. "No problem." Su Mingyuan smiled faintly and walked towards the car to find the driving license. His confidence made the atmosphere around him more tense, and my heartbeat accelerated. If Dad can really prove that this car is his, we will win. "Look, the vehicle registration and electronic driver's license. Is there any problem?" Su Mingyuan came back to us, holding the documents in his hand, and showed them to Lu Jiqing easily. "Su Mingyuan, the owner of the Rolls-Royce." Lu Jiqing's face turned pale instantly. He couldn't believe what he saw. "You can't possibly be the owner. You are lying to me." Seeing his incredible look, the students around him began to talk about it. "No way. Sister Su Xiaoxiao is really a rich second generation?" Someone whispered. "I can't tell. They're so low-key. How could they be children of rich families?" Another person asked in confusion. "Isn't this the long-lost child of a wealthy man?" Another classmate made a bold guess. I was also stunned. My father was actually the owner of this car. This was like a dream. Lu Jiqing was unwilling to accept the fact and muttered, "You can't possibly be the father of those two girls. How can a father be so young?" He couldn't believe the facts before him and began to make wild guesses. "Pa!" Su Mingyuan slapped Lu Jiqing in the face. "Look, this is a paternity test. I am the biological father of Su Xiaoxiao and Su Jingjing. If you dare to insult my two daughters again, I will smack your mouth to pieces." Lu Jiqing was stunned. Everything in front of him was beyond his imagination. He had never thought that this seemingly ordinary driver could own such a top-notch car as Rolls-Royce and have such a powerful background. "What do you mean by you? Now that you've lost, you can start smashing cars." Su Mingyuan looked at Lu Jiqing coldly. Lu Jiqing was obviously starting to feel guilty. He didn't expect things to turn out like this. Uncle Su, this is all a misunderstanding. We were just joking. He began to laugh awkwardly, trying to ease the embarrassment. Stop, stop, stop. First of all, I'm not your uncle. Don't try to get close to me. Su Mingyuan sneered, not intending to give Lu Jiqing any face. Secondly, the bet has already taken effect. I have just recorded it. There are so many witnesses around. You don't want to deny it, do you? Su Mingyuan continued, with an irrefutable deterrent tone. The onlookers around started to make a fuss. That's right, Master Lu. You made the bet yourself. How can you go back on your word? Master Lu is rich and powerful. It's just a BMW X6, so just smash it. It's no big deal, someone else challenged. Young Master Lu, if you don't smash it, don't blame me for looking down on you. Another person laughed. Lu Jiqing's face changed completely. He didn't dare to say anything more. He obviously realized that he couldn't escape this bet anyway. Chapter 19. Who said I can't bear to part with it? It's just a car. Just smash it. Lu Jiqing gritted his teeth in anger, snatched the baseball bat from Su Mingyuan's hand, turned and walked towards his BMW. Seeing this, Jingjing and I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Dad didn't say anything, just pulled us in the car quickly and prepared to leave. Many people outside had already taken out their phones to record videos, obviously wanting to capture this car-smashing war. Brother Lu, are we really going to smash it? Chen Chao asked in a low voice, obviously unsure of what to do next. Lu Jiqing hesitated for a moment, as if he was considering whether to give up. Suddenly, he saw Su Mingyuan pressing the horn, with a look of determination in his eyes. Obviously, he could not escape from today's bet anyway. Oh, Mr. Lu, are you planning to go back on your word and not abide by the bet? Su Mingyuan said coldly, with an unquestionable tone in his words. The hesitation on Lu Jiqing's face disappeared. He gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. Chow, who said I couldn't bear to smash it? It's just a BMW, right? I have plenty of money at home. I could buy a new car even if I smash it. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of glass breaking, Lu Jiqing finally began his car-smashing performance that left himself and the audience around him at a loss. Awesome! Someone shouted first, and the people around him became excited and started to live broadcast their cell phones. This scene was undoubtedly a hot topic in their eyes. Let's go. Seeing Lu Jiqing smashing the car excitedly, I had no interest in staying any longer, so I stepped on the accelerator and left. Dad, is this Rolls-Royce really yours? You won't tell me that it's a reward from the company. Su Jingjing, who was sitting in the passenger seat, looked at the driving license carefully. This certificate must be genuine, without any trace of forgery. In other words, this luxury car worth tens of millions really belongs to their father. This is a bit unbelievable. What company reward? Jingjing, we've all been deceived by this bad man. He's just a super rich man. I guess he's the boss of Yuanshan Building. Have you forgotten that the boss of the modeling company called us personally to apologize last night? Su Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at Su Mingyuan in anger. Last night, they received a call from the boss of the modeling company, who not only apologized to them, but also fired manager Chun and Banjo Lily. In addition, their wages were paid, and they were doubled according to the standard for dismissal of formal employees and failure to sign a labor contract. Not only that, the boss gave them 2 more times the wages as compensation for the beating by Manager Chun. The blow was not heavy, as Manager Chun was not very strong, so he did not hit him hard. However, Su Mingyuan's blow must have left him in pain for several days. Huh? No way, Dad. You're the big boss behind Yuanshan Building. Su Jingjing looked at her father in shock, somewhat unbelievable. Well, since you have guessed it, I won't hide it. Yuanshan Building is indeed your father's and mine. I can only admit it with a smile. There is no point in hiding such a thing. Although I have only been reunited with the 2 children for 1 day, I have already grasped their personalities very clearly. If I don't show off my wealth, I'm afraid they won't even ask for the most basic living expenses. Now that I have reunited with my 2 daughters, there is no reason for them to continue living the hard life they once lived. So I chose to spread out a portion of my wealth. The reason why he didn't reveal all his wealth at once was, on the one hand, he was worried about scaring the 2 children, and on the other hand, Su Mingyuan really didn't know how much wealth he had. A little bit? Dad, it should be a little bit, right? Su Jingjing pouted. If driving a Rolls-Royce is just a little bit of wealth, then aren't we worse than beggars? Ha ha, Jingjing, Daddy didn't hide this from you on purpose. I'm going to tell you today. To express my apology, Daddy will give each of you a gift. The two sisters, Su Xiao, looked at each other. They heard their father say yesterday that he would give them a gift, so they were looking forward to it. Dad, what gift are you going to give us? Su Jingjing tilted her head and looked at Su Mingyuan curiously. You'll know when we get there. Don't worry, I won't let you down. I kept it a secret. Chapter 20. I drove along the elevated highway quickly and soon drove off the ramp. After 2 more traffic lights, I arrived at my destination. After parking the car, I looked at the expressions of my 2 daughters and felt a little proud. Auto City? Dad, you're not bringing us here to buy a car, are you? There was a hint of surprise in Su Jingjing's voice. Hearing her words, Su Xiao also looked out the window. As expected, we have arrived at the outskirts of the car city, and in front of us is the familiar entrance. That's right. Dad decided to give each of you a car today. I smiled and looked at them. As soon as I finished speaking, their expressions instantly became incredible. Your school is so big, it's much more convenient to have a car to go to and from school. I continued, feeling somewhat satisfied. In fact, I don't have to give a car. After all, my garage is full of top luxury cars, from Lamborghini Veneno to Pagani Zonda, which is enough to make me proud. Really? Are you really going to give each of us a car? Su Jingjing hugged my arm, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Of course, any car is fine. Dad will pay for it. I responded with a smile, feeling satisfied with this surprise. We quickly drove into the auto city. After parking the car, Su Xiao and Su Jingjing took my arm and held my hand respectively and walked into the showroom. Walking on the street, people turned their heads and looked at us secretly with amazement in their eyes. It is really enviable that a man can have such beautiful girlfriends at the same time, and they all seem to get along with him so harmoniously. Xiao, Jingjing, what are your requirements for a car? I turned around and asked, wanting to understand their interests and hobbies. Dad, we don't have any requirements for a car. Just a car for transportation is fine. They said it casually, and I felt a little helpless. Although cars can bring convenience to their lives, they are obviously not very interested in cars. University life is simple, and cars are enough for transportation. A mobility scooter. Okay, I get it. I nodded and had an idea in mind. However, just as we walked to the car exhibition area, Su Jingjing suddenly slapped her head, as if she had thought of something. Dad, we can't buy a car? What's wrong? I turned to look at her in confusion. Dad, my sister and I don't have a driver's license. She looked helpless. Driver's license? I was stunned. I had never thought of this. I took it for granted that both college students had driver's licenses, but it seems that I was overthinking. With a family background like theirs, how could they have the spare money to get a driver's license? That's okay. Dad will arrange a driving school in the afternoon. You can go and practice driving when you are free. You can get your driver's license in a month at the latest. I comforted them with a smile. I didn't think this was a problem. But Dad, we still have to work part-time after class. Su Xiao said in a low voice, seeming reluctant to give up their part-time jobs. Part-time job? No, you're not allowed to work part-time anymore. I turned to look at them with a hint of seriousness in my tone. This is the second gift Daddy gives you, a welcome gift of 1 million each, and an additional 100,000 pocket money every month. After that, I took out 2 gold bank cards from my wallet and handed them to them. There's already 1 million in this card and 100,000 pocket money. You can spend it as you like. The 2 daughters were stunned, their eyes wide open, looking at the bank card in my hand in disbelief. 1 million is a gift, 100,000 is pocket money. Su Xiao repeated the number in a low voice, her face full of shock. Dad, why is there so much? Su Jingjing was also confused. They both lived frugally and had enough money to spend, so they didn't expect me to give them so much. You are Daddy's babies, so of course I have to pamper you well. I looked at them with a smile, feeling a little reluctant in my heart. But I knew that only by giving them enough protection could they live a better life. They may still be confused about this sudden wealth, but I know that this number is a brand new beginning for them. Dad, we really don't need so much. Su Xiao's voice was hesitant. You shouldn't worry about money in your life. I looked at them gently. This is just the beginning. You can choose the path you want to take in the future. Chapter 21. Xiao, Jingjing, what's wrong? Is your living allowance not enough? I looked at their silence and felt a little anxious, so I spoke up quickly. If it's not enough, Dad can always give you more. I continued. Is 1 million yuan enough for a month? If not, Dad will add more. I felt a little uneasy. After all, I haven't talked to my children about living expenses for many years. Is 100,000 yuan a month really enough? Is it too little? Seeing that they still didn't say anything, I couldn't help but feel a little nervous. The living standards of young people today are really different. I thought that I could actually give them more, even 100 million per month. To me, it's just pocket money. But as I thought before, giving them too much might make them lose their way. I know very well that sudden wealth always makes people lose their minds. Dad, this is really too much. Xiao Xiao spoke first, with a little nervousness in her voice. Jing Jing, I don't need so much at all. Yes, Dad, 100,000 is enough. We can't spend it all. Don't worry, we can earn some pocket money ourselves. Jing Jing immediately followed up. Hearing them say this, I felt a little relieved. I was originally worried that they would lose themselves because of their temporary wealth, but fortunately, they didn't. Okay, then I'll raise it to 200,000. I made a compromise decision. After all, they also have their own ideas. 200,000? Xiao Xiao looked at me in surprise. Jing Jing also couldn't believe it. Dad, we really don't need so much. Okay, it's settled. I waved my hand, not allowing them to say anything more. However, I did not completely let my guard down, but you can't do part-time jobs. Dad, why? We really think that working part-time can help us train ourselves. Jing Jing said hurriedly. What can you learn from a part-time job? I smiled, knowing that they wanted to gain social experience, but I had my own ideas. If you want to learn, I will arrange internships for you during the winter and summer vacations. Real internships. When the two girls heard me say this, their eyes lit up, especially Xiao Xiao, who was obviously looking forward to this opportunity. Xiao Xiao, aren't you studying finance? I will arrange for you to intern at the best bank. I said with a smile. Really? She was a little incredulous. Which bank is it? Of course it's the UN International Bank. I answered calmly. Oh my God, the UN Bank. She opened her eyes wide in surprise, obviously very excited. Dad, how did you get this resource? What's so difficult about this? The bank card I gave you is from the UN Bank. You can go anytime you want. I smiled and was secretly happy in my heart. My daughter was so happy that I felt it was all worth it. Xiao Xiao almost jumped up with excitement when she heard this. Is it really the UN Bank? Then I will definitely go there during the summer vacation. Her voice was full of excitement. The Yuan Bank is the second largest bank in the world. You must cherish this opportunity. I reminded her. This bank is one of the world's top private banks. Although it was established not long ago, it has acquired many large banks and has a huge asset scale and a great reputation. For any finance student, being able to intern at the UN Bank is definitely an unimaginable opportunity. Dad, thank you. I will definitely seize this opportunity. Xiao Xiao was so excited that she almost cried. Jing Jing, don't worry about the TV station. I will also arrange it. I turned to my second daughter. Really? She also smiled, her eyes shining. I want to do an internship too. Of course. I nodded, thinking to myself, since they're working so hard, then as a father, I must provide them with the best conditions. Chapter 22. Today, what the two girls are most looking forward to is not buying a car, but an internship opportunity. They chose finance and journalism as their majors, obviously out of their love for these two fields. Being able to intern in the industry you like in your freshman year is an opportunity that any college student desires. We walked into the first 4S store, and there was a row of Wuling minis parked at the door. Dad, it's a Wuling mini. So cute. Xiao Xiao and Jing Jing were so excited that they almost jumped up. The designer of this car is undoubtedly a genius, and it completely meets the aesthetic taste of modern girls. Well, it's really cute. I nodded, but it's still too small. Although the car is small, its safety is poor. Once the speed increases, it will be very dangerous if an accident happens. I didn't plan to buy this kind of car for them. After all, safety is the most important thing. But Dad, I really want this car. Jing Jing pulled my arm and acted like a spoiled child. She obviously liked this car very much, and I didn't expect that a small car could make her so moved. Haha. Okay, then come back and buy it after you get your driver's license. This car is not expensive anyway. This car, even with the top configuration, costs just over 100,000 yuan, which is a small goal at all. Hee hee, okay, I'll come back to buy it when the time comes. Jing Jing nodded with a smile. She seemed to have begun to accept the fact that she was a rich girl, and she began to feel more confident. We continued to walk inside to look at other cars. Dad, let's not buy a too expensive car. The Buick in front is pretty good. Xiao Xiao pointed to the Buick 4S store not far away and said with a smile. Although she didn't know much about cars, she knew that Buick cars were durable and cost-effective. Buick? It's good, but it's too cheap. I took a look and rejected it directly. The two sisters started to talk about other brands of cars. What about the Mazda on the left? Japanese cars are said to be durable. Jing Jing suggested. Japanese cars? Even dogs don't want to drive them. I refused without hesitation. We walked around the 4S store, but we didn't choose a car. I felt a little regretful. If I had known that buying a car would be so troublesome, I would have let them choose online by themselves. But not long after, we saw a Ferrari 4S store. Dear ones, let's go to Ferrari. I suggested. Ferrari? Xiao Xiao and Jingjing swallowed their saliva almost at the same time. Although they didn't know much about luxury cars, they had heard the word Ferrari many times. This is the world's top sports car brand, and the cheapest one costs several million. Dad, Ferrari is a sports car, right? Xiao Xiao asked hesitantly. Yes, a sports car. It's not convenient for us to drive a sports car. There are 4 of us in the dormitory. How can we drive together? Jingjing was a little worried. It's okay. This is your practice car. I smiled and comforted them. You are my daughters. Of course you need a sports car. This thing is indispensable in the second-generation circle. But we are new drivers, and we are afraid that we can't drive well. It's okay. Supercars usually have to be reserved. By the time you get the car, you will already be an experienced driver. They were still a little hesitant, but I didn't give them more chances to refuse and led them directly into the Ferrari 4S store. Entering the Ferrari 4S store is completely different from entering the 4S store of ordinary cars. There's almost no one here, and the salesman's attitude was very professional and calm. Only people with real purchasing power would come into this kind of luxury car store, and regular customers like me had already developed a tacit understanding with the salesman. Sir and madam, welcome to Ferrari. The salesperson came up to them immediately. She was very beautiful, with a tall figure and delicate face. Although she was not as stunning as Xiao Xiao and Jingjing, she was also quite attractive. Hello. I nodded in response and looked around the store, but I didn't see any familiar faces. However, this was not surprising. After all, I had known their sales staff for a long time, and some of them had even been promoted. Sir, I'm Li Ku. You can call me Xiao Li or Xiao Ku, she said with a smile, taking a quick look at us. Her eyes swept over Xiao Xiao and Jing Jing, and she obviously made a judgment, noting that they were dressed relatively simply. Although they were both very beautiful and had good figures, their clothes seemed simple and did not seem to match the Ferrari brand. However, her eyes quickly moved to me, and it was obvious that she knew I was not ordinary. Chapter 23. Although I was dressed simply and without any brand name logos on my body, I could tell that my clothes were high-end custom-made, with high-quality fabrics and perfect cuts. People who can afford such clothes are obviously not ordinary people. Buy cars for my 2 daughters, I said lightly, without any hesitation in my tone. Li Ku's eyes lit up slightly, and she subconsciously glanced at the 2 girls beside me, obviously confused. How is that possible? She was stunned for a moment, unable to believe that the man in front of her was actually the father of 2 adult girls. She probably had already determined my identity in her mind, a rich man. Sir, you are so lucky to have 2 beautiful daughters, she said with a smile, but I have to say, you really take good care of yourself. I thought you were their brother. I was a little flattered by her compliments, but I didn't care about these empty compliments. Thank you. Please show us the car first. Yes, sir. Please leave your contact information first. She immediately handed over the form with a smile. After I filled out the form, I walked into the exhibition hall with my 2 children under her guidance. The Ferrari exhibition hall is not very big. After all, Ferrari does not have many models in China. However, each car is worth a lot of money, and the number of cars on display is naturally not large. Almost all of them are new models. I immediately fell in love with the 12 series that was just launched this year. The shape of this car is very outstanding and attracted most of my attention. Mr. Su, this car has just been launched on the market and is equipped with Ferrari's iconic V12 engine. Lika saw that I was interested in this car and immediately began to introduce it in detail. At present, we only have 2 colors in our store, red and silver. Well, the car is nice. I turned to the 2 children and asked, Xiao Xiao, Jingjing, do you like it? Dad, I don't like red, it's too eye-catching. Xiao Xiao shook her head. Obviously, she didn't like the color that was too eye-catching. I knew in my heart that the price of a red Ferrari was not cheap. The starting price of this car was more than 7 million yuan, and with the configuration, it was probably close to 10 million yuan. 10 million for a car? Xiao Xiao couldn't help but be a little shocked. I turned to Jingjing and asked, Jingjing, do you like red or silver? Dad, I like the red one. She replied with a smile. I smiled slightly, looked at the red 12 in the exhibition hall, and nodded. Okay, then I want this car. I turned to Li Ku and asked, how long will it take for the car to arrive? Liko looked at me with a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Mr. Su, if you choose the hardtop, it will be delivered in the second half of next year at the earliest. The soft top model may have to wait until the first half of the year after next. The delivery cycle of a two-seater supercar is sometimes very long, and the manufacturing process is very delicate. Almost every car is customized according to the customer's requirements. Dad, this car is too expensive and the delivery is too slow. Jingjing seemed a little nervous. Yes, Dad, this car is not suitable for us. It only has 2 seats. Xiao Xiao immediately grabbed her sister's hand and tried to persuade me to give up. I smiled and comforted them. It's okay, we could buy 2 cars, a supercar and an SUV. Seeing my insistence, Liko quickly gave a suggestion. We have a Portofino SUV with a lot of space, suitable for home use. I took a look at the white Portofino that he was pointing to. Although it was an SUV, it was still not cheap, at least over 6 million. How long will it take for this car to arrive? It will take at least half a year, Mr. Su. I felt a little impatient. That's too slow. I need 2 cars, and it would be best if they arrive within a month. Liko was obviously stunned when she heard my request. Mr. Su, the production cycle of these cars is very long. You should know. I ignored her and took out my mobile phone to dial a number. After the call was connected, I heard the familiar voice. Send me a red 12 to the Shanghai Ferrari 4S store within a month and another Portofino. Jingjing, what color do you want? Jingjing replied in a panic, white is fine. Okay, a white Portofino. The person on the other end of the phone was obviously hesitant. Mr. Su, the delivery time of 12. We are worried about other customers' dissatisfaction. I raised my eyebrows and my tone became increasingly impatient. Is there a problem? No problemi. I'll handle it right away. The person on the other end of the phone suddenly panicked and quickly changed his words. I hung up the phone and looked at Li Ku. All the cars must be delivered within a month. She nodded. Okay, Mr. Su, I'll arrange it right away. Chapter 24. After I finished the call, I put the phone in my pocket, but I couldn't help feeling a little proud. Dad, who did you call just now? Xiao Xiao couldn't help asking, obviously curious about my actions just now. Oh, it's the chairman of Ferrari. I answered casually. Chairman? Dad, are you kidding? She and Jingjing looked at each other, looking extremely shocked. The chairman of Ferrari? How could he be contacted so easily? He was a global conglomerate with a century-old history, a figure that even the richest people might not be able to meet directly. As I was talking, the other party actually started speaking Chinese. At that moment, both daughters realized that things were not going well. Liko was a little confused. She hadn't figured out whether I was joking or the person on the other end of the phone was really the chairman. After all, she had never met the chairman, and even the regional manager was hard to reach. If I could really contact him directly, it would mean that some things might be beyond our understanding. The delivery of new cars usually takes time, especially for top luxury cars. Under normal circumstances, if someone can contact the chairman, he will never give him a backdoor easily. After all, when choosing between one customer and a group of customers, manufacturers are more inclined to safeguard the interests of the majority. But if I'm really the chairman's friend, that's different. Mr. Su, is it really our chairman you just contacted? Lika finally couldn't help asking. Well, I'll contact Frisia directly. I nodded and answered with a smile. Frisia? Dad, you're not going to say that you contacted Kakarot, are you? Jingjing couldn't help but joked. She obviously didn't believe it, so I smiled and didn't explain anymore. However, Liku had begun to believe it. After all, the chairman's name was indeed Frisia. What Kakarot? Dad is serious. Let's go choose the configuration. I interrupted their jokes. Xiao Xiao, I'll order 2 cars for you too. I looked at my eldest daughter with a bit of doting in my words. Okay, let's go. I patted her little head and said to Li Ku, Xiao Li, take us to choose the configuration. Li Ku was a little confused, but still took us to the VIP room. She was thinking that if this order could be closed, she would be the top seller. When choosing the car configuration, she handed me a pad and said, Mr. Su, you can choose the car configuration here. Okay. I took the pad and started looking at the configuration with my 2 daughters. Jingjing, the first page is the paint color. You want red, right? Yes, Dad, I want red. Jingjing smiled and nodded. Okay, let's add the shield logo. How much is it? 14,008. Dad, a logo like this costs more than 10,000. Jingjing's eyes widened. She was obviously shocked by the price and felt that the logo was a bit unworthy. It doesn't matter. It's a Ferrari, so the logo must be there. Just choose the style you like. Money is not a problem. I smiled and continued to operate, selecting the next configuration. I have to have carbon fiber wheels. They cost 262,800 yuan, which is cheap. I continue to choose. The wheels are all carbon fiber, and the wheel covers are also needed. They cost more than 6,000 yuan, which is really not expensive. Change the calipers to yellow. Red and yellow also look good. Choose racing seats. Xiao, you're not heavy, are you? Size L should be enough. The seat belts must be unique. Jing, choose a color. They must also be 360-degree imaging. This is standard. 10 minutes later, I put down the pad and turn to Jing. The configurations of both cars have been selected. Let's see if there is anything else to add. Jing looked at it and was still a little hesitant. Dad, it's too expensive. I don't want 12. This car is over 10 million. It's too expensive. I can't believe it. She felt a little distressed. The two cars together cost nearly 20 million, which is beyond my expectation. She frowned. It's okay, one car is not enough. We must buy two. I chuckled and shook my head, determined to insist. Dad, how about I change to a Roma? She wanted to change to a cheaper Ferrari, thinking that the Roma model would suit her better. After all, the low-end version of Roma is only about 3 million. And for her, this price is still acceptable. Roma? How much? I looked at Li Ku. Mr. Su, the low-end version of Roma is about 3 million. Too cheap. Not worthy of my daughter. She's about to be 12. I rejected her proposal without hesitation. Chapter 25, is this really the change balance? Too cheap? Li Ku curled his lips secretly. The Roma is selling very well and is considered an entry-level Ferrari. But even if it is entry-level, it will cost at least more than 3 million. More than 3 million is a sum of money that an ordinary person cannot save in a lifetime. But when it comes to Su Mingyuan, it is too cheap and he doesn't like it. Even among the wealthy, few would think that a car worth more than 3 million is too cheap. Okay, that's it. Shally, these are the models you can choose from. Su Mingyuan did not give his younger daughter a chance to continue to refuse and directly returned the pad to Li Ku. Okay, Mr. Su, then I'll prepare the contract for you and then place the order. No problem. Dad, these two cars are too expensive. More than 18 million yuan is enough to buy a house in the city center. Why don't we just forget about buying it? As soon as Li Ku left, Su Jingjing immediately grabbed Su Mingyuan's big hand and tried to persuade him. Cars are high-end consumables. As soon as it lands, it depreciates. The more you open it, the more it depreciates. Even luxury cars are no exception. Might as well buy a house. At least in an international metropolis like Shanghai, houses still maintain their value. We have plenty of houses, but a car is a necessity of life, so we still need one. Su Mingyuan smiled and touched Su Jingjing's little head, then said, Besides, this money is just pocket money for me, your father. It's nothing. Just accept it with confidence. Good job. When the two sisters heard Su Mingyuan say this, they exclaimed, Wow, more than 10 million is just pocket money? Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? If an ordinary person had so much pocket money, wouldn't he be very happy? But Dad, I'm a little scared to drive such a nice car. It would be so painful if I accidentally hit it, Su Jingjing said with a frown. She had heard that a simple scratch on one of these top-of-the-line luxury cars would cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. She doesn't have a driver's license yet and doesn't know how good her driving skills are. If you accidentally scratch it, it will be so painful. It's okay, just let it crash as long as no one is hurt. It doesn't matter. Money is only a thing outside of the body. If it really crashes, tell Dad and Dad will buy you a new car. Su Mingyuan said lovingly. As for cars, it is not a big deal for him to change one every day. Dad, Okay, no more talking. It's a happy decision. All right. Su Jingjing knew that it was useless to persuade him anymore, so she stopped trying. Her father is determined to buy her this car. Soon, Li Ku came back with a contract. The next step is a series of contract signing processes. Of course, the contract was signed by Su Jingjing and the 4S store. Since she was the one buying the car, it must be in her name. Mr. Su, the contract has been filled out. The deposit is 20%. Do you want to transfer the money or pay by credit card? Pay the full amount. The car will arrive in a month. No need to make another trip. I'll transfer my prestige to you. Okay, I'll get the payment code. Wait, sir. What do you want to pay with? Li Ku was stunned for a moment. She seemed to have just heard the word prestige. Weixin is the most popular mobile payment software now. In developed areas, even old men and women in rural areas who sell vegetables on the roadside use Weixin to collect money. However, Weixin can only be used for small payments, and there are restrictions on transfers, with a maximum of 200,000. A transfer of 200,000 is not a small amount, and is enough for ordinary people. Even buying a car is enough. Many 4S stores support Weixin payment. But those are all cheap cars, such as cars that cost hundreds of thousands or even tens of thousands of dollars. There is no such thing as prestige payment in top luxury car 4S stores like Ferrari. For a car that costs $3 million, even if it is a 10% deposit, you still need to pay $300,000. This has exceeded the payment limit of Weixin. Moreover, Su Mingyuan had to pay the full amount. If the two cars were paid in full, that would be more than 18 million. Could such a large amount of money be paid with Weixin? How is that possible? For a moment, Li Ku wondered if he had been fooled. But she quickly rejected her idea. The contract has been signed. They will definitely not play tricks on her. Use WeChat. Just bring the QR code here, and I'll transfer it to you directly. Su Mingyuan said lightly. This was not the first time he had encountered such a situation. He was also not prepared to explain why he could pay so much money with his prestige. As long as there is no upper limit on the other party's bank payment code, the money can be transferred smoothly. Okay, Mr. Su. Please wait a moment. I'll go get the QR code. Lika nodded and said nothing more. He turned around and hurriedly left back to the front desk. Xiaozheng, give me the bank payment code. Sister Li, what do you need a bank code for? Don't you need a POS machine? I just heard that you sold 2 cars today. Doesn't that mean you're the top seller this month? You have to treat me to a meal when you get the bonus. When Xiaozheng at the front desk saw Li Ku, a smile immediately appeared on his face. 2 top luxury cars are not a small number. Only a few hundred units are sold in China each year, and Li Ku sold 2 at once. How could this not be the sales champion? No problem. I'll treat you guys to a meal once I get the bonus. Give me the payment code first. The customer is in a hurry to pay. Immediately urged. Sister Li, you said the customer wants to pay with a QR code? You won't use Weixin, right? Xiaozheng looked at Li Ku in disbelief, as if he was looking at someone who was being scammed online. Could it be that this young lady was deceived? More than 18 million was paid with Weixin? Is this true? That's right. I don't know if what he said is true or not, but the contract has been signed anyway, so we'll know after we give it a try. Okay, then remember to ask the finance department to check the accounts. Don't worry, we will definitely check. Good. Mr. Su, here is the QR code. I just asked the finance department, and they said that this QR code payment is not available online. Li Ku is very cautious in doing things. He knows that there is an upper limit for Weixin payments and bank collections, so he asked the finance department in advance. After the finance department confirmed that their payment code was not online, they took the payment code over. Yes, I'll pay now. Su Mingyuan didn't say much. He opened WeChat, scanned the QR code, and then started the operation. 1 minute later, Su Mingyuan completed facial recognition and payment. Okay, I paid it. It really worked. Looking at the payment success message displayed on Su Mingyuan's phone, Li Ku was a little confused. A car worth more than 10 million yuan was actually successfully paid with Weixin. When did Weixin's payment limit become so high? Of course it worked. I'll get you the transfer receipt with the seal. After Su Mingyuan finished speaking, he opened his coin purse. Li Ku was shocked just now, so his eyes were still on Su Mingyuan's phone. Soon, she saw the number in Su Mingyuan's coin purse. So long. How could there be such a long number? Is this really the balance of Weixin account, not the QQ account? Chapter 26 confirmed arrival. Li Ku had good eyesight, and she noticed at a glance that Su Mingyuan's change balance actually had 10 digits before the decimal point. The first number is still 3. In other words, Su Mingyuan's prestige change is actually more than 3 billion. Is this definitely prestige change? Which good person would put more than 3 billion in Weixin's change? As a salesperson at a Ferrari 4S store, Li Ku thinks he has seen the world. There are people who have millions of dollars in their spare change. Who among those wealthy people doesn't have a few million in prestige and change? Not to mention the wealthy, even the landlords in Guangdong province would have millions of yuan in their WeChat accounts. Many rents are collected through Weixin, so it is normal to have this amount of money. However, it is unheard of that there are hundreds of millions of prestige coins. When the cash exceeds 100 million, it is not a small amount of money, even for the richest people. Even though the rich are worth hundreds of billions, when it comes to cash flow, being able to come up with 2 billion is considered good. Of course, this does not apply to people like Lei Jun who have hundreds of billions of cash in their company accounts. But this is also cash in someone else's company account, while prestige is personal. It is not easy to ask these wealthy people to take out billions of cash personally. Not to mention that so much cash is placed directly in the Weixin coin bank. The reason why prestige change is called prestige change is that it is pocket money. The money put in there is for pocket money. Since it's pocket money, I definitely won't put in too much. If you put too much money in there and you can't take it out when you need it, wouldn't that be causing trouble for yourself? After all, ordinary people have limited transfer and withdrawal limits. But when it came to Su Mingyuan, not only was more than 3 billion yuan lent, but there were no restrictions on transfers and payments. This is so shocking. In fact, there is nothing strange about this. Su Mingyuan is the largest shareholder behind Penguin. As a major shareholder, it makes no difference that there is a special limit for Weixin transfers. After Su Mingyuan became rich, his consumption has always been very high. In the past, when electronic payment was not well developed, cash could only be kept in bank cards, and you had to bring a card to pay. Now that all expenses can be paid with a mobile phone, of course he has to put more money in his Weixin balance. Of course, he didn't save this change on purpose. Most of it was actually rent. Su Mingyuan has houses for rent all over the country. All the rent was paid into his Weixin account. The rent is high and the expenses are low, so naturally the pocket money will increase. However, he does not need to collect rent himself, as there are dedicated people to collect rent and keep accounts. He just needs to block the collection notification and sit back to collect rent without anyone disturbing him. Okay, I've sent you the voucher. Okay, Mr. Su, I'll check with the finance department right away. Please wait a moment. I'll be back soon. After Li Ku finished speaking, he turned around and hurried towards the finance office. Sister Lu, hurry up, I just sold 2 cars, and the other party paid the full amount. More than 18 million. Have you seen the account? Li Ku rushed into the finance office and started yelling at the accountant inside. Full payment? By credit card, right? Credit card payments won't arrive until tomorrow. Accountant Sister Lu glanced at Li Ku and said lightly, no matter which company, accountants always look very impressive. There are a lot of rules, and people are very impatient in doing things. There's no way around it. Accountant salaries are generally lower than sales staffs. No one would be happy doing so many miscellaneous tasks, but only getting the lowest salary in the company. The same is true for Sister Lu. It's not a card, it's... Li Ku hurriedly explained. Of course she knew that the money would be deposited the next day after swiping the card, but this time Su Mingyuan did not swipe the card, but used Weixin payment, so the money would be deposited in real time. However, before Li Ku could finish his words, he was interrupted by Sister Lu again. That's a transfer. Wait a minute. There's a problem with the online banking. I'll check it for you later. Sister Lu waved her hands, somewhat impatiently. What she can't stand the most is the self-righteous attitude of these salesmen. He thinks that it's nothing just because he has good performance, and he likes to tell them how to do financial work when he has nothing to do. It's other people's business if they obey her. She won't let anyone command her at will. She has been working as an accountant for many years. Why would she listen to these little girls? Sister Lu, it's not a transfer. It's a prestige payment. That gentleman paid more than 18 million using prestige. Li Ku couldn't help but say, paid by Weixin? What nonsense are you talking about? How could Weixin pay more than 10 million? I've been an accountant for more than 10 years, and I've never heard of this. Sister Lu sneered. She simply didn't believe that Weixin payment could pay so much money. It's true, Sister Lu. Look, Mr. Su sent me the payment receipt. I saw him transfer the money with my own eyes. Li Ku took out her cell phone and showed the screenshot that Su Mingyuan sent her in front of Sister Lu. How is that possible? Let me see. Sister Lu frowned, picked up the glasses on the table, and put them on her face. Then, a look of shock appeared in her eyes. Oh my God, it's actually Weixin payment? Is this photoshopped? Sister Lu looked at the transfer voucher in front of her with disbelief. Having been in the industry for so many years, he has seen all kinds of payment methods. But using WeChat QR code to pay for more than 10 million yuan is really the first time in the world. It's true, Sister Lu. Please check to see if the money has arrived. If it has, I will place an order for Mr. Su right away. Richest. Okay, I'll take a look. Sister Lu didn't dare to delay. Although the finance department is very impressive, this customer who can pay with Weixin is obviously not an ordinary person. If she really offends such a big shot, her career will be over. Soon, she opened the banking app on her work phone and entered the corporate mobile banking. Corporate mobile banking does not require bank online banking shield to log in and check bank balances and detailed statements. It's here. It's really here. It was paid by Mr. Su Mingyuan, right? It shows that it was paid by Weixin. Yes, it's Mr. Su. It's over 18 million. Is Sister Lu sure it's received? Yes, the money has arrived. I'll send the screenshot to the group. Okay. Thank you, Sister Lu. I'll treat you to dinner later. Good. After the payment was received, Liku immediately returned to the selection room. Mr. Su, the payment has been received. I will place an order for you next. According to our schedule, Portofino will arrive in stores in half a year at the earliest, and 12 will not arrive until the second half of next year. Lika said a little embarrassedly. She had no control over what Su Mingyuan said or who he contacted. She just told the customer the longest time to pick up the car according to the procedure. Well, I've already made the contact. Wait a minute. Like, is Mr. Su in there? Chapter 27 top up, 1 million first. As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man in a suit pushed open the door of the selection room and walked in. Mr. Zhou, why are you here? Seeing the middle-aged man, Li Ku quickly stood up from his seat. The middle-aged man is the general manager of this 4S store, Zhou Xuanbo. Li Ku didn't expect Zhou Xuanbo to come to the selection room. Generally speaking, even if several luxury cars have been sold, Zhou Xuanbo will not show up. As a general manager, you always have to be a bit classy. If you had to show up for every customer, then it would be boring to be the general manager. Li Ku was shocked by Zhou Xuanbo's arrival, but the latter obviously had no intention of paying attention to her. When Zhou Xuanbo saw Su Mingyuan, his eyes suddenly lit up. Mr. Su, is it really you? When our Daxia district general manager called me just now, I guessed that the Mr. Su she was talking about might be you. Why didn't you inform me in advance when you came to order a car? I could have prepared it for you. Fo Xuanbo obviously knew Su Mingyuan. When he saw the latter, he seemed very excited and respectful. Xiao Zhou, I remember that when I came to order a car, you were still a salesperson, right? Su Mingyuan had a good memory and quickly matched the Zhou Xuanbo in front of him with the little Zhou in his memory. Yes, Mr. Su, it's me. It was you who ordered 5 different models of Ferrari at once, making me the sales champion that year. Then he was valued by the Daxiao branch and was quickly promoted. Zhou Xuanbo believes that his achievements today are absolutely inseparable from Su Mingyuan. Although he never saw Su Mingyuan again after that time, he would never forget this kindness. Well, I remember now. This is all the result of your own hard work. It has nothing to do with me. Su Mingyuan waved his hands and didn't take it seriously. Back then, Su Mingyuan was not as rich as he is now, and his clothes were not as classy as they are now. When he first arrived at the 4S store, Zhou Xuanbo warmly welcomed him. Su Mingyuan ordered 5 cars at once because of the other party's attitude. If the other party had a bad attitude, Su Mingyuan would not have been so generous. Therefore, this is all the result of his own efforts. You reap what you sow. There's nothing to be thankful for. Mr. Su, the headquarters just called me. Did you book the 12 and Portofino? Okay, Li Ku. I'll lock in the order for Mr. Su in a moment, and the headquarters will ship the car to China within a month. What about a month? Mr. Zhou, is this really possible? Aren't 12s supposed to be delivered in the second half of next year? Does the headquarters have any cars? You don't need to worry about that. If the headquarters says it can be shipped, then it can definitely be shipped. Just place the order. Okay, Mr. Zhou, well, don't worry. Although Mr. Su and I are old acquaintances, I won't compete with you for the commission of this order. What belongs to you is yours. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. Then get busy. Good. Li Ku happily placed an order with Su Mingyuan, while Zhou Xuanbo started chatting with Su Mingyuan. Mr. Su, according to the headquarters requirements, you can enjoy free lifetime maintenance on both of these cars. As for any problems that require repair, just give me a card, top up 1 million, and all repairs and insurance will be covered by it. If it's not enough, just call me. Su Mingyuan waved his hand and scanned the code to pay another 1 million. The biggest difference between luxury cars and ordinary cars is that you can afford to buy a luxury car, but you may not be able to drive it. Whether it is repair or maintenance, even buying insurance, the price is very expensive. For example, insurance. The BMW X5 that Su Mingyuan had that scoundrel smash today, the first-year insurance premium for a new car is only over 10,000 yuan, and after 2 or 3 years the premium will drop to around 7,000 or 8,000 yuan. Overall, it's not expensive, but it's different for top luxury cars like Ferrari. The annual insurance premium for this kind of luxury car is 80,000 to 90,000 yuan, and as time goes by, the premium will not only not decrease, but may even increase. Some insurance companies may even refuse to provide coverage outright. After all, the older a luxury car is, the more likely it is to have non-accidental incidents. For example, spontaneous combustion. Once spontaneous combustion occurs, the insurance company will face huge compensation. It's not that we can't afford the compensation, but compensating for one top-of-the-line luxury car is equivalent to wasting the insurance for hundreds or even thousands of ordinary cars. Instead of doing this, it would be more cost-effective to not insure at all. In addition to insurance, other maintenance prices are not cheap. Therefore, Su Mingyuan directly solved this worry for his children. $1 million for 2 cars. There will be no problem if they're used for 2 or 3 years. Besides this, the biggest expense of driving is fuel. There's nothing wrong with that. I'll go to the gas station later to get a card and just top up 1 million yuan into the card. $1 million worth of gas is enough for a little girl to drive for 10 years. No problem, Mr. Su. I will take care of all this. Half an hour later, Su Mingyuan left the 4S store with his 2 daughters. Before leaving, Zhou Xuanbua and Su Xiaoxiao immediately exchanged prestige with each other. With Weixin, they can contact them in time if they have any problems with the car. Xiao, Jingjing's car has been bought. Let's buy you a car next. What kind of car do you like? Daddy will also buy you a supercar and an SUV. Su Mingyuan looked at his eldest daughter with a smile. When buying a car, you must be fair. The younger daughter gave her a supercar and an SUV, so there was no reason for the older daughter not to buy one for her. No need, Dad. I can just buy a cheaper car. Although you are rich, you can't waste too much money on us. Su Xiaoxiao shook her head repeatedly. If I were to buy my sister a car according to her standards, it would cost at least 30 million today. 30 million, this was a number they had never dared to think about before. Even if Dad has money, he can't waste it like this. Haha, you little girl. Dad makes money for you to spend. If you don't spend the money, what's the point of Dad making money? It's a happy decision. The Lamborghini sports car store is right in front of us. Let's go take a look. Dad, no more. No, you have to buy it. 2 hours later, Su Mingyuan ordered an orange Lamborghini Aventador and a Mercedes-Benz G-Class for Su Xiaoxiao. Originally, Su Mingyuan wanted to order a Lamborghini SUV for Su Xiaoxiao, but Su Xiaoxiao rejected it. Compared with the G-Class, she prefers the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. The price is also cheaper. Su Mingyuan couldn't persuade Su Xiaoxiao, so he had to order a black Mercedes-Benz G-Class for her. This series cost nearly 15 million. Chapter 28, Buy Whatever You Want. Mercedes-Benz and Lamborghini are also on pre-order. Mercedes-Benz is fine. There are cars in stock, so you can just adjust it, and it will arrive in about a month. The ordering period for Lamborghini is long, taking more than a year. But this is obviously not a problem for Su Mingyuan. With just one phone call and the same steps, you can easily have the car arrive at the store within a month. After buying the car, Su Mingyuan left with his 2 daughters. Dad, why are the chairmen of those luxury car brands so polite to you? Sitting in the car, Su Xiaoxiao finally couldn't help but ask the doubts in her heart. What is the identity of my father? How could he know the chairman of so many car companies at the same time? What kind of background is required to achieve this? This is very simple. Dad is friends with the CEOs of these car companies. Su Mingyuan said with a smile. Friend? Su Xiaoxiao and Su Jingjing looked at each other and saw suspicion in each other's eyes. If it's a friend, it's not a rare thing to be able to book a car. After all, these cars have been on the market for a long time, so it is not difficult to produce them as soon as possible. However, this is only possible on cars that have been on the market for a long time. For a car like the 12, you certainly can't get the other chairman to make an exception just by using the word friend. After all, no matter how good the relationship between friends is, it is impossible to affect the interests of the entire group for the sake of one friend. So, there must be some other relationship involved. However, since Su Mingyuan didn't say anything, the 2 girls didn't ask any further questions. They just need to know one thing. That is, the man in front of them is their biological father. A father will never harm his daughter. Dad, where are we going next? Let's have a simple meal first, and then I'll take you shopping. Eating and shopping. This is the daily life of socialites. Su Mingyuan knew that the consumption thinking of his 2 children was still at the level of ordinary people. Even worse than ordinary people. After all, it is impossible for an ordinary person to have only 800 yuan for living expenses per month. A normal college student should have at least 1,500 yuan. This kind of consumption mentality cannot be changed by simply buying 2 cars. It must be changed in all aspects of daily life. For example, eating and shopping. Okay, Dad, where are we going to eat? You will know in a moment. I will definitely not let you down. Good. Soon, Su Mingyuan drove back to the city center. After crossing 2 more streets, we finally arrived at our destination. Shangjin Center. Dad, are you going to bring us here to eat? Everything in this mall is very expensive. Shangjin Center is the most high-end shopping mall in Shanghai. This shopping mall brings together luxury brands from all over the world. Even a pair of socks starts at 1,000 yuan. It is impossible for common sports brands like those to settle here. In addition to luxury brands, there are also various high-end restaurants. It is said that the average consumption per person in any restaurant is over 1,000. Such a place is simply not affordable for ordinary people. The Su Xiaoxiao sisters are both born and raised in Shanghai. But because their family was not well off, the two sisters had never been to Shangjin Shopping Mall in all these years. Of course, I must have passed by it, but I have never been in it. If you don't have some financial resources, you'd be embarrassed to go shopping in this kind of shopping mall. As for eating, that's even more impossible. Who among ordinary people would spend thousands of dollars on a meal? Well, the restaurant here tastes pretty good. After dinner, I'll take you sisters for a walk. Su Mingyuan said with a smile. I brought the two sisters here because I wanted to impact their simple hearts. Let them know what the socialites in upper society eat every day and what they buy when they go shopping. Shopping is not just about going to the wholesale market to buy 3 short-sleeve shirts for 100 yuan and then bargaining. Real shopping means you can buy whatever you want and eat whatever you want by paying for it. Don't consider the value and price of the item itself. As long as you are happy, the purpose of shopping is achieved. Arguing with the seller over a $10 discount defeats the purpose of shopping. Of course, what is being talked about here is wealthy people shopping. For ordinary people, it is worth it if a big quarrel can save $10 on clothes. Dad, this place is too. Don't say it's too expensive. Don't say that again. Su Mingyuan interrupted his eldest daughter before she finished speaking. The two girls have been really well educated. If they were those materialistic little girls, they would never think that things are too expensive. Su Mingyuan even missed those little girls. When you are with them, you only need to consider spending money and don't have to take care of their emotions. But I love my own daughter. If you want your daughters to accept themselves better, you must patiently cultivate their character. All right. The two little girls stuck out their tongues mischievously. There is no way to avoid spending money, and since Dad has money, they might as well enjoy it. Su Mingyuan drove his Rolls-Royce directly into the underground parking lot. Shangjin Shopping Mall is worthy of being the most luxurious shopping mall in Shanghai, and its underground parking lot is full of luxury cars. Moreover, the starting price is 4 or 500,000. It is hard to find entry-level BBAs priced at 200,000 or 300,000 yuan here. $1 million luxury cars can be seen everywhere here. Even Dalao, Dabin, etc. can be seen. Although the Rolls-Royce driven by Su Mingyuan was very eye-catching, it was not the only one in the parking lot. The parking lot is quite large, and there are staff members directing people back and forth. Under the guidance of the staff, Su Mingyuan quickly found a parking space. After parking the car, he took the elevator with his two daughters. The mall has 8 floors in total. There are 3 floors underground and 5 floors above ground. The second and third underground floors are parking lots. The underground floor is a high-end membership supermarket, which can only be entered by those with membership cards. The annual membership card fee is 888. The prices are high, but the contents are of very good quality. There are both high-end luxury goods and ordinary mass-market products. The supermarket's annual fee is very expensive, much more expensive than other membership supermarkets on the market. But the quality is really good. Moreover, ordinary people cannot afford the luxury goods upstairs, but it is still okay to buy some ordinary things in the supermarket. Of course, the expensive items in the supermarket are not affordable for ordinary people. For example, a bunch of grapes at 1,000 yuan, oranges at 50 yuan each, etc. Ordinary people are unlikely to buy these things. But for the rich, it is not expensive. There are 5 floors above ground, and the first to third floors are shopping areas. Shopping area, as the name suggests, is for shopping. All major luxury brands are also here. The 4th and 5th floors are food and leisure areas. It is mainly an area for eating and resting. Chapter 29, Sky-High Price Membership Card. It was just dinner time. So, Su Mingyuan took the 2 children directly to the 5th floor. Coming out of the elevator, the 2 girls suddenly felt a little awkward. The shopping mall is designed very luxuriously and can be described as magnificent and gorgeous. Compared with the bustling shopping mall, although the 2 of them were dressed nicely, they looked a little plain. Dad, it must be very expensive to eat here. Why don't we go somewhere else? Su Xiaoxiao tugged at her father's sleeve and and spoke cautiously. It's not expensive, Xiao Xiao. You will come to this place often in the future. Dad is bringing you here today to get used to it, but from now on, you'll have to do it by yourselves. Su Mingyuan Tatsu Lito Hedlavigli. As a socialite, she definitely has to adapt to this kind of place. High-end shopping malls are still open places. Even if you're a poor guy with nothing, you can still come in and have a look around. For the truly top wealthy people, they actually go to private clubs more often. But if you can't even accept high-end shopping malls, you will feel even more cramped in a private club. Therefore, Su Mingyuan has to slowly get used to taking care of the two little girls. But Su Xiao wanted to persuade her. But when the words came to her lips, she was blocked by Su Jingjing beside her. Oh, sister, please don't say but. After this day, don't you understand our father's temper? He brought us here. We definitely can't escape. Since Dad has money, we can enjoy it a bit. Right, Dad? After Su Jingjing finished speaking, she blinked at her father. That's right. Dad is the one who has the final say. What he says is what counts. Su Mingyuan smiled with satisfaction. It seems that the youngest daughter has gotten the hang of it. That's good. Su Mingyuan is not worried that his daughter will ruin the family. Instead, he was worried that his daughter would not be a spendthrift. The family fortune is so huge. What's the point of keeping it if there's no spendthrift daughter? Little sister. Su Xiao grumbled, but didn't say anything else. Then, the two little girls held Su Mingyuan's arms, one on the left and one on the right, and walked towards their destination under the envious gazes of the passers-by. The mall was quite large. After walking for about 2 minutes, Su Mingyuan finally stopped in front of a restaurant. Wangjianglu? Dad, is this a Western restaurant? Su Jingjing took a look inside and saw plates and forks placed in the hall. It looked like a Western restaurant. It's a combination of Chinese and Western food. There are both Western and Chinese food. It depends on what you like to eat. Su Mingyuan explained. Wangjiang Tower? Does it mean that you can see the Puhuang River when you eat here? Yes, I can see it. Wow. If we come here to eat at night, can we also see the night view of the Puhuang River? Yes, you can see it. Wow. Eating and looking at the river view at the same time, that's so romantic. If you like, we can eat here tonight. No, just eat a meal. Sir, do you have an appointment? The three of them arrived at the door and were immediately greeted by a waiter. No. Su Mingyuan shook his head. I'm sorry, sir. We need to make a reservation for our meal. As you know, many of our ingredients need to be reserved. If you don't have a reservation, I'm afraid. The waiter said sorry with a professional smile, but there was no apology in his eyes. This is also normal. I am used to seeing rich people, so I naturally think of myself as a rich person. However, they're not rich, so they will maximize their little power. Of course, they were not overbearing. After all, it is a service industry, and we don't really look down on our customers. What? Do I need to make a reservation to eat? I don't see anyone in the restaurant. Su Jingjing's brows frowned instantly. There was no one in the restaurant, only a few tables scattered around. It seems that this store's business is not very good. Business is so bad. Why do we still need to make appointments? Miss, our store. When the waiter heard Su Jingjing say this, he patiently prepared to explain. But at this moment, a disdainful voice came from behind. TSK, you three country bumpkins. Wangjiang Tower has always been reserved for reservations. If you don't want to make a reservation, you can just apply for a silver car membership. As soon as the words fell, a woman dressed in fancy clothes and heavy makeup appeared in front of the three people. The woman's outfit was quite sexy and her figure looked good, with long thighs, a slender waist, and plump breasts, which combined with a hip-hugging stepmother skirt made people very tempted. It's just a pity that the girl's face was obviously operated on by knife. The double eyelids were surgically done, the nose was padded, the pouty lips were artificial, and even the teeth looked like they were put on. If the whole face is fake, then the body may also be high-tech. The only real possibility is his height. At 1.65 meters, he is not short. When the woman saw Su Xiao and her sister, there was an obvious flash of envy and jealousy in her eyes. Beautiful. It's so beautiful. This appearance and figure are really perfect. For a woman who is covered in high-tech equipment, seeing such a perfect girl would really make her jealous. After all, even if I have undergone high-tech transformation, I can't compare to other people's natural beauty. This sense of disparity is really hard to accept. Isn't it just a silver membership? It's not like we can't afford it. We want to apply for silver card membership. How do we do that? Su Jingjing immediately started acting like a young lady. Isn't it just a membership? In the past, they definitely couldn't afford it, and they wouldn't have offered it. Even if he was confronted by the girl in front of him, he just remained silent. Although Su Jingjing has a carefree temper, she would not offend those who look powerful. She herself doesn't care, but she is afraid of implicating her family. But now it's different. Dad is rich, and they have become rich too. Since you are a rich person, how can you not afford membership card? In Su Jingjing's opinion, a membership card costs at most 1,800 yuan, which is nothing at all. She has 1 million in her bank card. However, as soon as Su Jingjing finished speaking, the woman burst out laughing. Ha ha, you want to apply for a membership card? Little sister, don't you even know your own worth? This is Wangjiang Tower's silver card, not the membership of the video app on your phone. Do you know how much it costs to get a silver membership card? How much does it cost? Su Jingjing subconsciously looked towards the waiter. Ma'am, our silver card opening fee is 100,000, and it's just the opening fee. It can't be used for spending. After opening the card, you can enjoy the reservation-free service, and all dishes, excluding drinks, are 10% off. The membership is valid for 1 year, and renewal membership after 1 year can enjoy a 10% discount. Chapter 30. Who said, I don't have a membership card? Hiss. After listening to the waiter's introduction, Su Jingjing couldn't help but take a breath. So expensive. No, it's ridiculously expensive. $100,000 just to get a membership card? Moreover, this 100,000 yuan cannot be used for consumption. It is just for opening a card. Although you can enjoy a 10% discount after opening a membership card, this does not include alcohol. You know, the biggest profit of a restaurant comes from alcohol, especially high-end drinks. The more expensive the wine, the higher the profit. After all, the more expensive something is, the rarer it is, and rare things are valuable. If drinks can't be discounted, it would be very difficult to make a profit from the membership card. Moreover, the membership card that costs 100,000 is only for 1 year. If you don't renew the lease the next year, it will be useless. This is the worst part. Who would spend 100,000 yuan a year to get a membership card at a restaurant just to avoid having to make reservations and get a 10% discount when dining? Not to mention 100,000. Many people would not even accept a membership card of more than 200 yuan in some membership supermarkets. I think this is money that only a sucker would spend. Who would do such a stupid thing? Therefore, after listening to the waiter's introduction, the Su Xiaoxiao sisters were so shocked. The heavily made-up woman had been secretly observing the reactions of Su Xiaoxiao and her sister. She just wanted to see what the two girls' attitudes would be after they knew the price of the membership card. If they act like they don't care, then it is possible that these people are second-generation rich people. If he really was a rich second generation, she would not offend him. But if she acts surprised, then she might just be an ordinary girl. If it were an ordinary girl, don't blame her for being harsh with her words. The obvious surprise shown by Su Xiaoxiao and her two sisters made the woman realize that these three people must be ordinary people. Needless to say, those two girls were all wearing cheap clothes from Pink Sixy. As for the man, he doesn't look like a rich man. She didn't have any accessories on her body, and her clothes didn't have any brand name logos. Although he is quite handsome, being handsome is useless in this era. Money is the bottom line. Since all three of them are poor, she doesn't need to worry too much about showing off and getting slapped in the face. Ha, no way. No way. You guys can't even afford a silver card, right? What are you pretending to be here if you can't even afford a silver card? Let me tell you, there's a gold card above the silver card. But it's no use telling you. If you can't even afford a silver card, why would you even bother with a gold card? Gold card? Su Xiaoxiao and the other person looked at each other and saw surprise in each other's eyes. Are the lives of rich people really so extravagant? A silver card costs 100,000 yuan a year. So how much does a gold card cost a year? 1 million? 10 million? Or even more? Ladies and gentlemen, the annual fee for the gold card is 10 million. The waiter smiled and began his performance. Of course, the 10 million is the same as the 100,000 for the silver card. It's just a card opening fee. But the subsequent benefits are also very high. You can enjoy the private room directly without making a reservation, and all dishes are 30% off, including drinks. All dishes are 30% off, including drinks, which is indeed a very high discount. Generally speaking, a restaurant's profit is between 10 and 50%. 50 is already very rare. Restaurants that can make a profit of 50% are basically those with extremely popular business. With a 30% discount, the profit is already very small, especially for a high-end restaurant like this. The prices at high-end restaurants are very expensive, and the ingredients are naturally not cheap either. The profit is high, but the cost is also relatively high. Therefore, for top wealthy people, if they come to eat here frequently, A membership fee of 10 million is still very cheap. You don't even have to come often, just come once a month, and you can make your money back. 10 million for a membership card per year? Isn't that too much? Su Xiaoxiao no longer cared about other people's disdainful looks and started complaining directly. Spend 10 million to open a card just to have a meal in a restaurant? This is not food, this is loneliness. Haha, so you better leave. The consumption level of this place is not something that ordinary people like you can understand. Of course, you can make an appointment to come back in the evening, but a meal will cost at least 20,000 or 30,000 yuan. Can you afford it? After the woman finished speaking, the Su Xiaoxiao sisters also fell silent. They knew that their father was rich, very rich. I spent tens of millions today to buy 2 cars for each of them. But cars are fixed assets, especially top-of-the-line luxury cars, which still retain their value very well. It's not a loss to buy it. But this kind of membership card, especially the gold membership card, is a consumable. It has no purpose other than showing off. Not to mention the gold membership, which costs 10 million per year. Even the silver membership, which costs 100,000 per year. The 2 sisters felt it was a waste. Seeing that the 3 people stopped talking, the woman suddenly felt even more superior. Then he casually took out a silver card and handed it to the waiter. I have a silver card, can I come in? Sure. Are you Ms. Jia? The waiter took the silver card and took a look at it. The cardholder's name was on it. The 2 words Jia Yin are very conspicuous. Yes, I am Jia Yin. Jia Yin smiled proudly at Su Xiaoxiao and the other 2. Of course, Jia Yin's silver card was not opened by herself. In fact, she was not a famous lady, but just a woman who frequented places of entertainment. Recently, she happened to hook up with a super rich second-generation guy. This card was given to her by this rich second generation. This was actually not the first time Jia Yin had come to Wangjiang Tower, so she was very familiar with the rules here. Okay, Ms. Jia, you can come in anytime. The waiter said respectfully. Silver members are already high-end members in their store. There are no more than 2,000 silver members in the entire store. As for gold members, there are even fewer, definitely no more than 20. Some gold members only come a few times a year. The main reason for opening a card here is to save face during business dinners. Gold members are hard to come by, so silver members are naturally extraordinarily impressive. Do you want me to take you in? Jia Yin waved her silver card, feeling very proud. No, yes. Who said we don't have membership cards? At this time, Su Mingyuan suddenly took out a dark golden card and handed it to the waiter. I think I should be able to use the Jingxiu Junlan box, right? The Jingxiu Junlan box is the best box in Wangjiang Tower and also the box with the widest view. There is a minimum consumption for the private rooms. The cost of dining in this box must not be less than 1 million. If the price is lower than this, the minimum charge will be 1 million. Those who come to Wangjianglu for dinner are all big bosses, but it is rare to see someone spending 1 million on a meal. Therefore, this box is usually closed. Although it is closed, someone is always cleaning it to maintain the standard that it can be used to entertain guests at any time. Those who can use this box are naturally top wealthy people, and related services must be provided. Chapter 31. Our manager is very busy. After Su Mingyuan finished speaking, he handed the card directly to the waiter. Are you crazy? You just picked up a black card and regarded it as the Centurion Black card. Even if this is your Centurion Black card, it's still a credit card, not a membership card for this hotel. You got the wrong place. Jia Yin laughed out loud. Everyone knows that the Centurion Black card is an unlimited black card, but even if it is an unlimited black card, in Wangjiang building it is just a credit card, not a membership card. Moreover, it is obvious that the card is not the Centurion Black card. As a credit card, it should at least have a card number and a magnetic stripe. At first glance, this card does have a number on it, but this number is similar to a membership card number. As we all know, Wangjianglu only has 2 types of membership cards. One is the silver card, which is the one Jia Yin has. The other one is the gold card. Apart from this, there's no third option. In other words, the card that Su Mingyuan took out might be a shopping card from a supermarket. In order to make customers look cool, supermarkets deliberately make membership cards golden. The reason is very simple. Not everyone knows the Centurion Black Gold card. As long as it is a black card, many people will naturally regard the black card as the Centurion Black Gold card. Even if it's just a black supermarket membership card, some people will mistake it for something else. It's okay to pretend occasionally. In Jia Yan's eyes, Su Mingyuan is just pretending to be like this. This is the membership card of Wangjiang Tower. Su Mingyuan chuckled and continued. Are you the new waiter? Didn't you see the logo of your Wangjiang Tower on the card? The logo of Wangjiang Tower? The waiter was stunned for a moment, then lowered his head and looked at the card carefully. Jiayin, who was about to enter the restaurant, also came over after hearing this. Then the two saw that there was indeed a Wangjiang Tower exclusive logo in the upper left corner. Jiayin even took out her silver card for comparison. The two signs look exactly the same, and both have the three Chinese characters Wangjiang Tower written on them. In other words, this card is really a membership card of Wangjiang Tower? You didn't ask someone to make this card yourself at a printing shop, did you? Jiayin took the membership card from the waiter and flipped it over. I have to say that this membership card is really exquisitely made. There are diamonds inlaid around the top. The card surface is hot stamped black gold color. Su Mingyuan's name is also written in the lower left corner of the front of the card. In other words, this card is indeed Su Mingyuan's and it cannot be faked. However, I have never heard that Wang Jianglu has black membership cards. The silver membership card is the lowest level. Therefore, this black gold card is definitely not a membership card below silver. As for gold and above, come to think of it, it's unlikely. The gold membership card is enough to demonstrate the status of the rich. The requirements for applying for a gold membership card are also ridiculously high. With an annual fee of 10 million, not many wealthy people are willing to spend this money. There are only about 1 or 200 gold members in total. There are so few gold members, and the requirements are so high. If there's a black gold membership above it, who is eligible to open this black gold membership? Therefore, in Jiayan's opinion, this black gold card must be fake. Don't think that just because it looks good, it means it's real. The diamonds above may be fake. As for the appearance, it is easy to design a good-looking appearance by finding a store and having it designed casually. It doesn't cost much. When the waiter heard Jiayan's words, his brows also frowned. Mr. Su, right? Our store doesn't have black membership cards. You must have made a mistake, right? The waiter thought Su Mingyuan was the kind of person who used his membership card to eat and drink for free, so his face turned cold. If he hadn't considered the impact, he might have already called security. Huh? As a store clerk, you don't even recognize your own store's membership card? Are you new here? Hearing the waiter's words, Su Mingyuan frowned. When he came before, he actually used facial recognition, and the waiters at the door basically all knew him. So, basically, I have never used a membership card. I didn't expect that something like this would happen the first time I took my two daughters out to eat. This made Su Mingyuan feel a little embarrassed. Yes, sir, I'm new here, but I also know that our store only has two types of membership cards, silver and gold. The waiter said stubbornly. He had never heard of the black gold card in the store. If you haven't heard of it, then it doesn't exist. It doesn't matter if you haven't heard of it. Now you have heard of it, right? Su Mingyuan glanced at the waiter calmly and continued. This matter is easy to solve. Just ask your manager. Is the walkie-talkie on your waist for decoration? New employees may not know about the existence of the black gold membership card at Wangjiang Building. But as a hotel manager, he certainly cannot be unaware of it. Just contact the manager, and this matter can be solved perfectly. Sorry, sir. Our manager is busy. If you have a silver or gold card, you can go in now. If you don't have one, you can make one on the spot. If you don't want to do it, then please make an appointment. Otherwise, we can only ask you to leave. Phew. The waiter's words made Jiayan burst out laughing again. The waiter seemed to give Su Mingyuan 3 choices, but in fact none of the choices was simple. Take out the silver or gold card. Judging from Su Mingyuan's expression, it was obvious that he couldn't take it out. If he wanted to take it, he would have taken it long ago. As for applying for a membership card directly, judging from the expressions of Su Mingyuan and his 3 companions, it is definitely impossible for them to come up with so much money to buy a membership card. They might be able to have a meal in this restaurant, but they probably wouldn't be willing to spend 100,000 yuan to get a membership card for no reason. Finally, only the appointment was left. If they really make an appointment, they will be slapping themselves in the face. This feeling is so wonderful. Huh, didn't I ask you to call your manager? As a waiter, shouldn't you ask your supervisor for instructions when you are undecided? Su Mingyuan's expression turned completely cold. I originally thought that the only person who looked down on others was the plastic surgery woman, but I didn't expect there was also this waitress. Since they like to show off and get slapped in the face, don't blame him for being rude. Sir, I told you, our managers are very busy. If you have any questions, just tell me directly. The waiter still said the same thing. This made Su Xiao and her sister angry. Didn't my dad tell you to contact your manager? That's right. My dad is much richer than you think. Since he took out the membership card, it must be real. You're a new employee, and you've only been here a few days. How can you be so sure that there are no black membership cards in your store? If your manager knew that you blocked your store's most distinguished black card member customers at the door, do you think you would be able to continue working there? Chapter 32, 50 Slaps. The two little girls were talking to each other and cooperating with each other very well. In the past, they would definitely not be so brazen. A black gold membership card of a higher level than the one with an annual fee of 10 million? Is this something that children from poor families like them can afford? But now it's different. Their father spent more than 30 million yuan in one go to buy them luxury cars, and he didn't even blink an eye during the whole process. The membership card produced by such a ruthless person is definitely genuine. Ha ha. Little girl, I see you've just reached adulthood? Or are you still college students? No wonder your eyes look so stupid. If this card is a real membership card, I will do a handstand and eat shit live. Coming again? The two sisters looked at each other and saw helplessness in each other's eyes. What's wrong with people nowadays? Why do they always want to live stream themselves doing handstands and eating shit? It seems like the netizens really like watching such disgusting scenes. Oh, are you serious? Su Mingyuan looked at Jia Yin with interest. Of course, as long as you can prove that this card is real, I will do a live broadcast of eating shit while standing upside down. Jia Yin said confidently. She is very confident. Even the waiter at this restaurant doesn't recognize this black card. So, how could this card be a membership card of this restaurant? This is totally unscientific. Forget about doing a live broadcast of eating shit while standing upside down. If this card of mine is real, you should slap yourself 50 times. Do your best. If you're reluctant to do it, I can do it instead. Su Mingyuan smiled fondly. If an ordinary person were to receive 50 full-strength slaps on the face, even if the face wasn't disfigured, it would at least be swollen. However, for Jia Yin in front of him, his nose augmentation, dentures, and chin padding might all be deformed. Su Mingyuan would not look down on people who had plastic surgery. Everyone loves beauty, and cosmetic surgery is just to please oneself better. The reason why Jia Yin needs to be disciplined is just to make her see her own position clearly. She can't offend someone she shouldn't offend. Okay, I promise you, if you can't get in, then let me slap your two daughters 50 times each. Even if their faces are bruised, you can't be held responsible. As Jia Yin spoke, she glared at the Su Xiaoxiao sisters fiercely. She just couldn't stand the fact that the two sisters were so good-looking. Why should people on Earth be divided into different classes? Do good-looking people have natural advantages in all aspects? People who are not good-looking will be looked down upon, even if they undergo cosmetic surgery? It's not fair. It's really not fair. Give her a chance, and she will definitely slap the faces of all the beautiful girls in the world. I can't agree to this. But it's not that my membership card is fake, but under no circumstances will I gamble with my two daughters. Su Mingyuan spoke from his heart. He finally reunited with his two daughters. How could he possibly gamble with them? Even if this bet has a 100% chance of winning, and there is not the slightest possibility of failure, Su Mingyuan would not agree to it. Dad, the two little girls looked at Su Mingyuan with emotion. They didn't expect that their father valued them so much. Grandma called them last night, worried that Dad would have other children or that he would favor boys over girls. Originally, the two little girls didn't think too much about it. But today, seeing that their father is so rich, they're still a little worried about their identities as girls. After all, it is said on the internet that wealthy families most hope that their next generation will be a boy, because boys can inherit the family business, while daughters are married off. Of course, Su Xiaoxiao and her sister were also worried that their father would dislike them because they were daughters. But now it seems that they were really worrying too much. Whether they are boys or girls, they should be treated equally in their father's heart. TSK, if you don't want to gamble, then you don't want to gamble. Why are you talking so much? I think your card is fake. I don't want to talk to a pretentious person like you anymore. I'm going to eat first. Jia Yin snorted disdainfully. She was actually trying to provoke Su Mingyuan into joining the bet. If she didn't follow, how could she pretend to be awesome and get slapped in the face? It would be too meaningless if you can't pretend to be cool and then get slapped in the face. Dad, bet with her. We're willing to bet on ourselves. That's right, Dad. We believe you won't let us get hurt. Dad, bet with her. The two little girls hugged Su Mingyuan. It's better to lose the battle than the personal defeat, and they can't lose. In the case of sure win, the bet must go ahead. Okay, let's put it this way. If I tell you, I'll give you 100 slaps. Su Mingyuan thought about it and decided to gamble with himself. Even though he knew he would not lose, he was reluctant to push his two daughters to the gambling table. Okay, it's a deal. It's hard to catch up with him. Call your manager and ask him if he knows anyone with a black card. Jia Yin turned her head and spoke calmly to the waiter. Well, Ms. Jia, I am very sure that there is no black membership card in the store. The waiter said stubbornly. I asked you to call your manager, so why are you talking so much nonsense? I'm a silver member. Can't you fulfill such a simple request to see your manager? If your manager doesn't come, will this guy admit that this card is fake? Jia Yin glared at the waiter. The waiter has just repeatedly said that there is no black gold membership card in Wangjianglu. But is it useful? Su Mingyuan insisted that this was a black gold card and asked to call the manager. In that case, please ask the manager to come out. Even in high-end restaurants, managers are just more senior waiters. If the customer requests it, he has no reason not to come out. Okay, Miss Jia, I'll ask our manager to come out right away. The waiter nodded. Jia Yin is a silver card customer, which means she is a VIP customer, so naturally he has to serve her well. He didn't dare to offend such a person. Silver card customers are people with a certain social status. However, just as the waiter was about to take out the intercom, he saw Su Mingyuan picked up his phone. Don't bother. I've already contacted your manager. Xiao Tang, come out for a moment. I'm at the door of your store. Xiao Tang. Hearing this name, the waiter was slightly startled. He remembered that his manager's last name seemed to be Tang. However, few people would directly call the manager Xiao Tang. Even those customers would call the manager Manager Tang. The waiter was stunned by the direct address of Xiao Tang. Could this man really be a very powerful person? Huh? Mr. Su, have you arrived at our restaurant? I'll be right out in 30 seconds. An excited voice came from the other end of the phone, and then Su Mingyuan hung up. Your manager Tang will be here soon. Chapter 33, Do It Yourself, or Let Me Help You. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. This is definitely the funniest joke I've heard this year. How dare you, a person who doesn't even have a single piece of luxury goods, claim to have Manager Tang's contact information, and you're pretending to be serious and calling her? Do you know who Manager Tang is? Seeing Su Mingyuan hang up the phone, Jia Yin burst into laughter. It's no wonder that she looked down on Su Mingyuan. In fact, in her opinion, Su Mingyuan's behavior just now was too ridiculous. Manager Tang seems to be just a hotel manager, but her ability is far more than what she seems. She has been working in this restaurant for many years, and the network of contacts she has accumulated is not even inferior to that of the CEO of a company with a market value of tens of billions. Such a person is not known to every little person. Moreover, Manager Tang himself has a strong background. It is said that this restaurant belongs to Manager Tang's family, and being a manager here is just a hobby. Of course, no one knows whether this news is true or not. But one thing is certain, that is, Manager Tang is not someone that anyone can contact. At least, in Jia Yan's opinion, Su Mingyuan in front of him definitely does not have such ability. Haha, we'll know if we can meet in a while. Su Mingyuan didn't say much, because he had already seen a graceful figure walking towards him quickly in high heels. Mr. Su, sorry to have kept you waiting. You haven't been here for a long time. Why don't you come in? The Jingxiu Junlan box is empty now. Why don't you let the waiter take you in? As soon as the words fell, a woman wearing a white, hip-hugging skirt and flesh-colored stockings appeared in front of everyone. It was the hotel manager, Tang Rong. Tang Rong looked to be about 28 or 29 years old, with very delicate facial features. In terms of appearance, she is not much worse than Su Xiaoxiao and her sister. Moreover, she has a mature temperament that Su Xiaoxiao and her sister do not have. This is a temperament that only mature women have. This kind of temperament does not make people disgusted, but rather makes people more attractive. Manager Tang, I want to go in too, but your waiter won't let me in. He said your store doesn't have a black gold membership card. If it doesn't work, I'll just go to another restaurant to eat. Su Mingyuan looked at Tang Rong with a fake smile. If the waiter had just called Tang Rong, Su Mingyuan would not have made things difficult for the worker. After all, as a newcomer, it is normal not to recognize the almost invisible black gold membership card. It doesn't matter if you don't know someone, but it's really infuriating when someone you don't know can't even do the most basic work of asking for instructions. This is a typical case of looking down on others. Su Mingyuan would naturally not be merciful when dealing with such a person. Working people are worthy of sympathy. Every penny they earn is hard-earned money. However, such workers who look down on others are no longer workers worthy of sympathy. They themselves had long lost themselves in the bustling scene. Such people should be severely punished by society. What? You don't recognize this membership card? When Tang Rong heard Su Mingyuan's words, her smiling face suddenly darkened. She turned her head and looked at the waiter with an unfriendly expression. Tang, Manager Tang, I really don't recognize this membership card. The restaurant didn't even mention that we still have the black gold card. The waiter smiled bitterly. He never thought that this black membership card would be real. No one really told him this kind of thing. It's okay if you don't know him, but if you don't know him, don't you know to ask other colleagues? Or call me directly. I see you don't have a walkie-talkie. Do you have to leave Mr. Su outside the door for so long? Do you know what black gold card is? This is something only the most distinguished guests of our restaurant can have. There are only 3 black gold cards in total. One is in the hands of the chairman, one is in the hands of the chairman's daughter, and the other is in the hands of Mr. Su. Hiss. Hearing this, not only the waiter, but even Jia Yin, who had been silent on the side, couldn't help but gasp. Is there really a black gold membership card? Moreover, there are only 3 of these cards? Are the other 2 still in the hands of the store owner's family? How so? You know, the boss behind Wangjiang Tower is very powerful. Su Mingyuan is able to possess one of the only 3 membership cards of Wangjiang Tower, and it is obvious that he has a close relationship with the other party's boss. How can you live a good life if you offend such a person? Jia, you might not care much, but the waiter was already terrified. If he was banned from hotels and restaurants in Shanghai because he offended Su Mingyuan, he would have no choice but to return his hometown. Thinking of this, the waiter wanted to slap himself twice. How could I forget my last name after working in a high-end place for 2 days? Even if the other party is just an ordinary customer, you shouldn't be so arrogant. If I had just pressed the intercom at that time, I wouldn't be in such a passive situation now. Manager Tang, I know I was wrong. Can you forgive me? It's good that you know you're wrong. Go to the HR department and resign. Then go to the finance department to get your salary for this month. Don't come in the afternoon. Tang Rong waved her hand and dismissed the waiter directly. She didn't need to hear the waiter's excuses. If he neglects Su Mingyuan, that would be 100 reasons to fire him. Manager Tang, The waiter wanted to plead for mercy, but was stopped by Tang Rong halfway through his words. If you don't want to be banned by all the hotels and restaurants in Shanghai, then keep on nagging. No, Manager Tang, I'm leaving now. When the waiter heard what Tang Rong said, he immediately panicked and quickly pulled up his pants and ran away. Mr. Su, I'm really sorry. We will strengthen the training of new employees in the future. Something like this will never happen again. After the waiter left, Tang Rong did not relax and apologize to Su Mingyuan again. It's just a small matter. It didn't cause any impact. Su Mingyuan waved his hand and then set his eyes on Jia Yin. Ms. Jia, you should admit defeat in the bet, right? 50 slaps. Do you want to do it yourself, or do you want me to help you? Wow. Su Mingyuan's words made Tang Rong's face fall. Whether she did it herself or asked Su Mingyuan to do it, after 50 slaps, she would lose her face. Her face is full of high-tech equipment, and it can't withstand the slightest touch. How can she withstand a slap? Ahem, Mr. Su, it's all a joke, a joke. Jia Yin laughed awkwardly. We were just joking. Don't take it so seriously. Are you kidding? I'm not kidding you, Miss Jia. I recorded everything we just bet on. 50 slaps. If you don't want to do it, then I'll do it for you. You agreed to this yourself. Chapter 34. I'll accept the defeat. As Su Mingyuan spoke, he took out his cell phone and played the recording. He had long guessed that Jia Yin would cheat and refuse to admit her mistake. This is a common tactic used by villains. Therefore, Su Mingyuan recorded the conversation with his mobile phone early in the morning. The recording was not intended to send Jia Yin to detention. This was just a small matter, and she wouldn't be sent there. However, with the recording, this guy no longer has the face to cheat. Sure enough, upon hearing about the bet that he had made so arrogantly and confidently, Jia Yan's face fell. Shameful. It's so embarrassing. Why weren't you more cautious just now? Now, I wanted to show off and slap someone in the face, but in the end I got slapped in the face instead. However, Jia Yin didn't care, as this kind of bet itself had no legal effect. If she really left, Su Mingyuan would not be able to do anything to her. As long as she is shameless, no one can slap her in the face. As for whether she was afraid that Su Mingyuan had an unusual background and would take revenge on her, she was indeed a little scared at first. Since this person could make Tang Rong so polite, he must be a distinguished guest of Wangjiang Tower. This can be seen from the black gold card that Su Mingyuan took out. But what can a guest at Wangjiang Tower do? This isn't the only awesome restaurant in Shanghai. Maybe he just happens to have a good relationship with the owner of Wangjianglu. Tang Rong is actually just a small internet celebrity, a third-tier internet celebrity. But behind her stands a top second-generation, rich capitalist father. Therefore, even if she really offended Su Mingyuan, she didn't feel there was anything to be afraid of. Su Mingyuan is awesome, and the capital behind her is also not weak. If it wasn't a life-and-death feud, the other party wouldn't take it seriously and do anything to her. As for whether it would be embarrassing to just leave, anyway, there are no other spectators here. So who would know what happened today? If you stay here and slap yourself in the face, you will lose face. Humph, you are being unreasonable. You want to hit me? In the next life. I'm leaving now. I'll see if you dare to hit me. I'm telling you, don't think you're that awesome just because you know the boss of Wangjiang Tower. The person behind me is not someone you can mess with. Jia Yin snorted coldly. She just didn't believe that Su Mingyuan would dare to hit her in public. Oh, who's behind you? Su Mingyuan raised his eyebrows and looked at Jia Yin with interest. You'll be scared to death if I tell you. When talking about the person behind the scenes, Jia Yin suddenly showed a proud and arrogant smile. The person behind me is Shanghai. Bang! Before Jia Yin could finish her words, a huge personality-correcting palm landed firmly on her face. In an instant, Jia Yin felt stars in her eyes, the world was spinning, and the whole world became blurry. Bang! Before Jia Yin could react, she was slapped on the right cheek again. Jia Yin was completely stunned because of the first slap. After the second slap, she couldn't stand anymore and fell to the ground. We agreed to give him 50 slaps. 2 have already been given. There are still 48 to go. Do you want me to continue, or do you want me to do it yourself? Su Mingyuan folded his arms across his chest and looked at Jia Yin coldly. If you are willing to accept defeat, there is no distinction between men, women, young and old at the gambling table. There are only opponents and enemies. Su Mingyuan has never been a soft-hearted person. A soft-hearted person would never have been able to reach his current position. He was very clear about a truth. Being kind to the enemy is being cruel to oneself. If Su Mingyuan's own strength is not strong enough today, then he will be the one to be defeated. He didn't think that a narrow-minded person like Jia Yin would let him go. Since the other party will definitely not let him go, he will not give them any face. You dare to hit me? After a long time, Jia Yin finally reacted. She covered her swollen face with her hands and looked at Su Mingyuan in disbelief. Su Mingyuan's attack just now was not too harsh, but this is only for ordinary people. For a plastic surgery girl like Jia Yin, the 2 slaps just now already made her face look a little strange. The nose seems to be collapsing as well. The whole face, which was a little swollen due to plastic surgery, became even uglier. I did fight. Isn't that part of the bet? You have to accept the loss. Su Mingyuan smiled again and continued. Hurry up, there are still 48. A short pain is worse than a long one. Puff. Hearing this, Jia Yin almost vomited blood. Long pain or short pain, it's all pain. After 2 slaps, she felt like her head was going to be flipped over. If she would be beaten by 50 of them, she would be beaten to death. I tell you, you're done. My boyfriend is coming soon. He is Yi Siqing, the leader of the 4 young masters of Shanghai. If you hit me, he will never let you go. Jia Yin looked at Su Mingyuan with a stern look on her face, but a weak heart. She knew that if she didn't introduce herself, Su Mingyuan would definitely continue to beat her. Even calling the police is useless. After all, even if the police arrived, it would take at least 5 minutes. 5 minutes was enough for Su Mingyuan to finish the remaining 48 slaps. So it would be more useful to bring up your boyfriend. Yi Siqing is one of the 4 young masters of Shanghai. Almost everyone in the circle of Shanghai's rich second generation knows him. Not only Shanghai, but it can even be said that almost all the young people in Daxia have heard of his name. This guy is also considered a half-internet celebrity. However, he did not become an internet celebrity by relying on any special talents or live streaming. If he were this kind of internet celebrity, he would never be able to become one of the 4 young masters of Shanghai. This is a title that only the top second-generation rich can have. The reason why Yi Siqing is so famous is because he has a super rich father behind him. Yi Siqing's father is Yi Tianhua. Anyone who has been in the business world has heard of this name, because he once ranked first on the Daxia Rich list. The market value of the Yi Group under his name exceeds 1 trillion. The Yi Group's main businesses are real estate and investment. It owns more than 200 commercial plazas, several 5-star hotels, more than 1,500 cinemas, etc. Thanks to this, Yi Tianhua's net worth once exceeded 200 billion. Although the real estate economy has been sluggish in the past 2 years, Yi Tianhua has also fallen from the top of the rich list. However, he is still one of the top 10 super rich people in Daxia. His net worth is over 100 billion. With such a rich father, Yi Xiqing is also doing very well on the internet. He even publicly announced his dating standards online. When I make friends, I never consider whether they are rich or not. Anyway, none of them are as rich as my family. From this sentence, we can see how rich Yi Xiqing's family is. Most people don't dare to mess with the rich second generation from such a family. Therefore, Jiayan appeared so confident when talking about Yi Xiqing. She believed that after she said this name, Su Mingyuan would never dare to attack her. Chapter 35, Who Dares to Hit My Woman? This is indeed the case. When Su Mingyuan heard Jiayan say that she was Yi Xiqing's girlfriend, his smile slowly faded. His brows furrowed slightly, as if he had encountered some trouble. Are you Yi Xiqing's girlfriend? Su Mingyuan glanced at Jiayan, then shook his head helplessly and muttered in a voice that only he could hear. Why did this guy find such a thing? What kind of aesthetic is that? Jiayan definitely couldn't hear the second sentence Su Mingyuan said. Looking at Su Mingyuan's expression, Jiayan thought that he was frightened by what she said, so she suddenly became confident. That's right. I am Yi Xiqing's girlfriend. For sure. Send me the money right now, and let me slap you twice, and I will pretend nothing happened. If I call my boyfriend over, he will definitely give you a taste of your own medicine. You should know how powerful the Yi group is. You don't want to be targeted by the Yi group, right? Yi group? When Su Xiao and her sister heard this name, their bodies trembled at the same time. The Yi group is a huge company. Even though their families were ordinary, they had heard of the name of this group. As for Yi Xiqing, he was a well-known playboy, and they had also heard of him. The two sisters didn't expect that the person they provoked this time was actually the girlfriend of a young master of Yi Group. This is trouble. Although they know that their father is rich, no matter how rich he is, he can never be compared with the chairman of the Yi Group, right? He was once the richest man in Daxia. Even if he has fallen from the altar, he is still a super rich man worth hundreds of billions. Normally, the two sisters would never come into contact with such people. Even if she is someone else's son's girlfriend, she is not someone they can meet at their level. So, the two sisters started to panic. They don't worry about their own safety. Their family is so poor anyway, and those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes. But if the other party retaliates against Dad, that would be troublesome. Dad is rich, so he must have many properties. Once the other party attacks these industries, it is very likely that my father will go bankrupt overnight. This is something the two sisters don't want to see. Thinking of this, the two sisters felt a little regretful. If I had known, I would have insisted on not eating here. If I hadn't come here to eat, I wouldn't have met Jiayan, and similarly, such a bad thing wouldn't have happened. Especially the two sisters frowned when they saw their father. In other words, even Dad feels the situation is tricky now. For a moment, the two girls became even more worried. But before they could say anything, Su Mingyuan, who had a tense face, suddenly laughed. Oh, then call that Master Yi over. If he agrees to let you slap me twice, then I will kneel down and slap you twice. Hearing this, Sister Su Xiao suddenly became anxious. No, absolutely not. Yes, Dad. If you want to apologize, I'll do it. Just hit me. How could you be so insulted? Ultimately, this matter is because of the two sisters. As children, they absolutely could not bear to see their father being humiliated. Don't worry, Xiao. Jing, Dad will be fine. Jiayan, right? Call your boyfriend now. I'm waiting for him to hit me in the face. Su Mingyuan gestured to the two children, then put his hands behind his back, puffed out his chest, and looked at Jiayan in front of him with disdain. Okay. Since you're looking for death yourself, I'll get my boyfriend over here. I'm telling you, my boyfriend is here, and there's no turning back. Jiayan said coldly. Okay, go ahead and yell. I want to see if this rich second-generation guy will offend me for your so-called girlfriend. Su Mingyuan is native. This girlfriend thing is bullshit. How could a truly top-notch second-generation rich person possibly find a girlfriend who is an internet celebrity equipped with all kinds of high-tech equipment? Even if she is really a girlfriend, she is only a temporary girlfriend, the kind that you don't plan to develop into a future relationship with. Just for fun. The top second-generation rich are all smarter than the other. Even if Su Mingyuan was not as strong as he is now, and was just a wealthy man with some strength, the other party would not completely break off with him. After all, once the relationship turns against each other, it will not benefit anyone. The wealthy all understand this truth. But it is obvious that Jia Yin, who has the support of a wealthy family, does not understand. Haha, my boyfriend, of course, is on my side. Just wait for your death. Jia Yin sneered, and then she took out her cell phone and called her boyfriend. Hey man, I'm in trouble. Yes, yes, it's in Wangjian Tower. He even slapped me twice, and my face was swollen. You have to help me. Okay, I'll wait for you here. Hee hee, my boyfriend will be here soon. After putting down the phone, Jia Yan's face showed an arrogant expression again. The moment his boyfriend arrives, these guys will be dead. Okay, I'll wait here. Xiao Tang, bring the menu over. Let's order the dishes first. Su Mingyuan waved at Tang Rong, looking calm and composed. Okay, Mr. Su. Tang Rong responded respectfully, and then immediately came back with 3 menus. Mr. Su, Miss Su, this is the menu of our restaurant. 1 is for Chinese food, 1 is for Western food, and 1 is for drinks and desserts. Take your time to read it. If you need me to introduce you, please feel free to ask. Tang Rong stood respectfully beside Su Mingyuan like a waiter. Well, Xiao Tang, let's take a look first. Xiao, Jing, the prices of the dishes in this restaurant may be a bit high for you. But don't worry, just order whatever you want, no matter how expensive it is. Someone will come and pay for us soon. Being sucked into paying the bill, the Su Xiao sisters looked at each other, both feeling a little puzzled. What kind of sucker would come to pay the bill? Could it be Dad's friend? If it's a friend, then order less. When my father's friends treat us to a meal, they use as favors. Favors are the hardest thing to repay. Thinking of this, neither of the 2 sisters opened the menu. Dad, who is the sucker you were talking about? Su Jingjing asked curiously. Hey, isn't it coming? Su Mingyuan pointed across. Hubby, you're here. Jia Yin looked in the direction of Su Mingyuan's finger. When he saw the person coming, joy suddenly appeared on his face, and he immediately went to greet him. That's right. The person who came was Yi Siqing, the only son of the chairman of Yi Group. Yi Siqing is not handsome, but not ugly either. He is 1.75 meters tall, which is not too short. With his slick back hair and powdered face, he looks a bit like a scholar. Let me see who dares to hit my Yi Siqing's woman. Chapter 36, Why Are You Here? As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Siqing appeared in front of Su Mingyuan and the other 2 with a ruthless step. When they saw Yi Siqing, Su Xiao and her sister frowned. They didn't expect that Jia Yin was not bragging, and her boyfriend was really Yi Siqing, the son of the chairman of Yi Group. Yi Siqing is very famous on the internet. His photos can be found with just a simple search, and others cannot impersonate him even if they want to. In this case, wouldn't their father be in even greater danger? It seems that offending the son of the richest man is a rather troublesome matter. If it really doesn't work, the 2 of them will come forward to apologize and take responsibility for the matter. After all, we can't let Dad's career be affected. They are lucky to find their father. It would be unworthy if their appearance affects their father's career. However, before the 2 of them could open their mouths to beg for mercy, a faint voice rang out. Xiaoqing, I've heard that your aesthetic taste hasn't improved at all in these few years. Why is it that after eating too much coarse grains, you can't get used to eating fine bran, right? Small success? Hearing this familiar voice, Yi Siqing's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately looked around, trying to find the owner of the voice. Just now his attention was all on the Su Xiao sisters. This pair of twin sisters are so beautiful. Even though Yi Siqing was used to seeing beautiful women, he couldn't help but be attracted by this beautiful scenery. So, he subconsciously ignored Su Mingyuan, who was sitting at the innermost side. Hey, stop looking. Aren't I just sitting here? Su Mingyuan smiled and waved at Yi Siqing. Yi Siqing looked in the direction of the voice, and at just one glance he broke out in a cold sweat. Uncle Su, why are you here? Uncle Su. Su Xiao and the other 2 exclaimed. They never imagined that Yi Siqing actually knew Dad. Moreover, judging from the way Yi Siqing addressed him, it seems that he has a very close relationship with his father. Jia Yin, who was beside Yi Siqing, was even more stunned. She didn't expect that the savior she found would be her enemy's uncle and nephew. This is a little too unbelievable. Suddenly, Jia Yin thought of something very scary. Since Su Mingyuan and Yi Siqing are uncle and nephew, doesn't that mean that he and Yi Siqing's father Yi Tianhua are brothers? Even if they are not blood brothers, their relationship must be very good, right? Otherwise, how could Yi Siqing be so polite to Su Mingyuan? If they have such a good relationship, then if I just said something rude and offended Su Mingyuan, then wouldn't that be... When he thought of this, Jia Yan's back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. Aren't you bringing my 2 daughters here for a meal? Su Mingyuan pointed at the two precious daughters beside him and said with a smile, "Daughter." Yi Siqing turned his gaze back to Su Xiao and her sister. "Uncle Su, could it be that the daughter you were talking about did this?" Yi Siqing looked at the two girls, and suddenly some messy thoughts appeared in his mind. Sure enough, Uncle Su is still the best at having fun. Twin beautiful girls. It looks like he has just reached adulthood, right? This kind of top-quality fish can be caught. Sure enough, a man must not only be rich, but also good-looking. Just like him, he is obviously very rich, but the girls he hooks up with are all those internet celebrities who are full of high-tech equipment. If you want to catch a good-looking one, you have to become a bootlicker. But Su Mingyuan is different. His good looks make him win at the starting line. Add to that the mature temperament of a man nearly 40 years old. Which girl wouldn't be confused when she sees him? The most important thing is that this uncle is in great shape. She doesn't look like she's almost 40. No one would doubt it if I said 25. What the hell are you talking about? Xiao Xiao and Jing Jing are my biological daughters. Su Mingyuan rolled his eyes at Yi Siqing in annoyance. This brat has a lot of messy thoughts in his head. What? Uncle Su, when did you have two such beautiful daughters? Why didn't I know? Yi Siqing seemed to have heard some unprecedented news. His eyes were as big as bells, filled with disbelief. At the same time, the little thoughts Yi Siqing had towards Su Xiao and her sister disappeared in an instant. He was indeed somewhat romantic in relationships, but romantic does not mean vulgar. Being romantic does not mean being reckless. He can pursue ordinary girls, but if he dares to pursue Su Mingyuan's daughter, that would be purely a suicidal act. Not to mention whether Su Mingyuan will let him go. His father, the richest man in the country, will be the first one to not let him go. Therefore, after Yi Siqing knew the identities of the two little girls, he instantly put away the messy thoughts in his mind. He and these two girls are just not a good match. And he was the one who bowed his head. Do I have to report everything to you? Su Mingyuan glanced at Yi Siqing and said lightly, No, Uncle Su, you don't have to report to me. I'm just asking casually, please don't take it to heart. Yi Siqing's attitude changed 180 degrees in an instant, and he became serious. He said to the Su Xiao sisters, Sister Xiao, Sister Jingjing, hello, I'm Yi Siqing. I'm a junior at Shanghai Jiaotong University now. If you need any help in Shanghai in the future, just let me know. My dad and Uncle Su are old friends, you're welcome. Looking at Yi Siqing's polite look in front of them, Su Xiao and her sister felt a little embarrassed and at a loss. The man in front of me is a famous playboy in Daxia. How come he suddenly becomes so serious and docile? Are you sure the person in front of you is the super rich second generation Yi Siqing from the internet? Why does it look weird? The two people obviously didn't know how to answer Yi Siqing and felt a little embarrassed for a moment. Fortunately, Su Mingyuan was there. Xiaocheng, are you from Shanghai Jiaotong University? That's perfect. Xiao and Jingjing are also from Shanghai Jiaotong University. They're freshmen this year, so you should take care of them in school. Su Mingyuan di Maindith. Su Mingyuan could definitely go and say hello to the school and teachers at Shanghai Jiaotong University and ask the students and teachers to take good care of his two children. This was no problem for Su Mingyuan. The problem is that schools and teachers only focus on students' learning problems. After all, this is a university, not an elementary school, junior high school, or high school. Students still need to be responsible for their own affairs in life. Su Mingyuan was not afraid of anything else except that some yellow-haired man would set his eyes on his two beautiful girls. Creatures like yellow-haired beasts are still very scary, especially for good girls, who can easily be deceived by them. However, yellow-haired people usually bully the weak and fear the strong. Yi Siqing is also a well-known figure in the school. With him protecting him, those yellow-haired guys would definitely not dare to harass the two little girls. Chapter 37. Make up the slap. Chapter 37. When Yi Siqing heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Oh, so the two sisters are also from Shanghai Jiaotong University? That's such a coincidence. Don't worry, Uncle Su. I will greet those brothers when I get back, and will definitely take good care of my two sisters. There are still many rich second generations in Shanghai University, but they all follow Yi Siqing's lead. As long as Yi Siqing spoke, no second generation would be so blind as to provoke the two sisters. As for the yellow-haired man, Huang Mao may not be afraid of the parents standing behind these second generations, but they are really afraid of these second generations. After all, these second generations can be really cruel when they get cruel. In the eyes of the second generation, Huang Mao is just their younger brother. Even the second generation guys don't dare to touch a girl, so Huang Mao is even more afraid to do that. Okay, just your words will do. After getting the answer he wanted, Su Mingyuan nodded with satisfaction. By the way, Uncle Su, are you here to eat today? Why don't you come in? Yi Siqing then remembered something and looked at Su Mingyuan and his family of three holding the menu with some confusion. With Su Mingyuan's status and position, it is impossible for him to queue outside like ordinary people. No, your good girlfriend won't let us in. Su Mingyuan pouted angrily at Jia Yan. Yi Siqing was not a fool and immediately understood what Su Mingyuan meant. Jia Yan, the person who caused the trouble you mentioned, could it be my Uncle Su? Yi Siqing turned his head and stared at Jia Yan with a changeable look. Husband, I didn't know you knew him. I thought he was a poor loser. Jia Yan hurried to explain. If she knew the relationship between Su Mingyuan and Yi Siqing, she would never dare to be so arrogant. Although the woman is now Yi Siqing's girlfriend, she also knows her own identity. It is definitely impossible to get in. She was just an inconspicuous one among Yi Siqing's many girlfriends. When Yi Siqing gets tired of playing with her, he will kick her away. She had no plans to spend the rest of her life with Yi Siqing. She just wanted to get some benefits when Yi Siqing kicked her out. For example, the silver card of Wangjiang Tower in her hand is the benefit she got. There are many more benefits. Yi Siqing was very generous to his ex-girlfriends, and he would give each of them a breakup fee of several million. Jia Yan came here for this purpose. Therefore, she's also very clear about her position. Don't dare to have any excessive thoughts. I originally thought that I could just make some money and leave, and, at the same time, enjoy the oppressive feeling that comes with being the girlfriend of a top rich second-generation man. Who would have thought that pretending to be cool would hit a wall? Bang! You son of a bitch. Who are you calling a poor loser? As soon as Jia Yan finished speaking, Yi Siqing slapped her hard in the face. Do you know who Uncle Su is? He is the largest shareholder behind our Yi Group. If he is a poor loser, then what are we? Beggars. Yi Siqing was almost mad with anger. If Jia Yan had offended another wealthy man, he would not be so angry. After all, he was once the richest man. Even if he has fallen from grace, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. However, this guy actually offended Su Mingyuan. Can Su Mingyuan be provoked casually? No one knows that the Yi Group is what it is today because of Su Mingyuan's full support. Everyone thought that the Yi Group was built by Yi Tianhua's ability and background. But few people knew that if it were not for Su Mingyuan's strong support in financial and human resources, the Yi Group would just be a small real estate company. The apparent major shareholders of the Yi Group are Yi Tianhua and his son Yi Siqing. But in fact, the largest shareholder is a company wholly owned by Su Mingyuan. In other words, Su Mingyuan is the real boss of Yi Group. Yi and his son, after all, are just workers. And now, Jia Yan, the woman who was just Yi Siqing's plaything, actually tried to insult the capital father of their Yi family. Then she deserved to be beaten. She can't even figure out who the father is. So if she doesn't get beaten, who will? Old husband, I don't know. I really don't know. Jia Yan covered her even more red and swollen face and cried. If she had known about this relationship, she would never have offended Su Mingyuan even if she was beaten to death. Don't call me husband. Who is your husband? From now on, we are separated. According to Uncle Su's bet, make up the 50 slaps. Otherwise, forget about staying in the live broadcasting circle. Yi Siqing looked at Jia Yan coldly. He had no feelings for Jia Yan in the first place. The purpose of both parties being together is also very clear. One wants Yi Siqing's money and resources, while the other only cares about what's in his pants. So there is no pressure when swinging it. Breaking up is considered simple, but Yi Siqing is still very panicked. If his father knew that his woman had provoked Su Mingyuan, he would get angry and might break his legs. No, Master Yi, please let me go. If you slap me 50 times, I will really die. Jia Yan felt unwell all over. She originally thought that a savior would come and save her life. Who would have thought that not only would it fail to save her, but it would kill her instead? If those 50 slaps had been given with such force, she would have been disabled even if she didn't die. Haha, if you don't do it, then I will do it myself. By then, you won't get anything. Yi Siqing looked at Jia Yan indifferently. The choice has been given to her. It just depends on how smart she is. No, Master Yi, I'll beat you right now. Jia Yan knew that he had no way out, so he could only grit his teeth and be ruthless to himself. Next, there was the sound of slapping people in the face one after another. This time, Jiayin really didn't leave herself any room for maneuver, and every slap was almost with full strength. She continued like this, and after only hitting 10, she felt completely dizzy. After hitting 10 more, I was now completely supported by my subconscious mind. If you continue to fight, you will probably beat yourself silly. Dad, let's just leave it at that. If we keep fighting, something bad might happen. Su Xiaoxiao felt a little reluctant. Even though the other party was hateful, she would still feel uncomfortable if she was really beaten up because of them. Besides, he hasn't committed any unforgivable crime, so there's no need to kill him. Okay, since Xiaoxiao said so, then let's do it this way. Xiaoqing, please take her to the hospital. Su Mingyuan waved his hand. According to his personality, it would definitely take 50 slaps before he could stop. But since his eldest daughter had spoken, Su Mingyuan certainly wouldn't say much. It's a good thing that my daughter has a kind heart, but will this bring her any trouble in the future? None of this matters. No matter what troubles there are, Su Mingyuan will nip them in the bud. Well, Uncle Su, thank you. Go. Good. Chapter 38, Luxury Box. Dad, are you really the largest shareholder behind the Yi Group? After Yi Siqing left, Su Jingjing could no longer suppress the doubts in her heart. The Yi Group is a company with a market value of 1 trillion. If my father is the largest shareholder of Yi Group, how much would he be worth? 100 billion? 200 billion? Or more? Well, I guess so. Su Mingyuan did not hide it and nodded with a smile. Oh my god, Dad, doesn't that mean my sister and I are the same level of rich second generations as Yi Siqing? The two sisters are feeling a little dizzy now. No wonder my dad is so generous and buys supercars worth tens of millions without blinking an eye. For someone worth hundreds of billions, this amount of money is really nothing. Haha, so you don't have to save money for Dad. You can buy whatever you want and eat whatever you want. The little money you saved is not even 1/10,000,000th of the interest earned by Dad in the bank. Su Mingyuan said with a smile. Gulp. The two sisters swallowed. I was already very happy to have found my father, but who would have thought that he was a super rich second generation? This was such a surprise. Are you hungry? Let's order some food. Xiao Tang, take us to Jingxiu Jumlin's box. Su Mingyuan saw the two children swallowing their saliva and immediately realized that they were hungry. It's already dinner time, so you must be hungry. Okay, Mr. Su, the box is ready. I'll take you and the two Miss Su there right away. Tang Rong nodded, then gestured to the 3 people to come in. This time, Su Xiaoxiao and Su Jingjing didn't say anything about not having to eat in the box. Although they still won't spend money lavishly, they finally accept this behavior. It is really a very simple thing to go from frugality to luxury. Accompanied by Tang Rong, the 3 of them walked into the restaurant. The interior of the restaurant is quite large, with an area of approximately 5,000 square meters. The hall is 2,000 square meters. The remaining 3,000 square meters are used for the kitchen, staff lounge, and private rooms. Each of the boxes is very large. After all, in such a high-end restaurant, the role of the private rooms is obviously much more important than that of the living room. Under the leadership of Tang Rong, Su Mingyuan and the other 2 quickly arrived at the Jingxiu Junlan box. Tang Rong opened the door of the box and gestured for the 3 people to come in. Su Mingyuan was the first to step into the door of the box, followed closely by his 2 daughters. The moment the 2 girls stepped into the box, they couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this box is so luxurious." No wonder the 2 girls were so surprised. This box is called a box, but it is more like a luxurious large flat overlooking the river. The entire private room covers an area of 1,000 square meters, occupying 1/5 of the restaurant. In this box, you can not only eat, but also have a room to rest. There's even a small pool for swimming. If necessary, you can even hold a small party here. There's a large round table in the middle of the box living room that can seat 30 people at the same time. Of course, there are also small round tables to fully meet the various needs of customers. However, the small round table is not used very often. There is a minimum consumption standard for dining in this private room, which is 1 million. If you spend 1 million to order food, you can order 20 or 30 dishes. The cost level in a restaurant is high, but not to the point where every dish costs hundreds of thousands. Dishes with ordinary ingredients cost about a few thousand yuan each. Only dishes with rare ingredients will have high prices. A small round table definitely cannot hold so many dishes, so they can only be placed on a large round table. Therefore, basically the wealthy people who dine in this private room will choose to use the large round table. Directly opposite the round table is a huge floor-to-ceiling glass window. The glass window is 20 meters long and 3 meters high. The window is made entirely of bulletproof glass. It would not be easy to put such a large piece on a glass window, even with a crane. The installation cost is estimated to be hundreds of thousands. But the effect of such a large glass is obviously very good. Standing in front of the glass window, you can have a panoramic view of a night view of the Puhuang River. However, this is not the highlight. The real highlight is the various decorative ornaments in the box, such as antique vases, famous calligraphy and paintings, etc. Even if ordinary private rooms have antique vases, calligraphy, and paintings by famous people, they are all fakes or modern handicrafts. Even if they look beautiful, they have no value in themselves. But in this box, whether it is ornaments or famous calligraphy and paintings, all of them are authentic without exception. There are vases from the Qing dynasty, cups from the Ming dynasty, paintings by Gu Kaiji, calligraphy by Yan Jinqing, and many famous foreign paintings. Adding up all the scattered items, there are about a dozen or so. If these things were sold on the market, they could fetch at least a few 100 million yuan. If they were put on auction, they might fetch tens of billions. It is really unbelievable to see these things in a restaurant box. After all, if it was placed in an ordinary box, it would have been replaced by someone long ago. Even if the minimum consumption standard for the private room is 1 million, it cannot stop some people from coming in and replacing the prince with a cat. But it's different in the Jingxiu Junlan box. The fact that the restaurant dares to put these precious calligraphy and paintings and antiques here shows that it has the confidence. People who can use the private room in this restaurant not only need to be rich, but also need to have a certain social status. For example, Yi Xiqing's father Yi Tianhua. Such people, no matter how much they like calligraphy and paintings, will not have any bad thoughts about them. If you really like them, just ask the boss and buy them. There is no need to damage your reputation for a few $100 million. Except for those with social status and fame, other ordinary bosses, even if they are wealthy, can afford a meal costing 1 million yuan, and the hotel will not provide this private room. Instead, they will go to the Bai Hai Chao Sheng next door. In addition to screening consumers, the hotel's antique vases, calligraphy, and paintings by famous people are also professionally protected and are placed in display windows or inlaid frames. All glass is also bulletproof. It will be difficult to get it out without the key. Moreover, there will be professional masters checking every day, so there's no need to worry about the problem of being swapped. However, although these calligraphy and paintings are very precious, the two little girls obviously did not realize this. They're not interested in these things either. What I was interested in was only the luxurious decoration of the box and the beautiful scenery outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. Dear ones, do you like this box? Su Mingyuan asked with a smile. I like it. Dad, this box is so beautiful. Can we take a photo and post it on WeChat Moments? Su Jingjing said excitedly. Neither of them is a gold digger, but it would be a shame if they didn't take photos and post them on WeChat Moments to show off when they come here to eat. Chapter 39, this is all made of gold. Of course, but let's order the food first. After that, you can take pictures however you want. If you don't have any food to take pictures of, people will think you came in as waiters just to get free pictures. Su Mingyuan obviously understands the ways of the world. Since you're posting on your moments to show off, you must pretend to be realistic. There is no point in taking a fake photo. Okay, Dad. The two little girls finally calmed down. Then they sat down on Su Mingyuan's left and right. Okay, let's order. The two sisters agreed and finally opened the menu they had just received. However, when they saw the first dish, they were stunned. What? 2,000 for a cabbage? Robbery? Su Jingjing couldn't help but exclaim. Fortunately, they are now in a separate box with no one else around. The soundproofing of the box is also very good, so she doesn't have to worry about being heard and thought to be ignorant by others. However, regardless of whether you have knowledge or not, the price of this cabbage is too outrageous, right? And it's boiled cabbage. Can boiled cabbage sell for 2,000? Is this cabbage made of gold? Miss Su, this boiled cabbage is a state banquet dish. The boiled water in it is not just pure boiled water, but soup. The soup is made with the finest Jinhua ham, nutritious farm hens, fresh spare ribs, and high-quality scallops. As the saying goes, no ham, no beauty, no chicken, no freshness, no bones, no fragrance. All the ingredients are indispensable. The cost of these materials is already very valuable. Tang Rong, who was standing by, did not get angry at Su Jingjing's words. Instead, she patiently explained, boiled cabbage can be used as a state banquet dish, and it has many different ingredients. If boiled cabbage is really served at a state banquet, wouldn't that be a disgrace to the country? Of course, this dish can also be made with ordinary ingredients, and ordinary restaurants also have this dish. The price is not expensive, just a few dozen dollars. However, there will definitely be a big difference in taste and texture. Moreover, the chef of Wang Jianglu is a retired state banquet chef, so his cooking skills are absolutely authentic. Just considering the chef's cooking skills, this dish is not expensive at 2,000 yuan. Huh? So that's how it is. I was so ignorant. Su Jingjing scratched her head a little embarrassedly. From this point of view, this dish is not very expensive. Spending 2,000 yuan on just one dish is really a bit of a waste. However, Su Jingjing soon felt ridiculous for her own thoughts. The following dishes were more outrageous than the last. Jingjing, order this dish first. It tastes pretty good. Uh-huh, then let's go on. Good. Oh my god, this squirrel mandarin fish costs 4,608. What is this Buddha jumps over the wall? It costs 16,800, and it's just a small bowl. This long jing shrimp costs 23,600. Are you kidding? What kind of long jing is used? This Victoria ice cream is the most outrageous. It costs more than 7,000 each. Is this golden ice cream? And these steaks, black truffles and lobsters, why are they all worth tens of thousands? Is this all made of gold? Looking at the increasingly outrageous prices on the menu, even someone as quiet as Su Xiao couldn't help but complain. Are all the delicacies in this restaurant filled with gold? Otherwise, why would it be so expensive? Even if you eat gold, it shouldn't be like this, right? In fact, the food here is expensive for a reason. For example, an ice cream that costs more than 7,000 yuan is truly golden ice cream. The raw materials for making this ice cream are Hennessy VSOP cognac and vanilla ice cream, as well as top-quality ingredients such as 4-karat gold powder and gold foil. Yes, there's real gold and gold foil inside. However, they're all edible grade. Apart from this, the most unique thing about it is that the container for the ice cream is a Wedgwood crystal bowl. This container alone is worth thousands of dollars. Moreover, after eating the ice cream, you can ask the waiter to take the container home. Don't be shy. The store also encourages customers to take the items home. After all, this thing serves high-end customers, and even if you don't take it home, it won't be recycled for a second time. Precisely because the total value of these things is so high, the final selling price is naturally ridiculously high. The same goes for other ingredients. For example, the blue lobster was sold for 80,000 yuan. This price is actually very cheap. Blue lobsters are very rare. If they are caught in the wild, only one blue lobster can be found in 2 million lobsters. Wild blue lobsters can even sell for millions of dollars each. However, it is now possible to breed blue lobsters in captivity. But even artificially raised blue lobsters are very expensive. Even a normal-sized one would cost tens of thousands of yuan each. Moreover, in order to ensure freshness, all lobsters are airlifted from abroad on the same day to ensure that every lobster is alive and kicking. This is why prices remain high. Dad, we really can't order it. Why don't you have some? After a long time, Sister Su Xiao finally put down the menu. Each dish costs at least several thousand yuan. Even if we order the cheapest dishes, if 3 people order 4 or 5 dishes, it would cost tens of thousands of yuan. A meal cost tens of thousands of dollars, which was beyond the two sisters' understanding. The desire for food and drink is the most useless desire. You could just endure it. Okay, let me have some. Su Mingyuan didn't mind. After taking the menu, he asked casually, do you have any dietary restrictions? Without Dad, my sister and I would eat anything. We can eat anything sweet, sour, spicy, or salty. Su Jingjing shook her head. Why should children from poor families have so many requirements for eating? As long as it can fill your stomach, you can eat it. Okay, I'll order it then. Xiao Tang, I want 1 serving of this boiled cabbage. I want Master Kong to make it himself. Master Kong is Kong Jun, the head chef of Wang Jianglu and also a retired state banquet chef. Normally, the head chef does not do any of the cooking. He only needs to supervise his subordinates to prepare the food according to the ingredients he has prepared and ensure the quality and quantity are met. The chef will only cook personally when important guests come. Su Mingyuan is such a guest. Don't worry, Mr. Su. Your dish must be made by Master Kong himself, Tang Rong said with a smile. Well, then the next thing is to order the dishes that the 2 children mentioned just now, such as squirrel mandarin fish, Buddha jumps over the wall, and blue lobster. We want the biggest ones. Let's cook the Wagyu steak medium rare. I think they can eat it. I want 2 servings of ice cream, too. Sir, we are almost done. For drinks, I'd order philosophy juice. Chapter 40. Friends Circle First. Philosophy juice is also a very expensive drink. The manufacturer of this drink only produces 10,000 bottles of each flavor each year. All drinks are made from the finest fruits in the world. The price of a bottle is more than 4,000 yuan. Because of the limited production quantity, it is simply not available on the market. Even top-notch restaurants like Wangjianglu don't have much inventory. I'm afraid 20 bottles would be considered a lot for the entire restaurant. Moreover, the prices in restaurants are much higher than the official prices. The price of a bottle is about 8,000 yuan. Scarcity makes things valuable, and this is vividly demonstrated in this drink. Su Mingyuan ordered more than 20 dishes at once, with a total price of nearly 1.2 million. If Su Xiao and Su Jingjing hadn't kept persuading Su Mingyuan that he had eaten enough and asked him not to order any more, he might have continued to order. Dad, we're almost there. We definitely can't finish all these dishes. Yes, Dad. Even if the portions are small, there's enough food for more than 20 people. It will be a shame to waste it. We still have to cherish our food. Sister Su Xiao kept persuading Su Mingyuan to order fewer dishes. Okay, that's all for today. It should be enough for the 3 of us. Su Mingyuan handed the menu back to Tang Rong and said with a smile, Okay, Mr. Su, please wait a moment. All the dishes will be served within half an hour. Well, go ahead. Good. Tang Rong nodded respectfully, then turned around and left with the menu. These dishes take time to prepare. However, the kitchen is fully staffed and the store is not too busy. Some dishes are prepared in advance, so they're also very quick to prepare. Dad, did this meal cost over $1 million? After Tang Rong left, the 2 sisters immediately started asking questions. That's about right. Is it not enough? I think I ordered a little too little. Su Mingyuan recalled the dishes he ordered, and it seemed that there were a few special dishes that he hadn't ordered. It seems that Tang Rong will be back soon and will add more dishes. No, Dad, we don't complain about the lack of food. The 2 sisters shook their heads quickly. Are 20 or so dishes considered too few? These 20 or so dishes are probably enough for 10 people. There were 3 of them, 2 of whom were girls, and they didn't have big appetites. It's impossible to eat so many dishes. Dad, we think it's too expensive. Spending $1 million on a meal is simply inhumane. The 2 little girls curled their lips. Spending millions on a meal? I'm afraid not many of the richest people would eat like this every day. It's not that expensive. If you like the taste here, you can come here every day and use this place as a cafeteria, as a canteen. If a meal costs 1 million, and there are 2 meals a day, lunch and dinner, that would be 2 million. On average, there are 30 days in a month. That's 60 million. There are 12 months in a year. That's a total of 720 million. Which good person would spend 700 million yuan a year on food? It is impossible for the world's richest man to spend so much money on food in a year. Of course, this does not apply to collections such as buying famous wines. After all, a bottle of top-quality liquor costs millions. It is normal for top tycoons to spend tens of millions or even hundreds of millions to collect some wine. Dad, forget it. I'm afraid the 2 of us will bankrupt you. Su Jingjing said half-jokingly. Eat yourself bankrupt? That won't happen. Su Mingyuan calculated the cost of eating here every day, and it was only 700 million yuan a year, which was not much. Not to mention the companies he invested in that receive billions in dividends every year. The interest from the bank deposit alone is more than enough to pay for such a small meal. Xiao, Jingjing, Dad will apply for a gold card for both of you and top up some money. If it tastes good, you can bring your friends over to eat here more often in the future. Su Mingyu stretched out her hands at the same time and touched the heads of the 2 little girls. No thanks, Dad. It's too expensive to treat us to a meal here. Yeah, Dad, a meal costs millions. We can't bear to eat here. If you're treating friends to a meal, a place that costs a few $100s is already very good. That's right. The 2 girls spoke very firmly, fearing that Su Mingyuan would really spend so much money to get the cards for them. Okay, let's talk after dinner. Dad, before you came in just now, you said someone would treat us today? Is that true? The food hadn't been served yet, and Su Jingjing was just sitting there doing nothing. She suddenly remembered what her father had said before they entered the restaurant. Today's meal cost more than 1 million yuan. It would be great if someone could treat us to a meal, which would save us more than 1 million yuan. Well, it should be here soon. Su Mingyuan glanced at the time. By the time all the dishes were served, the person who was going to pay the bill would arrive. Who is it? Is it your friend? Su Xiao also became curious. What kind of person would spend millions to treat them to a meal? Haha, you'll know in a moment. Su Mingyuan didn't say it clearly, but kept it a secret. All right. The two sisters looked at each other past Su Mingyuan. Since Dad didn't say anything, they didn't ask any more questions. About 10 minutes later, just when we were almost done with the cold dishes and snacks, there was a knock on the door. Come in, Su Mingyuan said lightly. Mr. Su, let me serve you food. Tang Rong pushed open the door and walked in, speaking respectfully to Su Mingyuan. Well, go ahead. Good. Soon, the food was served one after another. Looking at the table full of dishes, the two sisters couldn't help swallowing. Dad, this table of food is too damn rich, isn't it? Su Jingjing couldn't help but swear. From childhood to adulthood, how could they have ever eaten such sumptuous meals? That blue lobster must weigh about 7 or 8 kilograms, right? And the boiled cabbage looks very special. The abalone in Buddha jumps over the wall seems a bit exaggeratedly large. Is that a sea cucumber? Why is it so big? If the Chinese national football team eats this sea cucumber every day, will they still be worried about not winning the World Cup? Moreover, the portions of these dishes are not small. It is completely different from their impression of the so-called Michelin restaurants, where each dish only has a small portion on the edge of the plate. There were more than 20 dishes, filling up a circle even though the table was very large. Fortunately, the table rotates electrically, so you don't have to crank it by hand, which makes it convenient to eat. Jingjing, why are you saying bad words? Although Su Xiao was also shocked by the scene before her, she couldn't help but scold her sister. Sister, I am so shocked. It turns out that this is a delicacy worth millions. Now it seems that it is indeed worth the money. Yeah, I've never seen such a shocking dish in my life. Dad, can we take a photo and post it on WeChat moments? Of course. Good food and wine. Let's toast to our circle of friends first. Hooray, Daddy, I love you. Chapter 41 Dad, it smells so good. After getting Su Mingyuan's permission, the two sisters took out their mobile phones and started taking pictures. They've already taken a lot of landscape photos and selfies. Now let's take some food photos and meal photos. In this way, after posting on Moments, it will appear more real. After taking the photos, I beautified them again. In fact, the two girls' looks and figures don't require any beautification. Even without beauty filters, they're definitely much better looking than those beauties on the internet who have been beautified. But beautification is a sign of respect for the circle of friends, so they still made some appropriate small adjustments. After the beautification was completed, I edited a paragraph of text and then posted it on WeChat Moments. After posting on their Moments, the two girls threw their phones aside and started shopping. Wow, Dad, this boiled cabbage is really delicious. It tastes completely different from ordinary cabbage. Dad, the meat of this blue lobster is so tender. I have never eaten such delicious lobster. Dad, try this squirrel mandarin fish. It's absolutely amazing. Dad, eat quickly, don't waste it. It would be a pity if you waste it. Dad, it smells so good. While the two girls were eating, they did not forget to show off to Su Mingyuan. Just like two little girls of 3 or 4 years old, after eating something delicious, they have to share it with their father. Su Mingyuan did not dislike it. He would eat up everything his daughter put in the bowl. In fact, Su Mingyuan has been used to eating delicacies from land and sea over the years, and has long been immune to these things. No matter how delicious the food is, it just tastes ordinary to him. Therefore, no matter where he eats or what he eats, Su Mingyuan only tastes a little. Try to keep yourself about 50% full. But today is different. Eating with my two daughters makes today's meal 100 times more delicious than before. Su Mingyuan also had a good appetite and started to eat heartily along with the two children. An hour later, I'm so full. I've never eaten so much in my entire life. Su Jingjing leaned back in the chair, stroking her slightly bulging belly with her slender, white hands. Sister, be more polite. You won't be able to get married if you keep doing this. Su Xiao picked up the towel on the table and gently wiped the corners of her mouth, glaring at her tomboyish sister. Hee, sister, being polite can't make a living. Besides, you and Dad are the only ones here, so no one will see me even if I'm not polite. Even if I really can't get married, I still have my father to take care of me in my old age. Su Jingjing didn't care at all. She has been carefree since she was a child, so there is no need for her to act elegantly after returning to a wealthy family. If I did everything as politely as my sister, life would be too tiring. That's right. From now on, you two girls don't have to worry about not being able to get married. Dad will definitely find you the best person and family in the world. How could it be possible that my daughter, Su Mingyuan, cannot get married? If you don't want to get married, then Dad's wealth is enough for you to live a wealthy life for the rest of your life. Su Mingyuan doesn't have any particular requirements for his children. If his daughters were willing to marry, he would definitely prepare everything for them and give his two daughters the most generous dowries in the world. Of course, if his daughter doesn't want to get married, he will definitely not force her. Relationships are a matter between two people, and as parents, we should not force them. As for not being able to get married, it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist at all. If Su Mingyuan revealed to the public that he was going to marry off his daughter, all kinds of princes and rich boys would come to trample on the threshold of their house. Hee hee, Dad, you're so nice. The two little girls smiled sweetly. Although I was reunited with my father for only one day and one night. But in such a short period of time, the relationship between the two girls and their father improved by leaps and bounds. This has something to do with Su Mingyuan's financial ability, but more importantly, it is the father-daughter relationship. This kind of feeling cannot be given up. Just then, there was a knock on the door. The person who is going to pay the bill should be here. Su Mingyuan smiled slightly, and then said to the outside, "Come in." As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the box opened and a greasy head popped in from outside. "Uncle Su, I'm sorry to bother you." Yi Siqing walked in from outside with a smile on his face, which made the two girls feel a little embarrassed. This guy, if you don't know how to laugh, then don't laugh. Why does he have to force himself to laugh? If Yi Siqing could hear the two girls' thoughts, he would definitely feel helpless. He didn't want to laugh, but his strength didn't allow it. If the emperor and his family knew that he dared to put on a cold face in front of Su Mingyuan, he would be in big trouble. "Well, is it resolved?" Su Mingyuan asked casually. "Yes, Uncle Su. I had that woman sent to the hospital, and I broke up with her. Don't worry, this little bastard will never dare to provoke the two Su sisters again." Yi Siqing hurriedly explained, fearing that he would have any further connection with Jia Yan. "Okay, that's good. Haven't eaten yet? Sit down and eat something. We're all done." Su Mingyuan nodded at Yi Siqing, indicating that he could sit down. "Yeah, thank you, Uncle Su." After hearing Su Mingyuan's words, Yi Siqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had passed the hurdle of Su Mingyuan. This is also the most difficult part. If Su Mingyuan could not forgive him, he would definitely be beaten up when he returned. Now Su Mingyuan asked him to sit down and eat, which clearly showed that he had forgiven him. In this case, although I will still be beaten when I get home, my father will show mercy if I behave better and have a more sincere attitude. After adjusting his mood, Yi Siqing took out 2 bottles of red wine from the bag he was carrying and took the initiative to come to Su Mingyuan. "Uncle Su, I just went home and got 2 bottles of wine. They are both ordinary wines. Do you want me to open them for my 2 sisters to taste?" Romani Connie from 1945? You're really willing to spend money like that? Su Mingyuan took a look at the red wine and immediately identified the value of the bottle of wine. Even ordinary brand red wine from 1945 is still worth a lot of money today. 1945 was a watershed year, a period that was memorable not only because the war was won. At the same time, that year the air quality, sunshine, and humidity were the best. Coupled with the commemorative value of the special period, the wine of this era is particularly expensive. The market price of this bottle of Romani Connie is about $200,000. Of course, the currency symbol is US dollars. Converted into Daxia currency is about 1.4 million. The price of 2 bottles of wine would be nearly 3 million. This was the price a few years ago. The older the red wine is, the less it is consumed and the more expensive it becomes. The phenomenon of having a high price but no demand is vividly demonstrated in the red wines of the era. If 2 bottles of 1945 Romani Connie were put up for auction, it is possible that they could be sold for 5 million if someone really appreciates them. Therefore, Yi Siqing's gift is very precious. Of course, for Su Mingyuan, this is nothing. His cellar is filled with vintage wines, including a lot of Romani Connie from 1945, which he can even drink by the case. Of course, not all of this wine was purchased. Some are system rewards. Su Mingyuan's previous system not only gave him money, but also many things that cannot be measured by money. Therefore, this so-called precious wine did not have much value in his eyes. But for the 2 girls around him, it was indeed a great gift. The two little girls usually only drank New Year's of Mao Tai at wedding banquets at their wealthy relatives' homes. They are not qualified to touch this $1 million wine. However, Su Mingyuan also understood that this guy came to apologize with 2 bottles of wine. But Yi Siqing knew that Su Mingyuan had everything he needed, so it would be useless to give him any gift. It would be better to flatter the 2 girls. Yi Siqing is also a smart man. He can tell at a glance that the 2 girls are just ordinary girls who grew up together. Maybe it was Su Mingyuan's child outside. For a girl like this, a bottle of red wine worth millions is already a sincere apology. Of course, even if it was a gift to Su Mingyuan, a bottle of red wine worth millions could be considered barely affordable. Yi Siqing did come with sincerity. After drinking these 2 bottles of wine, he really felt distressed. Chapter 42. I'll pay. Uncle Su, these are all worthless things. I'm sorry to have spoiled your fun today. This is just a small token of my appreciation. Consider it my apology. Yi Siqing scratched his head embarrassedly. This small gift was really too simple for Su Mingyuan. However, it is not easy to prepare generous gifts when coming here at short notice. I'll come and apologize later. Okay, I'll take the wine. Xiao Xiao, Jingjing, do you want to try it? Su Mingyuan asked the 2 girls with a smile. No need, Dad. We don't usually drink. Su Xiaoxiao shook her head and refused directly. Su Jingjing, on the other hand, seemed eager to try it and seemed very interested in this red wine. But she was too embarrassed to ask for such an expensive wine. Jingjing, can you drink? Huh? Dad, I can drink a little bit, but I've never drunk red wine. I used to drink a little bit of white wine with my uncle at home. Su Jingjing tilted her head and smacked her lips. Oh, my little girl can drink white wine. Su Mingyuan was a little surprised. Most girls really can't drink white wine. Many girls on the internet say how much they can drink, but they're all talking about beer. If we really switch to liquor, there are some that are drinkable, but most of them are not drinkable. This stuff is too strong. It's really not something an average girl can bear. Since you like it, you can take both bottles of red wine. You can keep them for drinking with your friends. Huh? Really, Dad? Can I really take it away? Of course, if you don't take the red wine that your brother Yi gave you, you'll be letting him down. Okay. Thank you, Brother Yi. You're welcome. Su Jingjing's call of Brother Yi immediately made Yi Siqing happy. Of course, he would not think of something unrealistic, but the call of Brother Yi represented that he, the 2nd generation, had established a good relationship with the 2nd generation of Su Mingyuan's family. You can even rely on this relationship to establish a deeper relationship with Su Mingyuan. This kind of relationship is priceless and cannot be replaced by any amount of money. If Yi Siqing's father knew that his son had become good friends with Su Mingyuan's daughter by spending only 2 bottles of red wine worth $1,000,000, maybe he would have let him take over the management of the family business. Officially became the heir to the company. From this, we can see how high Su Mingyuan's position is in Yi Tianhua's heart. Okay, sit down and eat. There are only leftovers, so don't be disgusted. Su Mingyuan waved at Yi Siqing and motioned him to sit down. Yi Siqing saw Su Mingyuan's expression soften, and he was no longer restrained. After thanking him, he sat down. Would you like me to add 2 more dishes? Su Mingyuan asked. No, Uncle Su, there's still so many dishes. Enough to eat. Yi Siqing waved his hands quickly. Although they were called leftovers, in fact, only 1/5 of each dish was eaten. Even 5 or 6 people wouldn't be able to finish the remaining dishes. As for whether this is what others have left over, Yi Siqing is not so particular. Although he is a top, rich 2nd generation, he usually eats delicacies from land and sea. But he can also accept roadside barbecue and fried rice. He can even fry himself some noodles on the roadside, without any of the baggage of being an internet celebrity or a super rich 2nd generation. There is no problem eating leftovers. Of course, the most important thing is that this meal was eaten with Su Mingyuan, and it was someone else's private banquet. Even his father might not be qualified to have a private dinner with Su Mingyuan. How could he be dissatisfied with eating leftovers when he had such an opportunity? Okay, I'll leave you alone then. Su Mingyuan nodded without saying anything more, and then started chatting with the 2 girls. Yi Siqing ate very quickly and finished in about 10 minutes. He knew that Su Mingyuan and the other 2 had finished eating, and the reason they didn't leave was because they were waiting for him. In this case, Yi Siqing certainly wouldn't dare to waste too much of Su Mingyuan's time on eating. Uncle Su, I'm done eating. As Yi Siqing spoke, he picked up a towel and wiped his mouth. Okay, I'll pay for it. Su Mingyuan nodded, pressed the doorbell, and called Tang Rong in, who was waiting outside. Xiao Tang, check out. Okay, Mr. Su. Tang Rong said as she took the receipt. Mr. Su, your total spending this time is 1.25 million. We've given you a 40% discount. You only need to pay 750,000. The card Su Mingyuan holds is a black gold card, which offers a 40% discount. This is also the lowest discount the hotel can offer. With this discount, the restaurant has almost no profit. However, there are only 3 black gold cards merged, 2 of which belong to the boss himself. The remaining one is Su Mingyuan. For a restaurant owner, it doesn't matter if a meal doesn't make money. What's important is to get big shots like Su Mingyuan to come to the restaurant to eat. That's enough. Having a good relationship with this big guy is something that cannot be exchanged for any amount of profit. Well, let's go with WeChat. Su Mingyuan nodded, then took out his mobile phone to scan the code to pay. Sister Su Xiao and her sister were a little confused when they saw this scene. Didn't Dad say that this meal was paid for? Why'd I have to pay for it myself? Just when the 2 little girls were confused, Yi Siqing, who was sitting not far away, suddenly stood up. Uncle Su, how can I let you pay for this meal? I have to do this. I've caused you and your 2 sisters so much trouble today. I have to treat you to a meal. Manager Tang, the password for the card that was swiped directly is 6 sixes. After Yi Siqing finished speaking, he took out a black card and handed it to Tang Rong. His black card is a real black card. Of course, it is not the Centurion black gold card from abroad. Instead, it is a black gold credit card issued by a domestic bank. This credit card has a credit limit, and the total overdraft limit is only 10 million. This is fundamentally different from the Centurion black card with unlimited credit limits sold overseas. The credit limit of 10 million is also based on comprehensive considerations, such as the cardholder's assets and credit. Of course, it can be higher. But for Yi Siqing, no matter how high the amount is, it is meaningless. Since the family has money anyway, wouldn't it be nice to just spend tens of millions? Do you have to use a credit card? There's an extra repayment process. Trouble. As for spending tens or hundreds of millions, there is no problem using a credit card. After all, Yi Siqing is a top second-generation rich man with a bank account deposit of 18 million yuan all year round. When repaying the loan, the credit card will be automatically repaid and he does not need to transfer money. It saves a lot of trouble. It is only right and reasonable that he should pay for this meal. A meal of 750,000 yuan is not cheap, but it also depends on who you are eating with. If you invite your friends to dinner, it will definitely be a waste of money. But if I had dinner with Su Mingyuan, it would be a great deal. If you don't rush to pay the bill, you'd be doing a disservice to the meal. So, he took out the card and handed it to Tang Rong. Tang Rong did not take the card from Yi Siqing's hand, but hesitated and looked at Su Mingyuan. If it is an ordinary restaurant, it doesn't matter whose card is swiped or who pays. A meal can cost at most 1 or 2,000 yuan, so it doesn't count as owing anyone a favor no matter who pays for it. But this is Wangjiang Tower. A meal cost more than 700,000 yuan. If someone rushed to pay the bill, I would be considered as owing them a favor. The thing that rich people like Su Mingyuan have the most is money, and what they hate the most is owing favors to others. Therefore, Tang Rong did not dare to make a decision on her own. Whether or not to agree to let others treat you is up to Su Mingyuan himself. Okay, Xiaoqing, I'll let you spend the money. Su Mingyuan nodded slightly. He didn't mean to cheat Yi Siqing, but if Yi Siqing didn't pay for today's meal, he probably wouldn't have a good time when he returned home. Su Mingyuan was also thinking about Yi Siqing. After all, he really offended Su Mingyuan today. Treat yourself to a meal so that you can have an explanation when he gets home. Moreover, it only costs more than 700,000 yuan to treat Su Mingyuan to a meal, which is really nothing. There is no such thing as owing favors to others. Okay, Mr. Su. Tang Zong note that. Since Su Mingyuan said so, she, as a hotel manager, would definitely not have any objection. Master Yi, I'll go swipe the card first. Tang Rong took the credit card from Yi Siqing. Well, please trouble Manager Tang. You are so kind. 5 minutes later, Tang Rong handed the credit card and bill to Yi Siqing. When she came back, she was accompanied by a male waiter. The waiter was holding a cardboard box in his arms. Mr. Su, this box of drinks is a gift from our hotel to the 2 young ladies. I hope you don't mind it. Chapter 43, Change Your Phone. Philosophy? Yi Siqing looked a little surprised when he saw the box in the male waiter's arms. As a top, rich, second generation, he is no stranger to this brand of beverage. He also has several boxes at home. I have to say, this thing tastes pretty good. There was some on the dining table when we were having dinner just now. Yi Siqing also drank a bottle. He would often come to Wangjianglu to eat, but he had never seen any free philosophy drinks offered. Only 10,000 bottles of this drink are produced each year. Normally, the restaurant may not even be able to meet the daily needs of its customers, so it is impossible for it to give away such precious drinks. Even if they really gave it as a gift, they would only give 1 or 2 bottles. How could they give a whole box? There are probably 12 bottles in this box. 12 bottles. Even the official price is more than 40,000. If it were sold at a restaurant price, it would be around 80,000 to 90,000 yuan. Which good restaurant gives you a drink worth 80,000 or 90,000 yuan after a meal? This is not a customer benefit at all. It's clearly just flattering the customers. I'm afraid only someone of Su Mingyuan's level can make the hotel make such a big sacrifice. At least, Yi Siqing has never enjoyed this treatment. Well, Manager Tang, thank your boss for me. Su Mingyuan expressed his gratitude. Just now he saw that the two girls seemed to like this drink very much, and he originally thought of asking the people from PepsiCo abroad to send a few more boxes over. The parent company of this beverage manufacturer is PepsiCo. Although the beverage manufacturer claims that it only produces 10,000 bottles a year, if someone of Su Mingyuan's level really wants to drink it, it can be produced. The so-called limited edition only applies to ordinary people and ordinary wealthy people. In front of the truly privileged class, limited edition is just a joke. However, since the hotel gave it to me, I'll just take it. It's just a few drinks, no big deal. Mr. Su, you are so polite. You are welcome to dine here often in the future. Tang Rong said politely. Well, give me 2 more gold cards in the names of my 2 daughters. Deposit 10 million on each card. They can bring their friends here to eat in the future. 2 gold cards? And recharge 20 million? Hearing this, Tang Rong was overjoyed. I didn't expect a box of drinks could bring so many benefits. To be honest, she didn't think so much at first. She just wanted to send a box of drinks. Now it seems that this box of drinks is really worth it. Just from 2 gold cards, I made a net profit of 20 million. Dad, Su Xiao wanted to stop it. This place is so expensive, they may not come even if they have a card, let alone treat them to a meal here. Treating people to a meal here is purely the behavior of a spendthrift. However, Su Mingyuan simply ignored his daughter's pleading look and casually paid Tang Rong 40 million. The matter was done, and Su Xiao could only accept her fate. As for Yi Siqing standing aside, he was secretly envious. It's really a blessing to have such a dad who spends money lavishly. Even though Yi Siqing seems to be living a comfortable life, he also spends money lavishly. But the pocket money Yi Tianhua gave him was always only a few million. Give millions once, and give millions again next time. There are only a handful of times when tens of millions were given at one time. Don't think that a few million pocket money is a lot. For ordinary people, it may be impossible to save millions in a lifetime. But for a top second-generation rich man like Yi Siqing, millions of dollars can be spent by going to a nightclub twice. Although Su Mingyuan's operation was not to give money directly, if one person recharged 10 million, it would be no different from giving 10 million pocket money. How can I not be envious of this? Immediately afterwards, Tang Rong took the identities of Su Xiao and the other person and quickly completed the application for the gold card. Looking at the golden card, the 2 girls were a little dazed for a moment. In just one day, they became high-spending people. Uncle Su, if there's nothing else, I'll go home first. Arriving at the entrance of the hotel, Yi Siqing immediately prepared to say goodbye. The pressure of standing next to Su Mingyuan was too great, so he had to prepare to run away. Well, go ahead. Okay, goodbye, Uncle Su. Sister Xiao, Sister Jingjing, goodbye. Goodbye. Brother Xiaoqing, goodbye. The 2 little girls shouting of Brother Xiaoqing made Yi Siqing feel numb. Wow. From today on, he can be said to have established a deep friendship with the Su family, right? Today can be said to be a blessing in disguise. I'm sure that when he gets home, his dad won't be willing to beat him, right? After all, he had already made good deals with the 2 future heirs of the Su family in advance. So what reason did his father have to beat him? Dad, I'm so full. Shall we take a stroll here? After Yi Siqing left, Su Jingjing couldn't help but rub her belly. She ate too much at today's meal. If she went back to school right away, she was worried that she would get carsick and vomit. Although a Rolls-Royce is very comfortable to sit in, it is still easy to get motion sickness if you eat too much. It is also possible to take a stroll here to help digest the food. Just don't buy anything. Well, let's go shopping here. It's a good opportunity for you 2 sisters to change your clothes. Su Mingyuan said with a smile. The main purpose of coming here to eat today is to change the clothes for the two little girls. How could Su Mingyuan's daughter wear cheap clothes worth only 100 yuan? All kinds of brand name clothes, bags, watches, jewelry, etc. must be matched. Of course, clothes and other things will eventually go the high-end route. However, high-end customization takes time, so you should buy a suitable outfit first. At that time, Su Mingyuan would naturally call a designer to customize exclusive clothes for the two girls. Dad, let's just go shopping for a while. Don't buy anything else today. Yeah, Dad, we've spent so much money today. We really shouldn't spend any more. When the two little girls heard their father say that he needed to buy more things, they were startled. Based on their understanding of their father, if he were to buy things, it would cost several million more, right? If it were in an ordinary shopping mall, such as the Yi Group shopping mall, they would not be worried. There aren't any particularly expensive luxury stores in those shopping malls, so spending tens of thousands of dollars is considered a lot. But this is Shangjin Center, one of the best high-end shopping malls in Daxia. Here, it is possible to spend tens of millions in a day. They are really worried that their dad will spend money impulsively. Don't worry, I'll definitely save money this time. Let's go to the first floor and buy you a new phone. Your cell phones are too old, too slow, and inconvenient to use. Change phone. Hearing this, the two little girls' eyes suddenly lit up. They are quite looking forward to changing their mobile phones. The two girls were using the cheapest smartphones, and they were models from 3 years ago, or even secondhand. For young people, mobile phones are not just about being able to be used. If it is too stuck, it will really cause great trouble to your life, study, and work. For example, when you're at work, a client calls you via video, but your phone is stuck and you can't answer the call. Does this affect your work efficiency? Therefore, the mobile phone must be newer and have slightly better configuration. It doesn't have to be the best or most expensive one, but at least it shouldn't affect your normal work and study. Seeing the looks of his two daughters, Su Mingyuan also smiled. It seems that this time my gift has touched the hearts of the two girls. In that case, go buy it. As they were talking, the three of them took the stairs to the first floor. Mobile phone stores are usually on the first floor and near the main entrance. The market value of most mobile phone manufacturers is hundreds of billions, so they can afford to rent any kind of store. Even in Shangjin Center, their store does not make any money, and it doesn't matter if it even loses money. It's just like putting an advertisement here. Soon, Su Mingyuan brought his two children to the Apple mobile phone store. He is not a Western worshiper. It's just that he has shares in Apple Group and is a major shareholder. Good things should be kept within the family. Dad, are you going to buy us an Apple phone? Or should we buy a Chinese phone? The cheapest iPhone costs 5 or 6,000 yuan. We don't need to buy it. It's such a good phone. When Su Xiaoxiao saw her father bringing them to the Apple store, she immediately wanted to refuse. They think that a domestic mobile phone costing 2 or 3,000 yuan is good enough, and there is no need to spend so much money on foreign mobile phones. Moreover, the performance of current domestically produced mobile phones is also very good and is not inferior to foreign mobile phones. Chapter 44. Being kept by a rich man? It's okay, it's just a cell phone. Apple phones are more durable and can be used for 4 years without any problems. Buy a good one at a time, and you won't have to change it often in the future. Su Mingyuan gave a reason that the two girls couldn't refuse. Durability is indeed a feature of Apple phones. However, domestically produced machines are now also durable. The reason why Su Mingyuan said this was simply because he didn't want to go to the trouble of going to other mobile phone stores. If you look at all the other mobile phone models and categories, your eyes will be dazzled. It's better to just buy Apple, simple and straightforward. As for whether it is easy to use, that depends on one's opinion. However, the Apple phone in this life is different from the one in Su Mingyuan's previous life. After all, the largest shareholder behind Apple in this life is Su Mingyuan. As the largest shareholder and former system master, Su Mingyuan must have made great reforms to the Apple phone, especially the technical aspect. The most important thing is that Steve Jobs, an excellent designer, is still alive. As for why he is alive, only Su Mingyuan himself knows. Okay, let's go check out the iPhone. A family of 3 walked into the Apple store. This store has a great location, and there are many people shopping there, including quite a few buying mobile phones. Unlike many mobile phone stores and shopping malls, which are basically just for exhibition and experience, if you really want to buy a mobile phone, most people will still choose to go online. People who can come here are basically not short of money and don't care about the few $100s cheaper online. So the staff also looked very busy. There was nothing much to choose from when it came to mobile phones. So Su Mingyuan simply found a waiter and ordered 2 phones with the highest configuration and memory. As for the color, it depends on what the 2 girls like. Xiao Xiao, Jing Jing, you don't have a computer, right? Computer? The 2 sisters looked at each other and shook their heads at the same time. Okay, then 2 more laptops. And the pad should also be matched. Oh, and 2 third-generation headphones, too. You should also need speakers, right? 2 of them. I need 2 of these watches, both with the highest configuration. You also need this electronic pen. From now on, you can use the pad as a notebook in class. And the charger and all that stuff. Su Mingyuan bought almost all the products in the Apple Store in one go. It is a great joy for a child to go to college, especially one of the top-ranked universities in the country. Su Mingyuan missed the start of school, but fortunately neither of the 2 children had these things. Of course, we have to take this opportunity to make up for it. Dad, there are too many. We don't need things like tablets. My sister and I don't play games. Just buy a computer. Su Xiaoxiao subconsciously wanted to refuse. They had never touched a tablet computer before and naturally thought that it was only used for playing games. Things used for playing games are definitely useless to people who don't play games. It's okay. Something worth a few $1,000s isn't expensive. This thing is a must-have for college students, so of course you should have it too. Su Mingyuan waved his hand and continued. It doesn't matter if you don't play games. You can watch TV series in your dorm room when you have nothing to do. You can watch TV series on your tablet while eating snacks. This is the life of a college student. College student life? The 2 sisters suddenly felt a little longing. In the past, apart from studying, they worked in their free time and never really enjoyed that kind of comfortable life. If you can live comfortably, who would be willing to work so hard? Okay, thanks, Dad. The 2 girls finally happily accepted the gifts from Su Mingyuan. The 2 girls are still very excited about the new mobile phones. Apple phones are somewhat different from the domestic phones they used before. Fortunately, both girls are college students and have strong adaptability. After a while, you can use your new phone normally. Wow, Dad, this new phone is awesome. It works so smoothly. Su Xiaoxiao fiddled with her cell phone, unable to put it down. They had never used such a good mobile phone before, and they thought that a mobile phone was just a tool for making calls, and expensive and cheap ones were all the same. But after using this phone, she understood why so many people are pursuing high-end mobile phones. In fact, the Apple mobile phones of this era are indeed much better than those in the previous life with the addition of Su Mingyuan. Even though domestic mobile phones are catching up closely, there is still a gap. However, Su Mingyuan has never been a person who favors one over the other. He also has shares in many domestic mobile phone brands. It's just that it doesn't have absolute controlling rights like Apple. At the same time, the 2 girls also logged into their WeChat accounts. As soon as I logged in, a flood of messages came in. There are hundreds of likes in the circle of friends. The 2 girls were stunned. Why are so many people sending them messages today? What did you post on your moments? Why did so many people like it? It's not just private messages. There are also group chats, and many people are tagging them. While wondering, Su Xiaoxiao opened the university class group chat, swiped to the first message, and took a look at the thousands of group chat records. Finally, they knew what was happening. All of this happened because they posted on their moments about their meal at Wangjiang Tower. Wow, did you see the location of the moments that Su Xiaoxiao posted? She and her sister actually had lunch at Wangjiang Tower. Moreover, they ordered more than 20 dishes. Wangjiang Tower? What is that place? Country Bumpkin. Wangjianglu is one of the most high-end restaurants in Shanghai. Eating there costs at least over 5,000 per person. If you eat well, a meal can easily cost 300,000 or 400,000. How could the Su Xiaoxiao sisters go to such an expensive place? Aren't they poor students? Could they be kept by some rich man? I've heard that there are rich second generations pursuing them. It's very possible. Su Xiaoxiao usually acts very cool and doesn't even look at the chocolates and flowers given by ordinary boys. It turns out that she is holding back a big move. Stop talking nonsense. Su Xiaoxiao is also in the group. She is our classmate, and we spend every day together. Don't say such harsh words. Yeah, maybe he is a hidden rich second generation. Not many rich second generations would hide their identities. They usually look poor and have to work, but in fact they are just experiencing life. A hidden rich second generation? You're overthinking it. Have you ever seen a rich second generation working part-time and receiving scholarships? If they are really a hidden rich second generation, they must give up the money and give it to those who need it more. That's right. At Su Xiaoxiao, come out and explain. What's there to explain? Maybe he's just working as a waiter at Wangjiang Tower, and he took a photo to show off. There's nothing to say about that. Chapter 45. Rumor busting. That's right. If it were me, I would also take photos and post them on WeChat moments to show off. It's impossible for her to be a waiter. She must be a rich second generation, or she must be kept by someone. Didn't you see that she was sitting down to eat? Besides, the two of them got into a Rolls-Royce. It is said that the owner of the Rolls-Royce even smashed the car of a scumbag in our school who drove a BMW. Fuck, is it that fierce? Could it be that the two sisters are really being kept by someone? If I really get kept by someone, then I will really have no love. My youth will be over. This. I didn't expect that the campus beauty of Soochow University would be such a woman. Don't believe in rumors or spread them. We are all top students. Don't be like those keyboard warriors on the internet. That's right. After reading the group chat, Su Xiao looked a little unhappy. Being kept is equivalent to being made into a Huang Yao. It is really hard for her to accept that such a thing happened to a delicate, pure, and lovely girl. The same thing happened to Su Jingjing. This matter was also being discussed in her class group. Moreover, Su Jingjing was studying journalism, and the majority of students in the journalism department were girls. Where there are many women, there are more gossips and quarrels. After reading the group message, Su Jingjing exploded and started arguing with several people in the group. Jingjing, stop arguing and just explain it to me. Seeing her sister's look, Su Xiao couldn't help but say something. That's how rumors work. The more you argue, the easier it is to fall into the trap of self-confirmation. By then, things will only get worse. In this case, it is better to just state the truth directly. As for whether others believe it or not, it is up to them. Honey, is someone spreading rumors about you? If necessary, Dad can have all these rumor-mongering accounts blocked. Then let the official channels clear your name. Su Mingyuan came up and said with a smile. He thinks spreading rumors is the least important thing. As the largest shareholder behind several large internet companies, he can silence or even ban all rumor-mongering accounts with just one word. Therefore, it is very easy for Su Mingyuan to solve this kind of thing. No need, Dad. This is just a small matter. We can handle it ourselves. We just have a few friends in our circle. Su Xiao shook her head and continued. Sister, let's send it to our friend's circle to explain it. Then tell the group about it. Okay, then I'll just post the paternity test on WeChat moments. Su Hing is norte softly. Today, she must clear her name. Soon, Sister Su Xiao explained the situation in the group and on WeChat moments. Maybe it's not that they're being kept, but their fathers are really super rich. As for the Rolls-Royce matter, it was also briefly explained. After knowing the truth, everyone was shocked, but they all expressed their blessings. College students are sometimes a little clear-headed and stupid, but essentially, most of them are good people. There are some cunning people out there, but there are only a few. Once the facts are made clear, everyone will believe it. As for the scholarship, since I have money, I have to talk to the school about it. This money should also be returned to those who need it more. Haha, I said Su Xiao is a rich girl. So what? The paternity test is out. What else do you have to say? Miss Su, you have to treat me to a meal from now on. Yes. This meal must be treated to you. Miss Su, if we can't find a job in the future, we will have to come to you for help. I never thought I would have a super rich classmate. I can brag about it in the future. Haha. Sister, let's go find a counselor tomorrow and return the scholarship. Su Xiao persuaded her sister. Yeah, okay, I also think I shouldn't take the scholarship. Su Hing Nadif. They already have over $1 million in their cards, and they will have another 200,000 in pocket money every month. There's no way I can spend all this money, so there's no need to take any more scholarships from the school. Baby, you guys also received a scholarship from the school? Su Mingyuan asked with a frown. Yes, Dad. My uncle and aunt are factory workers. Their salary is not high. It is very stressful for them to support me and my cousin alone. My grandparents don't have a pension or old age insurance, and their health is not good. The expenses for a big family are very high, so we applied for a school scholarship. It can also reduce some of the pressure at home. Su Xiao explained. A family of 7 is supported by 2 workers, especially in a high-consumption city like Shanghai, which is indeed very stressful. Well, you don't have to pay back the scholarship. Can't Dad donate some money to the school later? Just think of it as a daily subsidy for those poor students. Su Mingyuan thought about it. He's been doing charity work all year round. There are also many donations to major universities. My daughter is studying at Shanghai Jiaotong University, so it is only right that I donate some money to the school in her name. In this way, maybe my two daughters can even be given the title of Outstanding Alumni. The outstanding alumni of Shanghai Jiaotong University are of great value. Yes, Dad. Then I would like to thank you for your generosity on behalf of those students whose families are not well off. This time, Su Xiaoxiao did not refuse and happily agreed. They come from poor backgrounds and naturally know how important money is. If my father's donation can really be used by every poor student, even if it's just an extra 1,000 yuan per semester, they can occasionally have meat at mealtime. Don't be polite. Tomorrow is Monday. I'll go to your school and get things done. Will this be too expensive? No. Your dad does charity every year, but this year I'm donating a little more to your school. Yeah, thanks, Dad. Su Mingyuan looked at the happy expressions of the two girls, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. The two children are really kind. For this, he would like to thank the children's grandparents and uncle and aunt, who raised two good children. About 20 minutes later, the two girls finally clarified the rumors. Hey, I'm so tired. I finally made it clear. It's true that it takes only one mouth to spread a rumor, but it takes a lot of effort to refute it. Su Jingjing curled her lips and said helplessly, Okay, Xiao Jingjing, don't be unhappy. Put your computers and tablets in the car first, and then we can go shopping in other stores. Let's wash away the depression caused by rumors by shopping today. There is nothing that can't be solved by shopping. If there is, just keep buying. Su Mingyuan took out the keys of the Rolls-Royce and handed them to the two girls. Computers and tablets are quite heavy, and carrying them while shopping would be very tiring. Chapter 46, This Damn Charm. Well, Dad, let's go now. Su Jingjing took the car keys from her father and played with them for a while. The car key is an ordinary remote control car key and looks no different from a Mazda. It just has a double R logo, which makes it look much more advanced. Can you find a car? Don't worry, Dad, we can find it. Okay, I'll wait for you here. Go quickly and come back soon. Good. 10 minutes later, the two girls skipped back to the first floor of the mall. Then, Su Mingyuan took the two of them to continue shopping. Dad, let's just go shopping and stop buying things. Su Xiaoxiao hooked Su Mingyuan's arm and said with a smile, It was the first time in my life that I went shopping hand in hand with my father. This feeling is really good. It feels like someone is always protecting me, which makes me feel safe. The only drawback may be that my dad loves to spend money too much. It would be nice if we just go shopping without buying anything. Huh? How can that be? We must buy it. Hermes is right in front. Let's go shopping. After Su Mingyuan finished speaking, he dragged the two girls to the entrance of the Hermes store. Dad, there's so many people here. Let's not hang around here anymore. Today is Sunday, and the mall is already crowded with people. Moreover, this is Shanghai, and there are a lot of rich people here. Although Hermes is a luxury bag, the ordinary models only cost more than 10,000 or 20,000 yuan, which is affordable for the average middle class. Of course, it's not just Hermes. Other brands like Gucci, LV, etc. are also like this. Now that everyone's consumption level has improved, ordinary luxury goods are affordable and are no longer a big deal. Since ordinary people can afford it, naturally more people will come to the stores. These luxury goods are very unique. Most brands do not provide online shopping services. If you want to buy them, you can only go to offline stores. Therefore, there will be more and more people in the store. There are so many people, so in order to take care of every customer's shopping experience, they naturally need to queue. Yeah, Dad. Waiting in line is the most boring thing. We might as well go shopping at other ordinary brand stores. Su Jingjing also nodded in cooperation. However, just as Su Jingjing finished speaking, a sneer sounded. Fisk, if you can't afford it, then you can't afford it. Why are you talking about queuing up? Hearing this voice, Su Jingjing's brows immediately frowned. The sound just now wasn't loud, but it happened right next to them, so it was impossible not to hear it. Looking in the direction of the voice, they saw a young girl about 1.6 meters tall looking at them with disdain. The woman was not pretty, but she was not ugly either, mainly because I'm young. At the age of 18, she does look very young without any plastic surgery. Next to the woman stood a middle-aged man in his 40s. The two people held hands and seemed very close. Looking at the two of them, they feel a bit like an old man and young wife. As for the relationship between the two people, that goes without saying. This kind of combination is most likely a relationship of support and care. However, after seeing the young girl, Su Jingjing's brows furrowed even deeper. Her chest felt very uncomfortable, and a feeling of nausea arose. While Su Jingjing was feeling sick, the middle-aged man opposite was staring at her and her sister's with greed in his eyes. So tender and beautiful. Long legs, slender waist, big eyes like gemstones. Skin as smooth as a baby's. Well-nourished, giant panda. Full of youthful vitality and damn charm. And most importantly, they are twins. It is simply the best in the world. Compared with the two girls in front of him, he suddenly felt that the girl in his arms was not as attractive. Although they are all 18-year-old girls, there are still differences between them. Hey, Su Jingjing, what happened to you? Are you pregnant? Why did you vomit? You're only 18 years old. If you get pregnant, you may have to drop out of school. Is this your boyfriend? He's dressed so plainly? How dare you come to Shangjin shopping mall dressed like this? This is the most high-end shopping mall in Shanghai. Any bag costs tens of thousands. Can you afford it? This is not a place for kids from families like yours who have to work and study to hang out. What level are you? You're shopping in the same mall with me. The girl looked at Su Jingjing with a frivolous look on her face. From her words, it could be heard that she and Su Jingjing obviously know each other. However, the other party obviously didn't get along with Su Jingjing, and his words were very harsh. Luo Xiao Xiao. This is a public mall. It's not your backyard. I can come and go as I please. What's your business? Su Jingjing was not someone who was easy to mess with, so she started to confront him directly. Also, this isn't my boyfriend. He's my dad. My biological dad. Why? My dad is younger than your dad. And that makes you jealous, right? What a shame. There's no point in being jealous. Our family has a tradition of not looking old for generations. My dad is 38 this year. Uncle, you're Luo Xiao Xiao's father. Are you 58 this year? 58? Su Jingjing's words made the middle-aged man's mouth twitch. He is also 38 this year, okay? How can he look like he is 58? His son is only 10 years old. To say he was 45 was reasonable. 58? Is he that old? In fact, middle-aged men are not that old. He has maintained himself quite well, and at first glance he looks like a man in his 40s. If it were someone else, Su Jingjing would definitely not deliberately call that person old. But there was nothing she could do, because Luo Xiao Xiao, who was beside the man, was the first to mock her. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Now that others have taken action, if Su Jingjing doesn't draw her sword, won't she be looked down upon? Anyway, the two of them have been arguing for many years. Luo Xiao Xiao is Su Jingjing's high school classmate. The two didn't get along in high school. Luo Xiao Xiao's family background is better than Su Jingjing's. Of course, it's not much better, but it is much better than Su Xiao Xiao and her sister who have no parents and were raised by their grandparents and uncle and aunt. However, Luo Xiao Xiao's family background is only slightly better than Su Jingjing's. Apart from that, she is not as good as Su Jingjing in terms of academic performance, appearance, figure, or popularity in the class. It doesn't matter about appearance. It's something you were born with, and no one can change it. Luo Xiao Xiao also accepted her fate. Anyway, when we reach 40, we all start to grow old. As long as she is richer than Su Jingjing, she can age slower. Various medical beauty treatments are enough to keep her young for longer. By that time, it won't matter who is more beautiful. Chapter 47, The Ceiling of Ordinary People. So Luo Xiao Xiao competed with Su Jingjing in studying. This is the right path. However, no matter how hard she tried, her academic performance was always inferior to Su Jingjing. In the class, Su Jingjing was always number 1. As for Luo Xiao Xiao, she was always number 2, or even number 3, 4, or 5. Originally, Luo Xiao Xiao didn't like Su Jingjing, and now as a result, she hated this girl even more and was even jealous of her. Why are they so beautiful and have such good academic performance? It's so unfair. However, there are some benefits for Luo Xiao Xiao because she has always been competing with Su Jingjing in school. That is, she also got admitted to Shanghai Jiaotong University. And I also studied journalism. After going to college, Luo Xiao Xiao's sense of superiority was finally fully satisfied. There is no score ranking in college. There is no difference between good and poor students. At most, there is a small difference in scholarships. But thinking that you can be superior to others by relying on scholarships? That's too much. Once you go to college, it all depends on who lives a more carefree life. In this regard, Luo Xiao Xiao thought that she was much better than Su Jingjing. After all, she doesn't need to work part-time or take a part-time job outside the school. She has access to a new iPhone and her own laptop. All of this is much better than Su Jingjing. Later, she met an uncle. The uncle was very generous. He would buy her a donkey bag, high-end cosmetics, take her to high-end restaurants, etc. As mentioned above, Luo Xiaoxiao's family conditions are only slightly better than Su Jingjing's. Her family conditions are definitely not enough to support these expenses. Buying her a mobile phone, a computer, and spending 1,500 yuan a month on living expenses already means I pamper her a lot. But how can 1,500 yuan satisfy the living requirements of a girl who wants to compete with others? So, she met this uncle. The uncle didn't have any special requirements, just that I just needed to accompany him when he was free. Of course, it's the kind of companionship that you get in a hotel. There are many benefits, including 10,000 a month and the various small gifts mentioned earlier. The price is very cheap, just to fool these brainless college students. However, for Luo Xiaoxiao, it is already very good. With 10,000 yuan of pocket money a month and the chance to occasionally get a donkey bag, Luo Xiaoxiao felt it was well worth it. At least, she was 100 times more dazzling than Su Jingjing when she carried the donkey bag. These things are enough to make her a dazzling figure in the entire department. At the same time, this gave her the illusion that she had surpassed Su Jingjing in all aspects. What's the point of being good-looking? What's the point of being good at studying? In the end, it's still 3,000 a month? Or even less. Unlike her, if you are willing to give, you can get more in return. However, this kind of thing is ultimately not something that can be seen in the open. Normally, no one knows about this, and everyone thinks Luo Xiaoxiao is a rich second generation. After all, she wouldn't tell anyone at school that she was being kept. Even Su Jingjing thought that this old classmate's parents had suddenly become rich, perhaps by winning the lottery or something. Otherwise, how could she spend money so lavishly? But today, he was bumped into by Su Jingjing and was insulted by her. How could she, who was so proud, bear it? Su Fing, what nonsense are you talking about? This is my boyfriend. Luo Xiaoxiao would never admit that she was being kept by someone, although her boyfriend is almost 20 years older than her. But as long as it is true love, age is not a problem. Aren't Donggu and Cha Mei also 19 years apart in age? Pfft, boyfriend? Luo Xiaoxiao, your boyfriend is as old as my dad. Are you sure this uncle is your boyfriend, and not someone you're being kept by? Su Jingjing immediately started to laugh without any hesitation. Given their personalities and tempers, no one else would be so rude. But today, the other person came up to provoke her, so of course Su Jingjing would not be polite. Now she's like a big villain, and Luo Xiaoxiao on the opposite side is the poor heroine who is bullied by the big villain. You, Su Jingjing, what nonsense are you talking about? You are the one being kept. Su Jingjing's words immediately broke Luo Xiaoxiao's defense. She didn't expect that Su Jingjing could tell at a glance that she was being kept by someone. Being kept is not a glorious thing, especially when it is exposed in front of people who are always inferior to you. Haha, you know whether it's a sponsorship or not. If it's not a sponsorship, what kind of good person would leave a young college boy between 18 and 22 years old and be with an old man instead? Su Jingjing rolled her eyes at Luo Xiaoxiao. They are top students from Shanghai Jiaotong University. Even though not everyone who graduates from Shanghai Jiaotong University can earn over 10,000 yuan a month, a large proportion of them could do so, or even 100,000 yuan a month. Even if you don't rely on anyone but just yourself, you can still do well. Luo Xiaoxiao was so angry, but she didn't know how to refute. At this moment, the old man next to Luo Xiaoxiao suddenly stood up. Little sister, don't be angry. If you want, Uncle can support you. Come, let me introduce myself first. My name is Guitian. You can just call me Brother Tian. Do you see this Hermes store? Uncle can buy you a bag. And the girl next to you, is she your sister? One for each of you, under 50,000. Keeping? Still picking bags randomly? The Su Xiaoxiao sisters looked at each other and saw smiles in each other's eyes. This local tycoon is really self-righteous. She actually said such words in front of their father. Does this guy really think that all the girls in the world can be bought by a bag worth 50,000 yuan? Admittedly, a bag that costs 50,000 yuan is indeed not cheap. Even in a luxury store, it is considered a mid-range bag. As for high-end bags, they are limited edition or customized ones that cost more than 100,000 yuan. That's something only the very rich would consume. A bag worth 50,000 yuan and a car worth 500,000 yuan are the ceiling for ordinary people. Ordinary people will definitely not consume it if the price exceeds this. But can you buy the dignity of Su Xiaoxiao and her sister with a bag worth 50,000 yuan? That would be naive. Not to mention that they now have a super rich dad who can buy them a bag worth 5 million yuan at will. so a bag worth 50,000 yuan is nothing at all. Even if Su Mingyuan was not there, they would not sell their bodies and souls for a bag worth tens of thousands of dollars. It's not worth it. I won't do it no matter how much money I spend. If they were willing to take this path, they would probably have followed middle-aged men when they were in high school. Is it still Guotian's turn? Seeing that the two girls stopped talking, Guotian thought that it was a sugar-coated bullet that attracted the two girls. After all, it's a 50,000 yuan bag. Any girl would be tempted by it, right? For example, Luo Xiao beside her was willing to kneel down in front of him and call him daddy just for a bag worth more than 10,000 yuan. Chapter 48, Is it embarrassing? As for the father, beside Su Xiao and her sister, no one would believe that that was their father, who has an 18-year-old daughter at the age of 25. This is simply unrealistic. Even those so-called well-maintained superstars, when they reach 40, it is impossible for them to look exactly the same as they did at 25. That youthful state and the collagen on the face are things that middle-aged people cannot show. Current technology cannot perfectly replicate the state of being 25 years old. You think she looks like she's 25, but it's just a fan filter plus the video filter and makeup. If you really look closely, you will find that there is a clear gap between them and when they're 25 years old. Of course, Su Mingyuan can maintain his current state thanks to the system. System that cannot be explained by modern technology. Since Su Mingyuan is not the father of the two girls, he has only one identity, which is most likely a suitor or boyfriend. Judging from Su Mingyuan's appearance, he should have graduated from college not long ago. A man of this age has no house, no car, and no savings. The girls around them are also the easiest to pry away. Guotian is very confident about this. Oh, then Luo Xiao, are you admitting that you are being kept by this uncle? Su Jingjing looked at Luo Xiao with a smile that was not a smile. Luo Xiao hesitated for a moment, her face turning blue and white. The secret that she had kept for a long time was revealed by the uncle she had kept, and it was revealed in front of the person she hated the most. It would be strange if I could feel good about this. She felt like her self-esteem had suffered a 10,000-point blow. Xiao, what's there to be embarrassed about? You make money with your own ability. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Tell your classmates openly. Tell them that they can enjoy your treatment as long as they want. Guotian, who was standing by, patted Luo Xiao's shoulder with a lustful look on his face. This guy is ugly, but he has beautiful thoughts. Honey, can we stop talking? Luo Xiao curled her lips. Even though they spoke in normal tones, no one would notice them in the noisy shopping mall. But several people around heard it. Moreover, these people seemed to be moderately wealthy. If you are poor, you won't come to Hermes. After hearing this, several people cast mocking looks at Luo Xiao. Keeping a mistress has always been shameful. The combination of an old man and a young wife would naturally lead to some associations. When others didn't know, it was just association, but now Guotian has said it out loud, which confirms that Luo Xiao is being kept by someone. In this case, it is strange that people think highly of her. Especially those girls, they kept their distance from Luo Xiao as if they were afraid that she had some infectious disease. However, Luo Xiao's words also made Guotian frown. Why don't you say it? Do you think it's shameful to be supported by me? Guotian's tone became a little bad, and his face turned cold. I give you food, give you drinks, buy you brand-name bags, and make you feel like a princess when you go out. After it's over, you still feel ashamed? Hearing this, Luo Xiao's mouth became even more bitter. Isn't this shameful? She suddenly felt a little regretful. Why did she have the guts to show off in front of Su Jingjing? If I had lowered my head and pretended not to see Su Jingjing, no one would have known that she was being kept by someone. Now that Su Jingjing knows that she's being kept by someone, doesn't it mean that the whole school might know about it? If the school knew that she was being kept by someone, she might be expelled. For a prestigious university like Shanghai Jiaotong University, the most loyal thing is its reputation. However, no matter how unhappy she was, Luo Xiao did not dare to show it in front of Guotian. She didn't dare to offend Guotian. If Guotian ignored her, it would not be easy for her to find a second financial sponsor. Luo Xiao is very aware of her own conditions. She has no good looks and no figure. At most, she is just an 18-year-old college student at Shanghai Jiaotong University. Guotian was attracted to her because of her education and age. The main reason is that it is cheap. If you want to support a college student who is slightly good-looking, it would be impossible without 20,000 to 30,000 yuan a month. For a school beauty like Su Jingjing, if you are really willing to spend the money, you can earn at least 100,000 yuan a month. Guitian is rich, so it is very easy for him to find a replacement for Luo Xiao. Therefore, Luo Xiao quickly explained, Hubby, no, I don't feel ashamed. I really love you, and I really like being with you. I'm not doing this for the money. Not for money? Luo Xiao probably didn't even believe this. However, this was all she could say at this time. She can't let the people around her think that she's a gold digger who is being kept by someone. At the same time, she was reluctant to give up her high-paying job that earned her 10,000 yuan a month. That's better than the other. I'll deal with you tonight. Guitian snorted coldly, then cast his greedy eyes on the Su Xiao sisters. My two little sisters, have you considered my suggestion? If you agree, I will take you to Hermes to buy bags. You can buy whatever you like. Look, our team is almost there. Follow us in, you don't have to wait in line. As they were talking, the team had already taken a big step forward, and it would be their turn in another 2 minutes. We don't need your bag. Our father will give us. Su Jingjing snorted coldly and was about to refuse sternly. Their father even bought them luxury cars worth tens of millions. So how could they not afford bags worth tens of thousands? There is absolutely no need to sell your body for this. But he was stopped by Su Mingyuan halfway through his words. Are you serious? You're going to buy them both whatever they like. Su Mingyuan looked at Guitian with a smile, ready to set a trap for him. Of course. Little brother, I'm a multimillionaire. What's the big deal about buying a bag for two little sisters? Let alone buying 2 bags. Even if I buy all the bags in this Hermes store, there will be no problem at all. This is the strength of a mature man. It's also the most important thing when chasing girls. Learn it well. Guitian shook his big head, which had few sparse hairs, and said proudly, the total value of the bags in this store is only tens of millions, and his savings are indeed enough to buy all of them. Of course, being able to buy and knowing how to buy are 2 different concepts. Just like buying a car, being able to afford a BMW 5 Series and buying a BMW 5 Series are 2 completely different concepts. Chapter 49. Prepare to clear the scene. Nowadays, for an average well-off family of 5, consisting of a father, a mother, a husband, and a child, with no mortgage or car loan, it is not a problem to save up 500,000 yuan. However, there's a real difference between being able to scrape together $500,000 and spending $500,000 to buy a $500,000 car. Guitian is just pretending to be cool. After Guitian finished speaking, he did not forget to mock Su Mingyuan. He didn't think Su Mingyuan was already 38 years old at all. He just thought of him as a young man in his 20s. How could a young man be his opponent? Okay, Xiao, Jingjing, let's follow this uncle in to pick out the bags. Don't be polite, just pick whatever you want. Su Mingyuan blinked at the 2 little girls and said with a smile, Dad, you. Su Xiao was a little confused and didn't know what her father meant. Do I still need this old man to deliver a bag? Sure. Su Mingyuan did not explain. He just stretched out his index finger and made a silencing gesture to his mouth, signaling the 2 of them not to say anything more. Although Su Xiao didn't know what her father was going to do, since her father said he wanted to go in and pick out the bags, she didn't say anything. With Dad around, any crisis can be resolved. This shows the 2 little girls' absolute trust in their father. However, the clever Su Jingjing seemed to understand what her father meant. She gave her father a sly smile and then asked Guitian, Uncle, are you serious? Can we really just pick anyone? Of course it's true. Little sister, Uncle is very powerful and will never lie to you. Guitian saw that Su Jingjing seemed to be moved, and he immediately became energetic. It's just 2 bags. How much can they be worth? Your uncle. Make 300,000 a month, it's nothing. Earning 300,000 a month is 3,600,000 a year. Even in Shanghai, this annual income ranks among the top 100 people. It can be said that Guitian does have something to brag about. However, whether it is possible to make so much money is unknown to others. Maybe he just has good business once in a month and can make 300,000. This is all normal. When you are out, you have to earn your own face. Okay, uncle, then we won't be polite. You're welcome. Soon, it was Guitian's turn to enter. Hello, sir. How many people are you? As soon as I reached the door, a female shopping guide in uniform came to greet me. We? 4. Me and these 3 little sisters. Guitian pointed at himself, Su Xiao and her sister, and Luo Xiao who was hugging his arm. As for Su Mingyuan, he had no intention of taking a man to Hermes. If you have the guts, go in by yourself. Without him leading the team, Su Mingyuan would have to queue up at the back. By the time Su Mingyuan came in, They had finished shopping and came out. At that time, Su Mingyuan will know how big the gap is between him and him. At the same time, without Su Mingyuan present, he can also better demonstrate his strength. Four of you, huh? Yes, sir. Please come in, four of you. The shopping guide didn't ask any further questions and just made a gesture of invitation to Guitian and the other three. As for Su Mingyuan, he was stopped outside and waited for the next person to enter. Dad, Su Xiaoxiao turned her head and looked at Su Mingyuan outside the door and asked worriedly, "Don't worry, I'll be in soon." Su Mingyuan waved at Su Xiaoxiao, indicating that she didn't need to worry about him. "Well, Dad, we're waiting for you inside." Su Xiaoxiao nodded and then walked into the store with her sister. This is a regular store, and there are a lot of people inside, so they don't need to worry about encountering any dangerous things inside. However, Su Mingyuan didn't really act like a fool and wait in line outside. If someone of his status visits this kind of store, the place will be cleared out immediately. Queuing? Maybe in the next life. Thinking of this, Su Mingyuan waved to the waiter. "Hello, sir. How can I help you?" Another waiter came over and asked politely. The waiter had a tag on his chest that said trainee clerk, so he was obviously an intern. But it's also true that a serious salesperson wouldn't be able to stand at the door and be responsible for queuing. After all, sales make money based on commissions. If I stand at the door and direct the queue, won't I get no sales commission? Without sales commission and relying only on a meager basic salary, you would starve to death in a big city like Shanghai. Because they are interns, their service attitude will naturally be better and can even be described as timid. "Is your store manager called Luo Yao?" Su Mingyuan asked calmly. Sir, do you know our store manager, Luo?" The waiter was a little surprised. Could it be that the person in front of me is a big customer? It shouldn't be. Big customers don't need to queue. They all have dedicated sales contacts and will contact sales before coming. Moreover, although Su Mingyuan in front of him was very handsome, he did not dress like a rich man. It can even be said to be a bit simple. Could such a person be a big customer? The waiter was a little skeptical. Or maybe the person in front of you is the store manager's friend. Do you want to ask the store manager for help to go in early to shop? That is possible. Although the store manager is a store manager and has a high salary, he is just an ordinary person after all. There is a high probability that her friends are also ordinary people. Well, call her out. "Okay, sir. Please wait a moment. May I ask your name?" "I'll tell our store manager." "My last name is Su." "Okay, Mr. Su. Please wait a moment." After the waiter finished speaking, he turned around and called the store manager. At this time, Luo Yao was acting as a shopping guide in the store. The store is very busy today, and even the store manager has to come out in person to serve customers. Some customers are also the store manager's own customers and must be served personally. After seeing off one of his important customers, the store manager was about to take a break for some tea when the intern hurried over. Manager, there's a Mr. Su outside who wants to see you. I think he might be in a hurry to go into the store to shop." Mr. Su, Luo Yao just picked up the water glass and hadn't had time to take a sip. After hearing what the intern said, he immediately put down the cup. "Doesn't this Mr. Su look very young? He looks like a young man in his 20s. And he looked handsome, just dressed in ordinary clothes?" Luo Yao asked quickly. "Yes, manager. Is this Mr. Su your friend?" The intern looked at the store manager curiously. She always felt that the store manager looked a little strange when he heard the name Mr. Su. It seems like a little excited and a little nervous. What's going on? "Friend? I wish it were my friend. Come with me to greet Mr. Su. Then tell the deputy store manager to prepare to clear the store and close it." Chapter 50 Grand Bonfire Party. As Luo Yao spoke, she walked outside in her high heels. "Mr. Su. It must be that Mr. Su. That's a big customer of their store." Oh no, it can even be said that he is a big customer of their Daxia district market or even the entire group. Now that this gentleman has arrived, don't we have to clear the area? Even if there are other big customers on the scene, they must be asked to leave. Manager, are we going to close the store? There are a lot of people here today. If we close the store, we will suffer huge losses. The intern couldn't help but remind him. It's easy to break 10 million in turnover today. If we meet a top-tier client, it is possible to exceed 20 million. If the store closes, the loss will be huge. "What? Do I need you to tell me what to do?" Luo Yao stopped and glanced coldly at the intern. As a store manager, she is still very authoritative. Not to mention interns, even old employees would be scared when facing her eyes. Manager, it wasn't I. The intern was startled and tried to explain. She was just an intern who had just graduated and lacked social experience. After being frightened by the store manager, he immediately wilted. Everyone thinks that those born in the 2000s can shake up the workplace, but not every one of them is good enough. The prerequisite for this to work is that the post-2000s must have a good family background. Those born in the 2000s who come from poor families are just as timid when they enter the workplace because they can't afford to lose. You've already lost at the starting line. If you don't work harder and instead choose to just lie down, won't you fall even further behind? If you fall behind, you'll be beaten. An intern is like this, so she cherishes this job very much. Okay, come with me to greet Mr. Su first. Luo Yao didn't say much. As for interns, they need training after all. The area must be cleared as well. As for the losses, if the person outside is really Mr. Su, then not only will there be no loss today, but the performance will be off the charts. Soon, the two arrived at the door. Luo Yao immediately saw Su Mingyuan standing at the door with his arms folded across his chest. Oh, Mr. Su, it's really you. Why didn't you inform me before you came? You have been waiting here for so long in vain. This is all my fault. When our intern told me just now, I thought it was the same last name. I'll clear the place for you right away. Please forgive me for my poor service. The moment she saw Su Mingyuan, Luo Yao's face was immediately filled with smiles. A string of words came out quickly like a string of cannonballs. The person in front of me is actually Mr. Su. Mr. Su is really here. Clear the area? The onlookers behind were stunned. They obviously didn't expect that Su Mingyuan, who was in front of them, was so awesome. Can it clear out top luxury stores like Hermes? This is a treatment that only the richest people can enjoy. Most of those queuing up are regular customers of Hermes. They have also heard that this kind of luxury store will choose to close when top customers come. Usually it only takes half a day. So, although everyone was a little dissatisfied, they didn't say much. The people in front even wanted to come over and say hello to Su Mingyuan. After all, you don't usually see big shots who can close down luxury stores. Xiao Luo, long time no see. Su Mingyuan nodded calmly at Luo Yao and continued. No need to clear the place. Just take me in for a look. My two daughters are already inside. Don't talk too much about me. Just treat it normally. Su Mingyuan waved his hand and directly rejected Luo Yao's suggestion. If the place is really cleared, there will be no fun left. Okay, Mr. Su, then I'll take you for a walk first. Then, accompanied by Luo Yao, Su Mingyuan finally walked into the store. At the same time, Guitian also took the three girls to shop in the store accompanied by a shopping guide. Two little sisters, you can pick whatever you like. Shall we, right? Pack up any bags these two little girls like. Guitian waved his hand and said arrogantly. As a wealthy man with assets worth tens of millions, Guitian is very familiar with these luxury stores. The luxury goods displayed in the display cabinets in front of these stores are basically common and ordinary styles, which can be purchased on their official websites. The prices are not expensive, ranging from 7,000 to 80,000 to 40,000 to 50,000 yuan, and they are basically civilian models. The real limited edition or customized ones can only be seen in the VIP room, which is what people often call the small black room. Of course, small dark room is just a funny adjective. In fact, the VIP room is not only not dark, but also very luxurious. It's just that ordinary people can't get in. Of course, Guitian had no intention of taking the three girls into the small dark room. A bag in the small dark room can cost tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of yuan, and it also requires matching goods. It would cost at least 300,000 or 400,000 to buy a house. Of course, you can also find various reasons not to buy. For example, you already have this bag, you don't have a favorite style, etc. As long as I am thick-skinned enough, no one can make me pay a penny more. Of course, Guitian is obviously not such a shameless person, especially in front of three girls. But he didn't want to spend more money. So the best option is not to enter the small dark room. If you really go into the small dark room, one girl will cost 300,000 or 400,000 yuan, and two girls will cost 600,000 or 700,000 yuan. Guitian still found it hard to accept spending so much money to pick up girls. It's fine if you only buy one bag. It's just not very realistic. One bag to pick up two girls? This is a bag, not a tea. Besides, having twins is something you can only encounter by chance. Now that we have met, there is no reason to miss it. These two girls don't look like they've seen much of the world. Wouldn't it be better if we could win them over with a few tens of thousands of dollars? As for the small dark room, it is better not to go in if you can avoid it. Okay, Mr. Gua. When Xiaoli heard Guo Tian's words, A bright smile immediately appeared on his face. She likes this kind of rich customers the most. I think I can sell a few bags today. Hubby, what about me? You can't be partial to me. Luo Xiaoxiao hugged Guitian's arm and started acting coquettishly. In fact, she was still jealous. He is obviously my man, and he came shopping with me. Why does my man tend to favor the other sister, Su Jingjing, as soon as she appears? If it was anyone else, it would be fine, but it had to be Su Jingjing. This has always been my biggest rival and enemy. How could she be willing to watch others snatch away what belongs to her? So she must have his bag too. Okay, you pick one too. I bought a rope and some candles tonight, and we'll have a grand bonfire party today. Chapter 51. It's been a long time since I played mahjong all night. Guitian smiled and reached out to pat Luo Xiaoxiao hard on the back, which immediately caused the latter to scream out in pleasure. He has always wanted to experience candles. But Luo Xiaoxiao had always refused before. Although Luo Xiaoxiao was being kept, she was not really willing to accept everything. At first, she couldn't accept even the most common things. However, in the end, he still succumbed to the offensive of money. It's just that I haven't experienced this slightly violent gameplay yet. Well, husband, I want that $50,000 bag today. Luo Xiaoxiao pointed at a donkey bag in the shop and started acting coquettishly. A bag that costs $50,000 is already very expensive. It's worth spending a whole night just for a bag. Although Guitian is a pervert, he is old after all. He is not as energetic as young people who can stay up all night. As long as you can hold on for an hour, you'll be almost free. Okay, no problem. How about tonight? The two people did not deliberately hide anything when they spoke, so Su Xiaoxiao's sister and shopping guide, Xiao Li, heard it clearly. Although the shopping guide disdained women like Luo Xiaoxiao, she still had a professional smile on her face. How other people behave is their business. She's just a salesperson. As long as she sells the goods and gets the commission, that's all. The Su Xiaoxiao sisters looked at each other and saw contempt in each other's eyes. Sister, there's no need to compete with people like this anymore. It's embarrassing. Su Xiaoxiao whispered to her sister. Well, sister, I have never competed with her. She was the one who had to torment me. Su Hink Puset Hadips. After all, she really had no interest in Luo Xiaoxiao. It's just that people are pestering her to compete with her, and she is helpless. Yeah, but why did you agree to follow that old man in? Even if you want to buy a bag, as long as you ask, our dad will buy it for you, right? Su Xiaoxiao still didn't understand what her sister and father meant. My dad even bought cars worth tens of millions without blinking an eye. So why would he take advantage of Guitian for a bag? Even if this bag costs 50,000 yuan, it shouldn't be that expensive. Hee sister, just watch. You'll know in a moment. So Hing smiled mysteriously. Then, the two of them started walking around the store on their own. About 2 minutes later, Guitian and Luo Xiaoxiao found the two of them. How about it? Su Jingjing, this is what my husband bought for me. Take a quick look at what bags you and your sister want. I'll ask my husband to buy it for you. After you collect the bag, to spend the night with my husband. Hiss. Luo Xiaoxiao's shocking words stunned Su Xiaoxiao and her sister. Can a person really be so shameless for a bag worth 50,000 yuan? Has Luo Xiaoxiao completely turned into the madam of an ancient brothel? Oh no, in today's terms, she's a pimp. He gave up his dignity for a mere 50,000 yuan and even persuaded a decent woman to give up her dignity. People like this will go to the 18th level of hell after they die. Even a girl as good-tempered as Su Xiaoxiao couldn't accept it and wanted to scold this guy. But before he could open his mouth, Su Jingjing at the side suddenly said, Uncle Guitian, it's okay for us to accompany you, but we just don't like the bags here. They're all a bit too cheap. I wonder if you have a more expensive bag? If you can give us a more expensive bag, then you can do whatever you want us. Su Jingjing's voice became hoarse when she finished speaking. The clip sound is the favorite sound of middle-aged men in their 30s and 40s. Because it's cute. A man remains a boy until he dies. A man's love for a woman is always exclusive. Even at the age of 80, men still like 18-year-old girls. No middle-aged man is immune to the sound of the clip. Guitian is naturally no exception. Su Jingjing's clamp almost broke his brain. No problem, little sister Su Jingjing. As long as you like the bag, Uncle will buy it for you. Guitian was obviously possessed by some bug. He was already fantasizing about enjoying the pleasure of a double massage. At this moment, Su Mingyuan's voice suddenly rang out. Since Mr. Gua is so generous, please take us to the small dark room. Guitian turned his head suddenly and looked at Su Mingyuan in shock. How did you get in? Guitian's face was full of disbelief. There were quite a lot of people queuing outside just now, and Su Mingyuan was almost at the end of the line. According to the time, it will take at least half an hour to enter. However, less than 5 minutes had passed since Guitian and his friends entered the venue. How come he came in so quickly? Could it be that he cut in line? Huh? Why can't I come in? Just come in if you want. Su Mingyuan smiled faintly, then walked to the side of Su Xiaoxiao and her sister. Xiaoxiao, Jingjing, since Mr. Gua is so generous to give you bags, and there is no upper limit on the number of bags, there is no reason for us not to go to the VIP room. The stuff in there is much better than what's outside. After Su Mingyuan finished speaking, he blinked at the two little girls. The clever Su Jingjing reacted immediately and quickly cooperated and said, "That's right. Uncle Wa, I don't like any of these bags. They're all too cheap. You're so rich, you wouldn't just give us bags worth tens of thousands of dollars, right? No way. No way. Isn't it just a performance of a green tea?" Su Jingjing said that she has mastered this little skill. Isn't it too easy to deal with just Guitian? Two consecutive "no way"s made Guitian break down. Haha, isn't it just a VIP room? What's the big deal? Just take your pick. Guitian patted his chest and said confidently, but his heart was already bleeding. After all, once you enter the VIP room, it will be much more difficult to win over these two girls. At this time, Guitian already hated Su Mingyuan. If this kid hadn't interfered, he might have been able to get these two girls for just tens of thousands of dollars. With Luo Xiaoxiao, the four of them could just make up a table of mahjong. It's been a long time since I've experienced mahjong with 3 women and 1 man. The crackling sound of playing mahjong all night long is really pleasant to the ears. Although my physical fitness is not as good as before, it feels so great to play mahjong with such top-notch twins for a whole night. Okay, let's go to the VIP room. Su Mingyuan gestured to Luo Yao beside him. Luo Yao understood and said to Guitian's shopping guide, "Shaoli, then you take a few VIPs to the VIP room. Take out those limited editions and show them to the VIPs." "Okay, manager." Shaoli nodded slightly. "Mr. Gua, please come in." Chapter 52. Still very cheap. Shaoli made a pleased gesture to Guitian. The VIP room does require VIPs to enter and consume. Although Guitian is rich, he is not a VIP of Hermes. Generally speaking, you can't enter the small dark room. But since Luo Yao had already spoken today, Shaoli naturally wouldn't say much. This rule is not absolute. Well, let's go in. Guitian tried hard to keep himself calm. Isn't it just a few $100,000? He can still afford it. Although the tigress in the family has strict control over his finances and most of the family's cash flow is in her hands, Guitian also has a lot of private money of his own. So he could use his private money to buy gifts for Luo Xiaoxiao, and also use his private money to buy gifts for Su Xiaoxiao and her sister. As a man, you will be confident if you have money. This time, Guitian did not say that he would not take Su Mingyuan into the small dark room. He noticed that Su Mingyuan seemed to know the manager of this store, and they were most likely friends of some kind. In this situation, he couldn't stop Su Mingyuan from entering the small dark room, even if he wanted to. As they were talking, a group of people entered the small dark room. The door of the small dark room is closed all year round and will only be opened when a customer comes in. Once the customer enters the room, the small dark room will be closed immediately. This is also to ensure the privacy of customers shopping inside in a relatively quiet environment. Although it is a small dark room, there's still quite a few people inside. There are simply too many rich people in Shanghai, and there are also many people who have money but have no place to spend it. When people have too much money to spend, they will naturally buy these high-end luxury products. Today happens to be Sunday, and many wealthy ladies like to go out shopping. Don't think that rich people just wait for things to be delivered to their door. The reality is, no matter who you are, you all like shopping. Compared to the crowded hall outside, there were far fewer people in the small dark room. Moreover, most rich wives pay more attention to their appearance and will not make loud noises. Overall, the shopping atmosphere is much better. After entering the small dark room, Shaoli took the 3 girls for a walk. "Dad, are we really going to buy something here? I just saw a bag that's priced at over 100,000 yuan. Isn't that too expensive?" Su Xiaoxiao came close to Su Mingyuan and asked in a low voice. Selling a bag for hundreds of thousands of dollars was beyond her understanding. Bags and cars are different. There's a reason why cars are sold for millions or tens of millions. Their technology is there, and it's such a big thing. It is more valuable if sold by pound than in bags. It is understandable that it is sold at a high price. But a bag, even if it is handmade and made of the best materials, is not likely to sell for hundreds of thousands or even millions. In Su Xiaoxiao's eyes, this thing is just a gimmick. According to her financial thinking, this is society collecting all the excess wealth again. Let those who do not deserve these riches lose their wealth, so that the wealth is in the hands of a very few people. True luxury goods should be made of rare materials and complex production processes, rather than bags like this one, which are designed by a big-name designer, and only a few of them are sold at sky-high prices. This can only be said to be price control, not a real luxury product. Well, if it's just a bag, it's not too expensive. The main thing is that a lot of the things in it need to be matched. Just buy it with confidence. It's just a small amount of money. He wants to show off, doesn't he? Then let him show off to his heart's content. Su Mingyuan smiled confidently. It's just a bag. It really means nothing in his eyes. Too cheap. Yeah, Dad. Then I'm gonna make this wretched old man bleed. Haha. Soon, Su Xiaoxiao took a fancy to a bag. Misley, I want this bag. Hiss. Guitian looked in the direction Su Xiaoxiao's finger was pointing and immediately took a breath. 1,580,000? Isn't this too damn expensive? However, his shock was not over yet. When Xiao Li, who was standing by, saw the purple bag that Su Xiaoxiao was pointing at, a professional smile immediately appeared on his face. Miss, you have a great taste. This is a limited edition bag from our Platinum series. There is only one at the moment. But if you really want it, you need to match it at a ratio of 1 minute and 1.5 seconds. I hope you understand this. The ratio of goods is 1 minute and 1.5 seconds, which means that if you buy a bag priced at 100,000 yuan, you need to buy another 150,000 yuan of other ordinary styles of products. Bags, clothes, etc. are all fine as long as you can get enough 150,000. This bag is priced at 150,000 yuan, so an additional 225,000 yuan will be needed. In other words, if you want to get this bag, you will need to spend at least 375,000. This is actually a forced bundle purchase. If it happened to ordinary people, it would definitely cause dissatisfaction. But rich people, as long as it is a limited edition, I don't care about the money. However, Guitian was still reluctant to spend 375,000 just to pick up a girl. The most important thing is that this is just the bag chosen by Su Xiaoxiao. Who knows whether Su Jingjing will choose a more expensive one? This I didn't ask. Just when Guitian had been mentally preparing himself for a long time and was about to agree, Su Jingjing suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, Uncle Gua, this bag is so beautiful. And it's only 250,000. How about you buy this for me?" Su Jingjing said excitedly, pointing at a pink bag. 250,000? Does this also need to be matched? Guitian's head was buzzing, and he subconsciously asked Xiao Li, "Yes, Mr. Gua, this bag also needs to be matched with goods, and the ratio is also 1 minute and 1.5 seconds. You need to match goods worth 375,000. Hiss. Hearing this, even Luo Xiaoxiao beside Guitian couldn't help but gasp. Including the accessories, this bag will cost more than 620,000 yuan. She has been together with Guitian for some time, and Guitian has given her many gifts. But to give a gift worth more than 600,000 yuan is impossible. Not to mention a gift worth more than 600,000 yuan. Even a gift worth more than 6,000 yuan is not too much. So far, she has only received an LV bag worth more than 10,000 yuan. As for other small gifts, although there were many of them, they were all worthless. There is no comparison between a bag that costs more than 10,000 yuan and a bag that costs more than 200,000 yuan. Thinking of this, Luo Xiaoxiao suddenly felt unbalanced. Why did she work hard day and night, but only receive a gift worth tens of thousands of yuan? And Su Xiaoxiao and her sister did nothing, but received gifts worth hundreds of thousands of yuan? It's not fair. It's so unfair. Therefore, as long as Guitian agreed, she would also want this gift. Luo Xiaoxiao knew that Guitian wanted to save face. In such an occasion, as long as she acted coquettishly, Guitian would never refuse her. Now, it depends on whether Guitian will agree to fall into this trap himself. So, it will cost 625,000 to take down this bag? Yes, Mr. Gua, you can choose any other products you want. It's easy to collect 370,000. Easy? Guitian couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. It was actually not easy for him, but in front of so many young ladies, and with the dream of winning the beauty, he still decided to agree. At the same time, Su Mingyuan also came with a great assist. Mr. Gua, the two bags together only cost about 1 million. It's worth it to get a beautiful woman with 1 million. Puff. Guatian almost vomited blood. 1 million to embrace two beauties? Do you really think he is the richest man? If he pays this money, he won't be able to go out and have fun for the next few years. Ahem, it's really nothing. I want this back. Guatian gritted his teeth and agreed. Isn't it just 1 million? At worst, the products can be sold on the secondhand market. They are all new packs and can restore 70% to 80% of your health. Oh, husband, you are so generous. I want one too. I want the one worth 180,000 yuan, okay? Chapter 53, Look Who's Here. Luo Xiaoxiao hugged Guatian's arm and started acting coquettishly. There's no reason why she shouldn't have something that everyone else has. Xiao. Next time. I'll buy it for you next time. Guatian was already very impatient, but for the sake of his own face, he still patiently tried to appease her. No, honey, I want it now. You've never given me such an expensive bag. My bag can't be worse than Su Jingjing's. Next time? Luo Xiaoxiao is not a fool. Once Guatian really gets the beauty, he will definitely kick her away. It's not certain whether there will be a next time. So, she must get what she wants at this time. This way, even if she was really kicked away, she wouldn't regret it too much. At least, she can still get a bag worth hundreds of thousands. Guatian was still a little hesitant. This bag costs 180,000 yuan, and it also needs to be matched with the goods. The ratio of goods is 1 minute and 1.5 seconds, so it will cost 450,000 to buy all of them. If he really bought this bag, he would have spent 1.45 million today. Spending 1.45 million to date 3 girls? This seems a bit exaggerated. Seeing Guatian's indecisive look, Luo Xiaoxiao cursed him in her heart as a scumbag. However, she didn't show any sign on the surface and continued to hold Guatian's arm and act coquettishly. Hubby, it's only a few 100,000. Just buy it for them. I want this bag. I want it so badly. As long as you agree to it, I can do whatever you want of me at night. After saying that, Luo Xiaoxiao gave Guatian an ambiguous look. Good job. Seeing Luo Xiaoxiao's naked and undisguised gaze, how could Guatian bear it? Okay, I want it. Sure enough, men still like to hear women say they want it the most. A man who can satisfy a woman's needs is a real man. Mr. Gua, are you sure you want all 3 bags? The shopping guide, Xiao Li asked with some surprise. Well, I want them all. Let the 3 girls choose the goods. Guatian said with a forced smile. 1,450,000 just to date 3 girls. This price is really too high. After spending this money, he was worried that he would have no money left to book a room for the night. Okay, Mr. Gua, I'll take a few of you to choose. Things were much simpler after that. The 3 girls each picked out a lot of things according to the prices that matched their own bags. Their bags, clothes, shoes, and so on. Anyway, I'm fully armed. Originally, Su Xiaoxiao was unwilling to choose. She did understand why her father asked them to pick the bags. Guatian's meaning is very clear. After getting the bag, I followed him. Su Xiaoxiao would never sell her body for a few bags. Even if these bags are worth hundreds of thousands, it is impossible for her to change her principles. However, Dad didn't explain, he just asked her to agree. In desperation, Su Xiaoxiao could only pick out a number of styles that she liked. Anyway, with their dad here, they will definitely not suffer any injustice. Soon, the 3 girls had finished picking out their things. 20 or 30 packages were placed in the store, which looked quite spectacular. Although the people who come to this store are all in good condition, it is still relatively rare to see customers buying things worth millions at one time. Many people even took out their mobile phones to take pictures. It's a rare opportunity to meet a rich person shopping, so I must take a photo and post it on WeChat Moments to express my envy. On the other side, Guatian also took out his bank card and paid. After spending more than 1.4 million, he felt like all his energy was gone. However, when he saw the cute appearance of Su Xiaoxiao and her sister and heard their bell-like laughter, he immediately became energetic again. Tonight, he must be a bridegroom again. After a while, he placed an order for a few more boxes of the little blue pills. As long as there are enough pills, there will only be plowed fields, but no cows dying of exhaustion. Mr. Gua, your purchases have been packed for you. We can deliver them to your car. Well, my car is downstairs. You can find someone to take it down for me. Okay, Mr. Gua. Xiao Li smiled attentively, then found 2 colleagues to help carry the things down. With this order, she can also get a lot of commission, so she is naturally very enthusiastic. 2 little sisters, these 2 bags are yours. Don't leave tonight. Come with me to the hotel. Guatian handed the 2 bags to Su Xiaoxiao and her sister with a smile, glanced up and down at the 2 girls, and swallowed subconsciously. If this is the first time for these two girls, it's absolutely perfect. This, Sister Su Xiao was unable to make a decision for the moment and could only turn their eyes to Su Mingyuan. Am I really going to go to a hotel and have sex with this old pervert? However, Su Mingyuan still just nodded at the two of them. Su Jingjing didn't think much about it and immediately took the wrapped gift box from the man. As for Su Xiao, she hesitated for a moment but still took it. Dad said to accept the bag, so we'll just accept it. Ha ha, little sister, don't worry. Uncle will never treat you unfairly. Seeing the two of them accept the bag, Guitian was overjoyed. Tonight, I can really enjoy the blessing of having two wives. By the way, he also rolled his eyes at Su Mingyuan. Boy, do you see the difference now? Haha. Su Jingjing, I didn't expect that you look so pure on the surface, but you are actually a gold digger. Don't worry. As long as you serve my husband well, I won't make things difficult for you. Luo Xiao was so happy now. Before entering the Hermes store, she felt it was embarrassing to be kept by someone, especially in front of her enemy Su Jingjing. But now, Luo Xiao has become proud. It's not shameful at all to kneel down in front of Guitian for money. After all, even Su Jingjing knelt, so what was the problem with her kneeling along with him? Little did they know that Luo Xiao was just the pot calling the kettle black. And your boyfriend? He's such a coward. He watched his girlfriend go to bed with someone else and did nothing about it. It's better to follow a dog than a man like this. After Luo Xiao ridiculed the two little girls, she did not forget to mock Su Mingyuan. The moment Su Jingjing accepted the bag, Luo Xiao felt that she had completely stepped on her. She's just a gold digger, except for her good looks. Apart from this, how else can one compare to her? Okay, Xiao, stop talking. My two little sisters, let's go to the hotel together. There's a 5-star hotel upstairs. Guitian stopped Luo Xiao and then looked at the two of them with greedy eyes. If eyes could take off clothes, the clothes on the two girls would have disappeared long ago. Us. Sister Su Xiao once again set her eyes on Su Mingyuan, waiting for his answer. Ha, Mr. Wa. Don't be in a hurry. Just look who's here first. Su Mingyuan pointed at the gate and chuckled. Then a roar sounded. Guitian, you bastard. How dare you keep a mistress behind my back? Chapter 54, There Are People Around Me. As soon as the words fell, a strong and sturdy woman rushed in from outside. The woman looked to be around 40 years old, about 1.7 meters tall, and weighed about 160 kilograms. She's dressed quite fashionably. Most importantly, the woman's facial features look quite harmonious. If she loses weight, she will probably be pretty. With a height of 1.7 meters, if she really loses weight like a certain hot protagonist, she will definitely be eye-catching. However, this woman now does not give people any messy feeling. In addition, the woman angrily rushed into the Hermes store despite the shopping guide's obstruction, looking like a female Tyrannosaurus Rex. In this case, even if someone really likes this one and their hormones are overflowing, they will be turned off in an instant. Ma'am, if you want to go in, you need to wait in line outside. The clerk outside wanted to stop the woman, but how could he possibly stop her? The woman just moved slightly and pushed the clerk away. At the same time, 7 or 8 men rushed in from behind. It was obvious that these men came with the women. Get out of the way. My husband is in there. Is your husband in there? The clerk was stunned for a moment. In just this brief moment of distraction, the woman took 2 steps at a time and walked straight into the store. Then, she glanced around and immediately found her target. Guitian, you are really here. Old, wife, elder brother-in-law, younger brother-in-law. Why are you here? Seeing the group of people in front of him, Guitian's face suddenly fell. This woman was none other than his wife, Feng Haiyan. As for the people behind him, they were naturally his wife's family. Guitian didn't understand why this group of people appeared here. Moreover, judging from the posture, it is obvious that he is here to catch someone cheating. How so? Although Guitian has always had a mistress outside, he has done it very secretly. Feng Haiyan didn't have the habit of checking his cell phone normally, and all contacts were made using a small account, which shouldn't have been discovered. When Luo Xiao, who was beside Guitian, heard the word wife, her face instantly fell. It's over. The mistress met the original wife. Moreover, it happened in such a public place. There are so many people from the other side. If the tigress opposite knew that she was the mistress, would she be able to leave here alive today? I'm afraid he'll at least get a beating, right? Thinking of this, Luo Xiao became even more panicked. Although being kept by someone, You may be forced to do shameful things sometimes, but you won't be beaten. However, Luo Xiaoxiao was not stupid, and she soon came up with an idea. While picking up his bag worth hundreds of thousands of yuan, he moved closer behind Su Xiaoxiao and her sister without leaving a trace. If a fight really breaks out, she can push Su Xiaoxiao and her sister out. Anyway, they're going to be kept, so they're not innocent. Little did she know that all of Luo Xiaoxiao's little movements were seen by Su Mingyuan. Do you want to make his daughter a scapegoat for you? Dream on. Mr. Su, should we clear the area? At this time, the store manager Luo Yao also came over, leaned close to Su Mingyuan, and asked in a low voice. Now, the matter has obviously gotten out of hand, and the people around have also taken out their mobile phones, seemingly ready to take pictures. Therefore, the best situation now is to clear the place and let all customers leave first. Otherwise, once it is uploaded to the internet, it will have some bad effects on sisters Su Mingyuan and Su Xiaoxiao. If that were really the case, Luo Yao's career as a store manager would have come to an end. Well, go and clear the place. I will complete your performance for you today. Su Mingyuan nodded. This was his guarantee. Now that the area had been cleared, he would definitely do something. Thank you, Mr. Su. Luo Yao was instantly overjoyed. Although I wouldn't have needed to worry about today's mission if I had known that Su Mingyuan was coming, it was still more reassuring to hear it from his mouth. Mr. Su, do you want me to call security? To avoid any accidents. Luo Yao was still a little worried. No need to worry. I'm here. I have people around too. Su Mingyuan shook his head. He was not worried about any accidents. First of all, he has enough ability to protect himself. The system not only allows him to have a youthful face, but more importantly, it also strengthens his physique. Even if there were a dozen ordinary thugs, they would not be a match for Su Mingyuan. Moreover, as a top billionaire, how could Su Mingyuan really go out alone? There are numerous bodyguards hiding in visible and invisible places around us. As long as Su Mingyuan is in danger, they will appear immediately. Okay, Mr. Su, I'll go clear the place now. Then, Luo Yao secretly led the store staff to clear the place. As for Guotian and Feng Haiyan, let them argue among themselves. Bang! Feng Hai glared at Guotian, then walked up and slapped him hard in the face. Why are we here? Why do you think we are here? How long are you going to hide your mistress from me? Guotian, are you worthy of me? Without me, would you be where you are today? I gave birth to 3 children for you. I overate due to depression, and my weight skyrocketed to 160 kilograms. You said you would never leave me, but you turned around and started keeping a mistress outside. Normally, you wouldn't even buy me a bag worth over 10,000 yuan, saying that money should be spent wisely, but you turned around and bought something worth 1.5 million yuan for your mistress? Do you have a conscience? Let me manage the factory by myself. Do you know how tiring it is to manage such a large factory by myself? Feng Haiyan became angrier and angrier as she spoke. At the end, she couldn't help but go up and slap Guotian twice more. Guotian was stunned by Feng Haiyan's 3 slaps. As a man, he knew he had to fight back. If I didn't fight back after being slapped in the face repeatedly by a woman in front of so many people, wouldn't it be too cowardly? However, looking at the burly men from Feng Haiyan's family behind him, how could Guotian dare to take action? I guess as soon as he stretched out his hand, the brothers-in-law and the like behind him would rush up and beat him to death with a stick. Wife, I didn't. Guotian still wanted to quibble. He was a little confused. How did his wife know about this? The card used was clearly his personal bank card, and the money was his private money. He came out today on the pretext of having dinner with a client. Moreover, the client was his old friend, and men understand each other, so he would definitely keep it secret for him. In this case, how did his wife know that he was cheating? Still trying to quibble? It's this woman named Luo Xiaoxiao, right? Don't hide. Don't think I won't know you're hiding. Look for yourself. Feng Haiyan angrily threw his cell phone into Guotian's arms. When Guotian opened it, he was completely panicked. Chapter 55, Who Are You Calling It? The photo album on his cell phone is full of evidence of Guotian's cheating. Bank statements, hotel, check-in records, surveillance videos of entering and leaving the hotel, photos of Luo Xiaoxiao shopping on her wrist, etc. Each piece of evidence, one by one, is irrefutable evidence that cannot be denied. Wife, how did you get these things? Guotian swallowed hard. He never imagined that the evidence proving his infidelity would be in his wife's hands, and there were hundreds of them. With so much evidence before him, he had no way of defending himself, and it was impossible for him to deny it. Could it be that his wife knew from the beginning that he was cheating and then hired a private investigator to follow him? Otherwise, how to explain all these photos and videos? Even bank statements? Bank statements are not difficult to obtain. As long as you're a big customer and know the bank president or account manager, it is not difficult to ask them to get the bank statements of your immediate family members for you. Of course, this may be illegal, but rules are dead, people are alive. A lady boss with tens of millions in savings wanted her husband's bank statements because he needed a loan or something, and it was inconvenient for him to come over. It's easy to get the cash flow by just finding an excuse that sounds reasonable. Of course, this was Guitian's own idea. In fact, Feng Haiyan just found out today that Guitian was having an affair with a mistress. As for these photos, videos, and information, they were sent to her separately today by a mysterious person who added her contact information, including the receipt for the 1.5 million yuan that Guitian spent today, which was just sent to her mobile phone. It was as if someone was watching Guitian the whole time. However, Feng Haiyan didn't know who this person was, nor did she care who he was. There was only one thing she needed to know, and that was that Guitian had cheated on her. Apart from that, nothing else matters. Guitian, you bastard, you admit it, right? This bitch is called Luo Xiao, right? She's a mistress you keep, right? Guitian, I think your vision is getting worse as you get older. How can she compare to me when I was young? You betrayed me for a little bitch like this. Feng Haiyan pointed at Luo Xiao and said hatefully. She was young once. When she was young, she was also very charming and had countless suitors. However, in the end, she still chose Guitian, who had nothing but treated her sincerely. Who would have thought that in the end, she would be betrayed by Guitian? The so-called love is worthless under the erosion of time. Luo Xiao was frightened when Feng Haiyan pointed at her, and subconsciously wanted to turn around and flee the scene. But before she could take 2 steps, Feng Haiyan took a step forward and grabbed her collar. Auntie, Luo Xiao was so scared that she almost died and quickly opened her mouth to beg for mercy. But as soon as the words came to his lips, Feng Haiyan shot them back. Bang! Pa! Pa pa pa! Feng Haiyan slapped Luo Xiao 6 times with both hands. You stinky girl! I'll teach you a lesson. Why not be someone's mistress? Do you want to have some shame? This bag is what Guitian bought for you, right? Do you think you deserve a bag worth hundreds of thousands of dollars? Here you go. Feng Haiyan pulled the bag off Luo Xiao. And take off your clothes too. If you don't, I will go to your school this afternoon to publicize your glorious deeds. Hiss. When Luo Xiao heard Feng Haiyan's words, she suddenly panicked. If this matter were to be reported to the school, she would really not be able to stay in the school anymore. In other words, the school would not let her stay in school. People with character issues must be fired. Auntie, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I also... Pa pa pa. Before Luo Xiao could finish his joke, he received 3 hard slaps on the face. Aunt? Who is your aunt? Who are you calling aunt? Am I that old? Feng Haiyan was so angry. The mistress called him the original wife, aunt. Isn't this a roundabout way of calling her old? Who can tolerate this? As for whether beating others will get you into trouble, for example, the person who was beaten calls the police. Feng Haiyan was not worried at all. If this bitch really dared to call the police, both sides would be doomed. Anyway, she didn't use heavy hands, and she is the CEO of a company with 1,800 employees under her, so she plays an important role in society. Even if the police were called and she was arrested for this kind of thing, the worst that could happen is a prison sentence of less than 3 years, and a suspended sentence at that. As long as it is put into practice, you don't even need a suspended sentence. But Luo Xiao, she would definitely become infamous and would not be able to survive in the whole of Shanghai. It may even be exposed on the internet. The title of mistress is enough to make her unable to hold her head up for the rest of her life. Whether or not she is willing to call the police depends entirely on Luo Xiao herself. As long as she bears the consequences, it's up to her whether to call the police or not. No, sister, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Luo Xiao lowered her head and apologized repeatedly, but her eyes were filled with resentment, but she didn't dare to vent it. Looking at Luo Xiao's expression, Su Jingjing beside her shook her head regretfully. This former rival might never be able to raise his head in front of her again. Feng Haiyan beat up the mistress and felt a little relieved. Then, she set her eyes on Guitian. Seeing his wife looking at him, Guitian quickly apologized. Wife, listen to my explanation. There's nothing to explain. If we divorce, you'll be kicked out of the house. There's only one way. Make your choice. The company's shares were originally in my parents' names, You just have to give up the property and savings. No, honey, I'm really innocent. She seduced me. I never liked her. Knowing that his wife wanted a divorce, Tian panicked. Don't be fooled by the fact that he lives a very luxurious life, with luxury cars and mansions, and has millions in savings. However, the luxury cars and mansions are all under his wife's name. The shareholders of the company are also my father-in-law and mother-in-law. They also wrote an agreement before the marriage, stating that if he cheated, all the property would belong to the woman and he would be left with nothing. Most people would not sign such a humiliating agreement. But who could blame Tian for being a poor boy at that time? Feng Haiyan not only has a well-off family, but is also a native of Shanghai. So, the two of them walked together. The agreement was therefore signed. Now, it's finally time for this agreement to come into play. Do you think I will forgive you? Let's get a divorce. The children are all grown up. There is no question of who to stay with. After the divorce, you can rent a house or live with the children. It's up to you. Anyway, there is no room for you in my house. Feng Haiyan said coldly. From the moment she found out that Tian was cheating on her, she had already decided to divorce. There's only one chance of cheating and countless times. A dog will never stop eating shit. Chapter 56, I think the punishment was too light. Wife, I don't want it. I don't want it. I beg you to forgive me. I kneel down for you. Tian finally broke through, and in front of the shocked gazes of everyone present, he knelt down with a plop. Once they really get divorced, he will become the poor countryman again. Moreover, he is a middle-aged man from the countryside. At his age, if he really has nothing, it would be very difficult to make a comeback. It can even be said to be a pipe dream. Tian, are you ashamed? I won't forgive you even if you kneel down. Feng Haiyan looked at her husband, with whom she had lived for nearly 20 years, with disdain on her face. How come once a person changes, they become so shameless? If kneeling down to apologize was effective, there wouldn't be so many divorces in the world. A man who kneels down to apologize has already lost his last bottom line. Divorce. Must divorce. The brother-in-law, elder brother-in-law, and others behind him also spoke up. You are a dog that can't change its nature. My sister is so devoted to you, and yet you're still fooling around out there. You must leave the house with nothing. And this mistress, it makes me sick just looking at her. How shameless of her to be someone's mistress at such a young age. Mr. Gua, if you are a man, beat this woman up. Maybe my sister will consider forgiving you. Impossible. Even if it's dog by dog, I will never forgive those who shouldn't be forgiven. That's right. Tian was getting more and more angry as a group of people talked about him. Finally, he turned his head suddenly and stared at Luo Xiaoxiao with cold eyes. Then, he rushed over like a hungry wolf, pounced on Luo Xiaoxiao, and rode on her and attacked her left and right. You bitch. I'll let you seduce me. I'll let you seduce me. It's all because of you, bitch, that my family is broken up. I'll beat you to death. I'll beat you to death. Luo Xiaoxiao? Luo Xiaoxiao was stunned. She was just beaten up by Feng Haiyan, but it wasn't unfair. After all, she was with her husband. But now she was being beaten by the person next to her, which was unacceptable to her. At the same time, she caught a glimpse of Su Mingyuan's family of 3 standing nearby. Seeing the 3 people watching him getting beaten as if they were watching a show, the resentment in Luo Xiaoxiao's eyes deepened. Finally, while Tian was taking a breath after beating her, Luo Xiaoxiao shouted at Feng Haiyan. Sister, besides me, those 2 women are also kept by your husband. Your husband brought them here to buy bags today. After Luo Xiaoxiao finished speaking, she breathed a sigh of relief, and a cold smile appeared on the corners of her mouth. So Fing, don't you like watching my show? I want to see how ugly it will be when you're beaten by this disgusting old woman. And there is Tian, this weak old man. If your wife knows that you have 3 mistresses at the same time, how will she deal with you? Luo Xiaoxiao's move can be said to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Sure enough, as soon as she finished speaking, Tian panicked. You bitch, what nonsense are you talking about? I think I didn't hit you lightly. After Tian finished speaking, he punched and kicked Luo Xiaoxiao again, beating her so hard that she couldn't even scream. That's enough, Tian. Is what this little bitch said true? Feng Haiyan shouted angrily at Tian, then walked up to him and looked down at this scumbag. Wife, listen to my explanation. I just want to pursue them. I don't really support them. Besides, it was these 2 who seduced me. Tian once again pushed the responsibility onto the woman. It must be said that following a man like this is really unlucky. Oh, Is that so? You two seduced my husband. Feng Haiyan came to Su Xiao and her sister with a gloomy face. As she got closer, she finally saw the faces of the two girls clearly, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. What nice view! Even though Feng Haiyan was very angry at this time, she couldn't help but sigh. The two girls in front of me are so beautiful and look very pure. The eyes of both of them were filled with the clarity and stupidity that only college students could have. Would this young girl with this look really sell her body for money? If this is really the case, then aren't the young people of this country completely doomed? However, these two girls were so beautiful that Feng Haiyan was stunned for a moment. Su Xiao and Su Jingjing felt a little scared when Feng Haiyan looked at them and subconsciously hid behind Su Mingyuan. Looking at the reactions of the two girls, Feng Haiyan then noticed that there was a young man standing next to them. When she saw the young man's appearance clearly, she was stunned for a moment, and then an incredible expression appeared on her face. You know you, are you Mr. Su? Feng Haiyan asked tentatively. You know me? Su Mingyuan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the middle-aged woman in front of him would actually know him. Ah, Mr. Su, it's really you. I'm Feng Haiyan, the chairman of Haiyan Building Materials. 2 years ago, I attended the Yi Group's bidding reception and met you at the reception. I even toasted you. Feng Haiyan's main business is building materials. Of course, the business is not big. Her biggest partner is the Yi Group. Although she was called a partner, she actually only provided some materials to Yi Group for a project in Shanghai. Nothing more. But for a small company like Haiyan Building Materials, it is a great honor to be able to cooperate with Yi Group, even if only once. It was also because of that collaboration that Feng Haiyan had the honor of attending that cocktail party and meeting Su Mingyuan. Feng Haiyan remembered very clearly that at that party, everyone was toasting Su Mingyuan. Although most people didn't know Su Mingyuan, Yi Tianhua, the chairman of Yi Group, was always respectful to Su Mingyuan. At that time, Yi Tianhua was the real richest man and had not yet fallen from the altar. Since even Yi Tianhua was so polite, others naturally didn't dare to neglect him. Feng Haiyan also took this opportunity to toast Su Mingyuan with a glass of wine. At the same time, she also remembered Su Mingyuan deeply. Even after several years, I still recognized it at a glance. Oh, it's you. Su Mingyuan nodded. He remembered the cocktail party, but he certainly didn't remember the people. Although Su Mingyuan has a good memory, he will not specifically remember unimportant people and things. Mr. Su, these two ladies are. Seeing how close Su Xiao and her sister were to Su Mingyuan, Feng Haiyan instantly realized that these two girls could not possibly be Guotian's mistresses. What kind of person is my old man? Why does he support such a beautiful girl? Even if the two of them were really being kept, only a wealthy man and a handsome guy like Su Mingyuan would be qualified. Chapter 57, This is my daughter. These are my two daughters, Su Xiao and Su Jingjing, my biological daughters. Su Mingyuan specifically emphasized the identities of his two daughters. Hearing this, Feng Haiyan took a breath of cold air. Then his whole face suddenly became gloomy. She turned her head and swung her arm to slap Guotian in the face. Pa pa pa. Feng Haiyan beat more than 10 people in a row until the brothers behind her pulled her back for fear of something happening. Wife, I already know I was wrong. Why are you still hitting me? Guotianshou pulled his head, his mind buzzing. Didn't you just finish it? Why do you have to do it again? Moreover, he just beat up Luo Xiao. Doesn't that make him feel better? Shouldn't I hit you? You still dare to lie at this time? With your character, are you qualified to support Mr. Su's two daughters? How dare you say that you are supporting Mr. Su's daughter? I think you are tired of living. Feng Haiyan became angrier as she spoke, and she went up and gave Guotian 2 more personality-correcting palm strikes. This guy is really blinded by lust. It's okay for Bubble to be an ignorant little college girl. How dare you touch Su Mingyuan's daughter? He was a terrifying existence that even the chairman of the Yi Group had to respectfully call Mr. Su. Is his daughter someone that a nouveau riche like Guotian can support? Would a billionaire be interested in a small boss like them who has assets worth tens of millions? Even being kept by a small boss? You must have drunk too much. Su, Mr. Su? Him. Guotian finally realized that something was wrong. Why can this young man be accompanied by the Hermes store manager throughout his shopping trip? It seems that he is really capable. Moreover, he was very calm from beginning to end. This kind of temperament is not what a young man in his 20s should have. Considering that from the beginning to the end, Su Xiao and her sister called Su Mingyuan dad, not brother or something like that. Guitian finally understood. It seems that I have provoked someone who should not be provoked. What do you mean by him? Apologize to Mr. Su and the two Miss Su. You're the only one who wants to support Miss Su? Do you know that any watch from Mr. Su is worth all our family's assets? Is a watch worth all your assets? Luo Xiao, who was struggling to sit up on the ground not far away, felt dizzy when she heard this. Did she hear it right? Aren't the Su Xiao sisters always orphans without parents? How come such a powerful father suddenly appeared? Could it be that they are really daughters of wealthy families? The lost daughter of a wealthy family? Oh my God, isn't this incredible? In an instant, Luo Xiao understood what was happening. As Su Jingjing's old classmate, she was of course very clear about the family situation of the two sisters. The originally poor girl suddenly has a rich father, and he is her biological father. What other reason could there be other than using the down payment to find her relatives? After realizing this, Luo Xiao became completely depressed, like a deflated ball. In the end, her family background, which she was so proud of, was completely defeated by Su Jingjing. Moreover, the other person was pretending to be kept in order to slap her in the face, but she was really being kept. The real daughter meets the real mistress. The difference can be imagined. It wasn't just Luo Xiao who was confused. Guitian was also completely confused. He knew that his wife must be telling the truth at this time. In other words, he really offended a super rich man and even tried to support his daughter. Isn't this seeking death? I was wrong. I was wrong. Mr. Su, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. At this time, Guitian could no longer care about anything else and could only kowtow to Su Mingyuan and apologize. However, Su Mingyuan obviously had no intention of paying attention to him. He turned around and took his two daughters back to the VIP room. As for Guitian, he was taken back by Feng Haiyan by grabbing his ears. Divorce is a must, and Guitian must leave the house with nothing. Of course, Feng Haiyan was not prepared to let Luo Xiao, the mistress, go. Although the cheater is despicable, the mistress is never wronged. I guess that tomorrow all the teachers and students in the school will know that Luo Xiao is a mistress. Before leaving, Feng Haiyan gave the bags and accessories that she bought for more than 1 million yuan to Su Xiao and her sister. In her words, it was all considered an apology. In fact, Feng Haiyan wanted to buy some more, because she knew that this gift was enough for ordinary people, and the apology was more sincere. But in front of Su Mingyuan, you might be a little stingy. However, Sister Su Xiao has always refused. Su Mingyuan didn't say much. In the end, it came to nothing. In the end, Feng Haiyan dragged Guitian away, and the matter came to an end. Dad, are we just going to take these things? Su Xiao looked at the bags in front of her and asked with a frown. After all, it's something worth more than $1 million, and I feel a little embarrassed to just get it for free. Don't worry, take it. If you don't take it, I don't think Feng Haiyan will be able to sleep at night. Su Mingyuan smiled fondly. To him, these things were like a pack of $5 cards in the hands of a child in an ordinary family. They had absolutely no value. Just accept it. Okay, Dad. Su Xiao also smiled. She picked up the bag she had chosen and gestured to it. There is no girl who doesn't like bags, and the bag that Su Xiao just picked out is indeed her favorite. Of course, the same is true for Su Jingjing. Now that they finally have it, they're still very happy. Seeing the two girls' happy expressions, Su Mingyuan also smiled. Xiao Luo, take out all the limited editions in your store. I want them all. They're also regular styles. As long as they're new this year, I want them all. Not just bags, but also clothes and accessories. As long as they are suitable for the two girls, I want them all. Su Mingyuan waved his hand. Now that the store is closed, he will definitely wait to make some contribution to other people's sales. Besides, this amount of consumption is nothing to him. Okay, Mr. Su, I'll pack all the new models right away. As for the clothes, I'd like to trouble you two ladies to follow me and try on the sizes. Luo Yao said respectfully. She was already ecstatic. Su Mingyuan's consumption today is equivalent to directly clearing out the inventory. Today's performance will also be off the charts. Well, you arrange it. Good. Soon, the waiter took the bags off the shelves one by one and prepared to pack them. At a cursory glance, there are at least several hundred. I'm afraid it will take several cars to transport all these bags back. Dad, we can't put all these bags in our dormitory. And we can't carry so many bags. Su Xiao asked worriedly. With so many bags, if I change one every day, I won't be able to carry them all in a year. Chapter 58 Bye. That's easy. I'll buy you a house across from the school. And these bags are not all for you to carry. If you don't like the style, you can give it to your roommates or friends. Just think of it as Dad thanking them for taking care of you. Su Mingyuan said with a smile. This was something Su Mingyuan had thought of a long time ago. During the previous chat, he heard the two girls mention their roommates and friends. They're all very kind and lovely children. In the past, the two children's lives were not so rich, and these children helped them a lot. Now that Su Mingyuan has recognized the two children, he naturally wants to give something in return. Of course, you don't need to give expensive gifts at the beginning. A bag worth tens of thousands of dollars is enough. A steady stream of water will last a long time. Anyway, my two children are only in their first year of college, so there will be plenty of time to repay these friends in the future. Dad, I'll give a few bags to my friends. Forget about the house. We don't need a house. When they heard that their father wanted to buy a house for them, the two little girls immediately shook their heads and refused. This is Shanghai's house. Every inch of land is worth a lot of money. Houses near Shanghai, Jiaotong University, are also very expensive, with the average price per square meter being more than 50,000 yuan. The most expensive properties can cost over 100,000 yuan per square meter. Moreover, this is the unit price that has dropped after the real estate downturn in recent years. If it were 3 years ago, the average price would be around 60,000. Although housing prices are falling across the country, the impact on housing prices in international metropolises like Shanghai is relatively small. If you want to buy a house here, the minimum required is 2 bedrooms and a living room. If we calculate based on 90 square meters, it would cost at least 5 million. If the unit price is high, such as 100,000 per bottle, then it would be less than 10 million. Su Xiaoxiao and Su Jingjing both felt that there was no need to spend this money. They have a student dormitory at Shanghai Jiaotong University, which can accommodate 4 people, so it is very spacious to live in. My roommates are also very easy to get along with, so there's no need to live outside. Moreover, after they graduate from college, even if they go to work, they will not work nearby. They will definitely go to the city center, which is where they are now. This makes it inconvenient to travel back and forth. Even if you buy a house, you may not necessarily come back to live in it. It would be a shame if it remained empty. So it's better not to buy it. The most important point is that there are only old residential areas near Shanghai Jiaotong University, and there is not even an underground parking lot. Parking is definitely a big problem. It's difficult to park, and it will be inconvenient to go to and from school in the future. You can't walk to school every day, right? If this is the case, it will take a long time to travel every day, which is too troublesome. Well, you don't have to worry about the house. Dad seems to have a small house over there. Let me see if anyone is living here now. If no one lives here, I'll have it redecorated in your style. You can move in a month at the latest. Su Mingyuan thought about it and realized that he should have property near Shanghai Jiaotong University. The location of this place is very good, as can be seen from the current highest housing prices. Su Mingyuan owns so many properties that he himself can't even remember where they are. But Su Mingyuan must own properties in those places in Shanghai where houses are the most valuable. There is no reason why there is none here at Shanghai Jiaotong University. Moreover, he liked buying villas in the early years. The villas bought in the early years were very cheap. There must be some here at Shanghai Jiaotong University. If you have a small villa, you will have your own independent space for parking, and you don't need to worry about parking spaces. As for being able to move in after just 1 month of decoration, that will definitely be no problem. The reason why ordinary people have to air their renovated homes for at least a month before moving in is because they are worried about formaldehyde release. But as long as the materials used are the best, there's basically no problem of formaldehyde. For example, if the whole house is customized, as long as it is made entirely of logs, and not the so-called multi-layer board logs, there will be no formaldehyde at all. Without glue, where does the formaldehyde come from? The same is true for other materials. Therefore, there is no need to worry about formaldehyde when decorating your home with top-quality materials. Check-in was no problem. Yeah, Dad, if you don't have it, don't buy it. Su Xiaoxiao specifically reminded him. Based on their understanding of their father, if he didn't have a house in that area, he might really buy them a villa. Well, don't worry, your father no longer has the right to buy a house, and can no longer buy a house in Shanghai. Su Mingyuan smiled and shook his head. He bought too many houses in the early years when there were no restrictions on home purchases. Even though home purchases have been slightly relaxed now, he is still not eligible to buy a house. This policy is not impossible to break, but Su Mingyuan does have a lot of houses, so there's no need for him to ask for privileges. However, Su Mingyuan can also purchase it in the name of his two children. Anyway, I'll go home and look at the property certificate first. If there is no property in this area, just buy one temporarily. Of course, you can also check if there are any high-rise residential buildings. This area is not really full of old houses. There are also high-rise new houses. Uh-huh. The two little girls nodded happily. Then, the two of them went to try on clothes. Su Mingyuan also follows the same principle. As long as it fits and looks good, he will buy it. The following time is basically spent trying on clothes. They tried for an hour and only stopped when the two girls were too tired to try. In the end, Su Mingyuan paid the bill directly. This time, he spent more than 50 million yuan. Basically, the store stock was completely consumed. Seeing this amount, the two little girls couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Just these things cost 50 million? In fact, if it's just a bag, it wouldn't cost that much money. But this store also has a lot of jewelry, some of which are even worth over $1 million. I bought a lot of things, and it only cost me more than 50 million. Su Mingyuan was obviously not satisfied. How much is this? So, after leaving their things in the store, he took the two girls to go shopping in other stores. Shangjin Shopping Mall is worthy of being the most luxurious shopping mall in Shanghai, with all kinds of luxury brands available. Su Mingyuan is also very generous. As long as his two daughters take a closer look at something, he will buy it immediately. A Patek Philippe worth over 2 million? Buy it. Vacheron Constantine worth over 3 million? Buy it. A Cartier necklace worth more than 1 million? It was still too cheap, but Su Jingjing took a closer look and decided to buy it. Later on, the two sisters were so frightened by the lavish shopping that they simply chose to look away. For the first time, they discovered that shopping could be so enjoyable. Just buy whatever you like without asking the price. This is what shopping means in the true sense. However, there were too many flowers, and the two girls were frightened when they saw them. After a round of shopping, I visited almost every store and bought a lot of things. If I were to bring all these things back to school, I'm afraid they would fill up my dorm. Chapter 59, let's buy a house. Dad, there are too many of these things. Our dormitory can't even hold them all. Why don't you take it home first, and we could bring back a few gifts? Su Xiaoxiao said helplessly. Yes, Dad. We'll just take a few of the ones we use frequently to the dormitory, and you can save the rest for us. We'll come back to you when we need them later. Su Jingjing said in agreement with her sister. Okay, how about staying at Dad's house tonight? Dad will take you back to school tomorrow morning. Su Mingyuan looked at the two children with some anticipation. As a father, I definitely want to live with my children. Dad, won't that be too hard for you? We have class in the first period tomorrow morning, so we have to get up early. The first class in the morning is at 8 o'clock. Including breakfast and travel time, I probably have to get up around 6 o'clock. Getting up at 6 o'clock was no problem for Su Xiaoxiao and her sister, as they had always gotten up at this time before. But for a wealthy man like Su Mingyuan, getting up at 6 o'clock might be a little too early. After all, aren't wealthy people supposed to sleep until they wake up naturally? Who would get up that early? The two sisters didn't want to trouble their father. Haha, it's okay. Your dad basically gets up at 5 o'clock. It's totally fine to send you there. Besides, even if Dad can't get up, we can ask the driver to take you there. Don't worry. Su Mingyuan has a team of drivers in his manor. He can call the driver on duty anytime he wants. The reason why Su Mingyuan did not let the driver drive these 2 days, but acted as the driver himself, was simply because he wanted to spend more time alone with his two daughters. After all, the driver was an outsider, and with an outsider around, he couldn't have private conversations with his two daughters. Don't think that the rich are really detached from worldly affairs. In fact, the richer a person is, the more approachable they are in private. When they are free, they are still willing to do something for their children personally. For example, sending children to school can sometimes be a pleasure, especially when the children go to prestigious universities. Yeah, Dad, then we won't go back to the dormitory tonight. Su Jingjing nodded vigorously. They also want to go to their father's house to see what it looks like. Dad is so rich and spends money so lavishly, so his house must not be too small, right? Okay, then I'll have these shop assistants deliver everything to your home. Let's just go back, Su Mingyuan said with a smile. He bought too many things today, and his car definitely can't transport them back. In that case, just have someone from the store drive it over. I bought so many things, and every store was happy to deliver them to my door. Uh-huh. The two little girls nodded obediently. Soon, the group of 3 arrived at the parking lot. After Su Mingyuan started the car, he first sent a message to the housekeeper at home, asking him to arrange for someone to clean up the best rooms in the manor except the bedroom where he lived. Meanwhile, get dinner ready. This is the first time for the two daughters to come home, so everything must be done well. This is because the time I reunited with my daughters was too short. Otherwise, Su Mingyuan would definitely have to renovate the manor. At least, I have to decorate a room for each of my two daughters. After giving the instructions, Su Mingyuan took the two children and left them all. Dad, where is your home? Is it Thompson? I heard that the houses there are super expensive, more than 200,000 yuan per square meter, and a house costs hundreds of millions. Su Hing looked somewhat longing. Thompson, that's a real mansion. Ordinary people may not be able to afford a house here, even if they work for thousands of years without eating or drinking. Even among the elites of those groups, few can afford to buy a house in this place. It can be said that this is the place where only truly wealthy people can live, and these little girls naturally yearn for it. Not Thompson. Su Mingyuan shook his head. But Dad also has a house in Thompson, right by the river, with 3 floors in total. The floor is pretty good too. Dad will transfer the house to your name later. Thompson has an excellent location, and all the properties are large flats. When the property was first put on the market, Su Mingyuan bought a whole building in one go. However, in the end, he only kept 3 sets. The rest were all sold off and cashed in when housing prices were at their highest. Originally, Su Mingyuan didn't want to sell it, but if the whole building belonged to him, it would be quite eerie and scary for him to live alone in a building with more than 10 or 20 floors. As more people live here, there will be more of a sense of life, and you'll feel more at ease living there. As for renting it out, forget it. God knows who moved in. If a high-end wild chicken moves in, it will lower the grade of the house. So, in the end, he sold all the houses and kept only 3. These 3 are the best in terms of apartment type and floor, and are also the most expensive. Keep it in hand without worrying about depreciation. Dad, no need for that. You should keep the house there for yourself. It's useless even if we take it. Sister Su Xiaoxiao quickly shook her head to refuse. Thompson's houses are worth hundreds of millions. They dare not accept such an expensive gift. Even if the person giving the gift is your own father, you will still feel embarrassed. Haha, it will be useful in the future. Xiao, don't you want to work in a bank? The headquarters of the UN Bank is right next to Thompson. Jing, don't you want to work at a TV station? Shanghai TV station is near Thompson, just a 5-minute walk away. Su Mingyuan immediately used his trump card. The two children's favorite workplaces are all nearby. If they live in Thompson, it will be very convenient for them to commute to get off work. Even though electric bikes are not allowed in this area, it's still only a 5 or 6-minute walk, which is very convenient. That's really convenient. Su Jingjing was somewhat moved. Who wants to commute 4 hours a day to get off work? If your workplace is nearby and you have to go to work at 8:30 in the morning, you can sleep until 8 o'clock. This is completely different from getting up at 6 in the morning and rushing to take the bus or subway. The happiness index has increased a lot. But Dad, Su Xiaoxiao was still a little hesitant. They got so much today that she was really worried that it was all a dream, a bubble, and it would all be gone once she woke up. Xiao, don't worry. It's a ready-made house anyway. Dad will transfer it to you later. Dad has never been married in his life, and he only has you 2 children. The property will eventually be passed on to you. It's just given to you earlier. Su Mingyuan has revised his will. Because he had no children, he planned to donate all his assets in his will. Su Mingyuan has his own charity organization. As long as you donate to this organization, all the money will naturally return to those who need it. However, now that Su Mingyuan has 2 children, the will must be revised. Chapter 60, Where's Home? Su Mingyuan's revised will definitely leave all his property to his 2 children. Since it is property given to the children, it doesn't matter whether you give it early or late. Okay, thanks, Dad. The 2 girls looked at each other and smiled brightly at the same time. They feel very happy that their father pays so much attention to them. It's really great to have a dad who cares about you at all times and who pays for your care. Su Mingyuan drove the car and quickly arrived at the overpass. Then we walked for another half an hour and completely left the city. Dad, where are we going? Isn't your house in the city? Su Jingjing felt a little strange as she saw fewer and fewer high-rise buildings around her. Shouldn't a rich man like Dad live in the most central part of the city? Even though their father lived on top of the Oriental Pearl Tower, they didn't find it strange. After all, with the wealth my father has, he should be able to afford it. But now, Dad seemed to be taking them towards the suburbs. This is a bit strange. If they hadn't known that it was their biological father who was driving the car, the two sisters would have thought that they had met a bad guy who was deliberately taking them to a deserted place and selling them. Well, Dad is deployed in the city, but has a house in the suburbs. It'll be there in about 10 minutes. Su Mingyuan explained with a smile. His manor is only half an hour away from the city center, and the entire journey is on elevated roads, so the speed is very fast. Half an hour is enough. As for times when you're in a hurry and need to get to the city center faster, that is also easy to solve. Just take a helicopter and you'll be there in 5 minutes. Therefore, for top wealthy people like Su Mingyuan, it doesn't matter where they live. The environment and air in the suburbs are definitely better than in the city center. Living there can also help you maintain better health. I see. Half an hour is not too far. I guess Dad lives in a villa in the suburbs. Rich people are all like this. They prefer to live in villas compared to high-level people. After all, a villa is a standalone building, while a high-rise building is more like a pigeon coop. There is still a big gap between the two. With their father's financial resources, buying a villa is an easy thing. However, if Su Jingjing knew that Su Mingyuan lived in a manor instead of a villa, I wonder if they would be even more shocked. As we were talking, the car finally got off the overpass, and after driving for another 2 minutes, it finally arrived at the destination. Western Suburb, Villa District. Dad, is your house in this western suburbs villa area? The villa here must be huge. Su Jingjing leaned on the window and looked at the sign outside. The villas in this place look very large from the outside, and they are all independent and standalone, not townhouses. Terraced houses are specially prepared for the middle class and cannot be considered villas. However, the villas in the western suburbs are relatively close to the city center, and the villas here are definitely not cheap. While it's not bad, the average price of a building is about 1 billion. Su Mingyuan said it very easily. A villa worth 10 billion was really nothing to him. But for the two girls, it was a bit of a subversion of their worldview. 1 billion to buy a house. Then the people living here are all rich people. In fact, this is true. Those who live, they're all top wealthy people from all over the country. Of course, they don't necessarily live here on a regular basis, but the house is always cleaned and tidied by nannies and gardeners. Make sure they can move in at any time. 1 billion. This is too expensive. Dad, does your house cost that much too? Su Xiaoxiao couldn't help but sigh. Is the gap between the lives of rich people and poor people really that big? Sister, aren't you talking nonsense? Dad's house is right here. It must cost that much money. You're the only one who understands? Hee. I'm just reminding you. Screw you. As they were talking, the car arrived at the gate of the western suburbs villa. The gate is access controlled. However, Su Mingyuan's car was obviously registered, and he drove straight in under the salute of the security guard. Only after entering the villa area did the two girls see clearly how big this villa area was. Each villa covers an area of more than 2,000 square meters. The largest building is even over 5,000 square meters. Moreover, they are all independent houses. The privacy of each building is very good, and there is no need to worry about being disturbed by neighbors. Dad, what's your house number? Su Xiaoxiao asked while leaning against the window and looking at the villa outside. Not yet, still behind. Su Mingyuan smiled and pointed to the back, then said, turn right along the road ahead and walk for another 2 minutes. 2 more minutes to go. Su Xiaoxiao froneth. Is this villa area so big? It takes 2 minutes to drive there? In a normal neighborhood, if there are no traffic lights, it would probably take about a minute to drive around it. From the time he entered the door to now, Su Mingyuan has been driving for a minute, and the speed is not slow, basically around 50 yards. Logically speaking, it should take 2 minutes to complete a circle, so why does it take another 2 minutes now? This villa area doesn't look that big. However, although Su Xiaoxiao was confused, she did not ask anything. You will know when the time comes. The car soon arrived at the right turn intersection that Su Mingyuan mentioned. After turning right, the car continued to move forward. A minute later, the Su Xiaoxiao sisters saw another access control. There are 4 guards standing outside this gate, 2 more than the first gate. Moreover, each of them stood upright with weapons in their hands. Of course, they're not hot weapons, but weapons such as steel forks, batons, and shields. But looking at their aura, you can tell that these guards are definitely retired soldiers. Moreover, it is a display among the elite. Su Xiaoxiao guessed right about this. These 4 guards are all retired Special Forces soldiers and are very powerful. When facing ordinary people, they can easily take on 4 people using the kite flying tactic. However, it is a bit strange that such a master appears here and is guarding the door. Even if these people retire, They will basically be poached by various armed police forces. How could they possibly be working as doormen in a rich villa complex? Moreover, it seems to be a side door. This is a bit unscientific. Besides, aren't we already leaving the community? Why did Dad take them out? Could it be that Dad doesn't live in this villa area? Or just drove in to show off? It just shouldn't have happened. There was no one else in the car except their sisters and their father. Even if Dad wanted to show off, there was no need to do it in front of these two girls. Chapter 61, Welcome Home, Miss. Just as the two little girls were puzzled, the car drove out of the community with 4 guards saluting respectfully. Next, we entered a two-lane tree-lined path. The trees along the tree-lined avenue are all very tall, and each one looks like it is hundreds of years old. Although this is a suburban area, it is still quite rare to see so many trees that are hundreds of years old. What the Su Xiaoxiao sisters didn't know was that the age of these trees was far beyond their imagination. Each tree is over 1,000 years old. They were all found in the primeval forest and airlifted from thousands of miles away. And these are no ordinary trees. They're basically rare species. It can be said that every tree here is worth a lot of money. The trees in this small forest alone are worth billions. Dad, why are we getting further and further away? Isn't your home in the same neighborhood as before? After the car drove into the tree-lined path, Su Xiaoxiao finally couldn't hold back the doubts in her heart and asked, "This feels a little wrong, doesn't it?" "Don't worry, we're at Dad's house now. We're just through the woods," Su Mingyuan said with a smile. As soon as the words came out, the two of them felt a bright light before their eyes, and they finally walked out of the grove. Immediately afterwards, Su Xiaoxiao, who was sitting in the front row, saw several tall buildings. Now that it is still dark, it is easy to see the entire manor. Villas, swimming pools, golf courses, horse farms, sports fields, etc. This is simply a large manor. Dad, this can't be a manor?" Su Xiaoxiao swallowed and asked subconsciously. "Yes, this is a manor. It's also Dad's home." "Oh my God, it really is a manor. Dad, you actually have a manor in Shanghai? Moreover, this manor is a bit too big, right? How much area does it occupy?" Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed. Manors are actually not particularly rare. Many wealthy people in Daxia own their own manors. Even some of the top stars in the entertainment industry have their own estates. For example, Uncle Qian has his own exclusive manor, where he raises many ponies. However, the manors of these big guys are all located in relatively remote areas. For example, Uncle Qian also has a manor, and it is also in the imperial capital, but it is far away from the economic center of the imperial capital. It just has the name of the imperial capital. But Su Mingyuan's manor is only half an hour away from the city center. Moreover, next door is the Shijiao Villa, which is a wealthy area. A little further ahead is the residential area. Shopping malls, shopping festivals, and more. It can be said that this place is actually considered an urban area, but it is not the most central one. The housing and land prices here are definitely not comparable to that of Uncle Qian's manor. Moreover, the manor seems to have no end at a glance. How big is it? The manor covers an area of about 100 acres. Not too small, Su Mingyuan explained with a smile. 100 acres? The two girls were stunned. How big is 100 acres? If we calculate it in square meters, it is 66,666 square meters. If this manor is rectangular, it would be more than 200 meters long and more than 300 meters wide. The circumference is 1 kilometer. It takes about 10 minutes to walk around the place. Whose house is so ridiculously big? It takes 10 minutes to walk around the house? This is much larger than the western suburbs villa they had just seen, and such a large manor actually belongs to their father. Isn't this too incredible? Such a large manor must be worth tens of billions, right? Although the two little girls didn't have much idea about house prices, they could still infer the value of the manor. They knew that their father was rich before, but they never expected that their father would be so arrogant. This manor is worth tens of billions. Can living here help you live longer and longer? The most important thing is, isn't their father too Versailles? A manor of about 100 acres is not too small. This is not just not too small, it is too big. To the shock of the two girls, the car finally arrived at the gate of the main villa. There were already quite a few people standing at the gate. There are men and there are women. Except for a beautiful woman in her 30s at the front who was dressed rather casually. The rest were young girls between 20 and 25 years old. Moreover, they were all wearing maid outfits. Of course, it's not that QQ maid outfit, but a real maid outfit for work. But because these girls are all very good looking, it looks beautiful on them too. As for men, there are people of all ages. They also dressed differently. There was a man wearing a suit and white gloves, obviously the driver. There are people wearing suits and sunglasses. No need to ask, they must be bodyguards. Some of them are wearing work clothes and looked a bit dusty. They must be gardeners or something like that. There are also a few people wearing chef uniforms. They must be the chefs of the manor. However, in general, girls are in the majority. Dad, are these all the staff members of your manor? Su Xiaoxiao couldn't help but ask. Yes, they're all the staff of the manor. There are probably more than 100 of them. The one in the front is the butler. His name is Sherlon. Let's get off the bus. Su Mingyuan briefly introduced Sherlon. Immediately afterwards, Sherlon came up with two girls. They came to the passenger seat and the back seat, respectively, and opened the doors. Ms. Su Xiaoxiao, please get out of the car. Ms. Su Jingjing, please get out of the car. Two girls in maid outfits said respectfully. Well, thank you. Sister Su Xiaoxiao thanked the man politely. Then, with the help of the two men, they finally got out of the car. A thick carpet has been laid at the door. The carpet was very clean and obviously had just been replaced, specially prepared for them. As soon as the two stood firm, a group of staff, led by Sherlon, saluted them at the same time. Welcome Miss Su Xiaoxiao and Miss Su Jingjing home. After saying that, everyone bowed together. This scene stunned the two girls. They're all girls from ordinary families. How could they have ever seen such a scene? This scene would probably only have appeared in a landlord's house 100 years ago, right? Unexpectedly, I experienced this at my own father's house today. Is this the standard configuration for wealthy families? Sister Sherlon, brothers and sisters, please get up quickly. You are too polite. Su Xiaoxiao spoke quickly. She was still somewhat uncomfortable with this kind of situation. Okay, miss. Sherlon was the first to stand up straight. Miss, I'm Su Yuan, the housekeeper of this manor, Sherlon. You two ladies can just call me by my first name. If you need anything in the manor in the future, you can tell me directly. Chapter 62, Dad's Home. Sherlon introduced herself immediately. Her attitude was very humble, and she completely put herself in the position of a housekeeper. They did not underestimate Su Xiaoxiao and the other girl at all, just because they were children from ordinary families. She is very clear about her identity, which is housekeeper. The Su Xiaoxiao sisters are Su Mingyuan's biological daughters, and they are the young masters of this family. A butler can never be above his master. Yes, Sister Sure, let's just call you that. We'll have to trouble you to take care of us from now on. Su Xiaoxiao nadit belaitli. She doesn't have the temper of a spoiled young lady. If someone is polite to her, she will definitely give them the most basic respect. This, Sherlon was a little hesitant to respond, and could only look at Su Mingyuan to ask for his advice. Well, Xiao Jingjing, you can just call me Sister Sure from now on. Su Mingyuan nodded at Sherlon. Sherlon has been with him for many years. Sherlon was originally a child from an ordinary family. It could even be said that he was worse than ordinary people. Sherlon Sher is from Jiangxi province. The economy of Jiangxi province, more than a decade ago, was very underdeveloped compared to today. In economically underdeveloped areas, many customs are relatively backward. Sherlan's parents are like this. They are very patriarchal. A son is a treasure, a daughter is a weed. The purpose of a daughter is to marry a rich husband when she grows up and to get a dowry for her son's marriage. Sherlon has always had good academic performance and was admitted to the best local high school in the junior high school entrance examination. But Sherlan's parents didn't give her the chance to go to school. Originally, she was not allowed to go to elementary school or junior high school. However, compulsory education is mandatory, and it is illegal for them to prevent them from attending. Thanks to the efforts of the school and the government, Sherlon was able to finish junior high school. However, high school is no longer compulsory education, and Sherlan's parents would never let their daughter go to high school. So Sherlon ran away secretly, registered for high school by herself, and worked in a hotel throughout the summer to earn a living. It happened that Su Mingyuan was staying in that hotel and met Sherlon. By chance, he learned about Sherlan's life experience. Moreover, Su Mingyuan also found that Sherlon was very smart. At that time, he still had the system, and the system also suggested that Su Mingyuan take this girl under his command, as she would be of great use in the future. Therefore, a large sum of money was given to Sherlan's parents to separate Sherlan's household registration. It is said that the household registration is independent, but strictly speaking, Su Mingyuan directly bought Sherlon. However, Su Mingyuan did not treat Sherlon as a child bride, but instead trained her with great care. In high school, Sherlon attended the best high school in Shanghai. I went to Peking University and Tsinghua University for college. After that, I went abroad to study for 2 years. In addition, he served as the head of Su Mingyuan's overseas company for 5 years. Afterwards, she asked to return to Daxia and became Su Mingyuan's housekeeper. Although she is just a housekeeper, her ability is unquestionable. In addition to ability, there is also loyalty. It can be said that Sherlon is one of the few people around Su Mingyuan that she trusts the most. Yeah, Dad, we got it. Sister Su Xiao nodded repeatedly. Sherlon, let's get everyone out. Is dinner ready? Mr. Su, dinner is ready. You can eat anytime you need it. Well, Xiao, Jing, shall we have dinner first? Dad, my sister and I are not hungry yet. We ate too much at noon. How about we walk around the villa first? It's so big and beautiful here. Okay, then Dad will accompany you. Sherlon, you come too. Introduce them to the two of them. Okay, Mr. Su. Then, accompanied by Su Mingyuan and Sherlon, the two little guys became familiar with the environment of the manor. The manor is very large, as I mentioned before. However, the building area of Zhuangyuan is not too large. In front of them now was the main villa, which was also the largest area of the manor, covering an area of 5,000 square meters. This is the actual building area of the house, unlike the western suburbs villas, which also include the garden area. The main villa has 9 floors in total. There are 3 floors underground and 6 floors above ground. The second and third underground floors are Su Mingyuan's garage, where various limited edition luxury cars are parked. In addition, there is also a parking lot on the ground, where many luxury cars are parked. Basically, they are in the millions, like Maybach or something like that. These cars are mainly allocated to the staff of the manor for use when they go out to do business. The basement level of the villa is an entertainment room. There are chess and card rooms, movie rooms, KTV rooms, etc. The first floor up is the living room. Further up are the rooms. There are many rooms in the villa, almost 20 or so. Each room is over 100 square meters. It can be said that each room is a luxurious large flat. Of course, not all of these rooms are occupied. Some rooms contain Su Mingyuan's personal collections, such as antique vases. These rooms have been specially treated to preserve these antiques. About 10 meters away from the main villa is a 3-story building. The building covers an area of 2,000 square meters. One of the first floors is a huge gym. There's a 1,000 square meter indoor heated swimming pool, as well as various fitness equipment, basketball hoops, tennis courts, etc. The second floor is the reception room. Thousands of people can dine here at the same time. The third floor is a large conference room where meetings can also be held. However, the second and third floors are less used. Use it once a year at most. To the right of the main villa is a small forest about 30 meters long. Through the grove, there are 2 more buildings. The building area is not large and the floors are not high. They are all 2 stories high. These 2 buildings contain the staff dormitories. The dormitories are separated into male and female dormitories, and there are managers in each dormitory to avoid visiting each other. It's also for mutual safety, especially female employees. All the female employees here at Su Mingyuan's place are young and beautiful. As for the male employees, many of them are also young people. If it is not managed, something might happen in the manor. The building area is not high, and there is a small forest in the middle so as not to affect the owner's life and privacy. There is a large outdoor swimming pool at the entrance of the main villa. The swimming pool is about 1,000 square meters. The water inside is crystal clear and obviously changed frequently. Opposite and to the west of the villa is a golf course. It can also be said to be green grass. To the east of the villa is a horse farm where various types of horses are raised. That's basically it. The manor is very large and there's a lot of unused space. In fact, it cannot be said to be idle, but rather there's a lot of green space. With so much greenery, it is very comfortable to live here. Chapter 63, All are authentic. I just took a quick look outside the villa. There will be plenty of time to get to know the surrounding environment later. Then Su Xiao and her sister walked into the main villa with Su Mingyuan. As soon as they entered the main villa, Su Xiao and Su Jing couldn't help but exclaimed, "Wow, Dad, your house is so big and luxurious. It's like the palace on TV." "Yes, Dad, your house is really big. The decoration is so luxurious." The 2 sisters were like Granny Lu entering the Grandview Garden, overwhelmed by what they saw. To people who don't know what's going on, they might seem like they are very ignorant. Isn't it just a house? How luxurious can the decoration be? Aren't they all modern handicrafts? But in fact, there are really many lines in Su Mingyuan's house. For example, all the wooden furniture in the house is mainly made of two types of logs. One is golden namu and the other is wangwali wood. Both golden namu and wangwali wood are top-grade woods, and their prices are even comparable to gold. The prices of these two types of wood vary depending on the year. The older the year, the higher the price. Each of the woods in Su Mingyuan's house is more than 2,000 years old. Even if it is just a coffee table, it can be sold for millions. Therefore, although these wooden furniture are modern handicrafts, the prices are different due to different raw materials. Moreover, all the wooden furniture in Su Mingyuan's house is made of these expensive woods. Even the handrails of the stairs are made of golden namu. Throughout Daxia, there are no more than a handful of wealthy families like Su Mingyuan. I'm afraid that only Hushin's family in the Qing dynasty can be compared with Su Mingyuan's family today. However, the two girls didn't understand things like furniture. What they pay attention to mainly are the antique vases and calligraphy and paintings by famous people in the house. Dad, is this Monet's water lily? Su Jingjing noticed a picture frame placed in the center of the living room. The painting in the frame was very familiar, as if it was the one she remembered. Jingjing, I didn't expect you know Western paintings. Su Mingyuan looked at his little daughter with some surprise. He always thought that his little daughter was carefree and might not be interested in these things. But now it seems that he seemed to have underestimated his younger daughter. The painting is indeed Monet's water lilies. Those who can recognize it at once obviously have a certain understanding of art. Dad, my sister loved drawing when she was little, and she was very good at it. Her original dream was to be a painter. But art is too expensive, so in order not to add pressure to her uncle and aunt, she finally gave up. Su Xiao took the initiative to explain to her sister. After listening to his eldest daughter's explanation, Su Mingyuan nodded in agreement. The path of art is not something that everyone can take, especially for ordinary people pursuing the path of art, or to be more precise, the path of fine arts, is basically equivalent to giving up on life. How many art majors can't find a job after graduation? For those who work in this profession, the best career path is, of course, to become a super powerful painter, and one of their paintings can be sold for tens or even hundreds of millions. However, such a talent may not appear even once among hundreds of thousands. If you can't be a painter, there are very few remaining career options, and each one requires intense competition for the job. For example, an art teacher with a regular position. That's like a huge army crossing a single plank bridge. It's very difficult to get in. Or being a designer or something like that is not easy. In the end, many people can only learn computer art design skills and work as art designers for Taobao. Moreover, he is still a junior artist. Or, in other words, make a cover online. This type of cover is mainly used by online novel authors. Moreover, the cover pictures are ready-made. They just need to add the book title and pen name, which requires no technical content at all. Therefore, the employment prospects of this major are not very optimistic. It's also difficult to make money. Most importantly, the investment cost is too high. Not to mention the cost of additional art classes, just the consumables such as drawing boards, brushes, paints, etc. are difficult for ordinary families to afford. Not to mention families like Su Xiao's who rely on support from their uncle and aunt. Learning art is simply unaffordable. So, in the end, Su Jingjing decisively gave up this hobby. However, even though she gave up, Su Jingjing still continued to learn related things. Therefore, she could tell at a glance who painted the water lilies. So that's how it is. Su Mingyuan smiled and nodded, then continued. Jingjing, you're right. This painting is indeed Monet's water lilies. Dad, is this the original? Or is it a copy? Of course it's an authentic work. Dad bought it at an auction for 180 million. In fact, this painting was originally bought by another buyer for 150 million yuan. At the last minute, Su Mingyuan asked his agent to raise the price by 30 million and took the painting. For him, the extra 30 million is nothing. 180 million was already far beyond the value of the painting, so no one continued to bid. Oh my god, it's actually a genuine painting? I never thought that one day I would be able to see a genuine Monet painting so close. When Su Jingjing heard that the water lily painting was authentic, she became very excited. For art practitioners, is there anything more joyful than seeing the original paintings described in textbooks in the real world? Moreover, not only could she see it, she could also watch it up close. She could even take the painting down and admire it if she wanted. This feeling is definitely different. Jingjing, if you like this painting, Dad will give it to you. There are many antique paintings and calligraphy in the house. If you like them, you can take them away. Su Mingyuan has indeed collected a lot of antique calligraphy and paintings over the years. Of course, some of them were obtained through system rewards. No matter where they came from, to Su Mingyuan, they were just collectibles. As long as the two daughters like it, they can take it away. No need, Dad. We can just take a look at your house. We don't have room in our house for something this valuable. Besides, even if we had a place, we wouldn't dare put it in our own home for fear of being stolen. Su Jingjing immediately shook her head and refused. This is a painting worth hundreds of millions. It would be a great loss if it was stolen from their home. Moreover, even if it was not stolen, the environment at home was not suitable for protecting such an expensive painting. This famous painting can be easily damaged if it is bumped or scratched. It would be better to leave it at Su Mingyuan's house so that the sisters can watch it anytime if they want to. Okay, this is your home from now on. Don't treat Daddy as an outsider. Just take whatever you want. Everything here belongs to you two sisters. You don't need to tell Dad if you take it. Chapter 64, Getting Used to Living Together. After walking around the lobby on the first floor, Su Mingyuan brought the two children to the second floor. My dears, Daddy's bedroom is on the left side of the second floor. There are still many empty rooms on the right. Are Sherlan, Xiao Xiao, and Jing Jing's rooms ready? Su Mingyuan turned his head and looked at Sherlan indifferently. Mr. Su, everything is ready. All the rooms on the second floor have been cleaned up. The sheets and quilts are all new and disinfected. All toiletries and skincare products are ready. All the clothes have been washed and dried, so you can move in any time. Sherlan is worthy of being the old housekeeper who has followed Su Mingyuan for many years. Everything has been prepared and arranged very well. All the rooms on the entire floor were tidied up and cleaned very well. In fact, all the rooms in the main villa are cleaned every day. The purpose is to ensure that people can live there at any time. However, if people really want to live there, they will definitely clean it more carefully. There are so many servants in a manor. If they can't even do this, there's no need to employ so many people. However, Sherlan finally decorated all the rooms. The purpose is so that when Su Xiao Xiao and her sister come, they can freely choose the room they like. This also gives them full right to choose. Sherlan didn't know if the two girls would have any special requirements for living. The decoration style of each room is different. For example, the orientation of the bed. In some rooms, the head of the bed faces south and the foot of the bed faces north. Some rooms are the other way around. This is somewhat similar to a hotel. After all, there are so many rooms, it is impossible to design them all in the same style. If Sister Su Xiao Xiao has any concerns in this regard, she can choose the room she likes on her own. Sherlan had already made arrangements for this, and there would definitely not be any dissatisfaction between the two people. Well, Xiao Xiao, Jing Jing, each of you choose a room. You can choose any room. They're all the same size and face south. It depends on what you like. As for the decoration style, Dad will have it changed immediately. Just tell Dad what style you like. The current room decoration is based on Su Mingyuan's own aesthetic taste, and this is the case for all the rooms. In the past, Su Mingyuan lived alone, and even if friends or confidants came over, they would only stay for a short time, so he didn't need to consider them. But things will be different in the future. Su Mingyuan wanted to live with his two daughters. Since we're going to live together, we must consider our daughters' opinions. Dad, we're all fine. We just need to be closer to your room. Yes, Dad, my sister and I used to live in the same room, so just give us a room. The two sisters lived in the same room since they were young. There's nothing we can do about it. The house is so small, and there are only a few rooms in total. Grandpa and Grandma, uncle and aunt, a cousin, and their two sisters. It is very cramped for so many people to live in a house of just over 100 square meters. The room the two sisters lived in was relatively good, as they had a separate room. Although the room is a little small, it is still comfortable to live in. As for my cousin's living environment, it is a little worse. He lives in a room converted from a balcony. My uncle, aunt, grandparents all have their own rooms, but they are not very big. It can be said that the uncle and aunt are really very good to Su Xiao Xiao and her sister. He would rather his son suffer a little injustice than let his two nieces suffer any injustice. Having said that, the two sisters have been living together for so many years and have indeed gotten used to it. Even when you go to college, if there are 4 people in a dormitory, it is considered cohabitation. So, it doesn't matter at all. It's okay if you're used to sleeping together, but you still have to choose your own rooms. A girl this big should have her own room. No matter how good sisters are, They still need privacy from each other. Su Mingyuan said with a smile. There are so many rooms in his manner. If two children have a squeeze into one room, what is the point of having so many rooms? Okay, since you said it doesn't matter, then we'll take these 2 rooms, one for each of you. After Su Mingyuan finished speaking, he pushed open the door of a room in front of him and walked in. Wow! As soon as they entered the room, Sister Su Xiao exclaimed, Isn't this room too big? It would be better to say that this is a suite rather than a room. This room is very large, even larger than the high-rise suites of an average family. The room is not one big room, but is divided. There's a study, a living room, a bedroom, a bathroom, a cloakroom, and so on. The cloakroom alone is about 70 to 80 square meters. If you stuff it full of clothes and change one a day, you can go a year without wearing the same clothes. As for the master bedroom, there's a large bed that is 5 meters wide. No matter how you roll around on the big bed, you don't need to worry about falling off. The bathroom also has an oversized jacuzzi bathtub. A bathtub may be a useless device in ordinary households. After all, the bathrooms of ordinary people are not too big, and a bathtub may even occupy half of the bathroom space. Moreover, ordinary people are busy going to and from get off work, and are very tired when they get home. I just want to take a shower and then lie down on the bed to sleep. How can I have the energy to sit in the bathtub and take a comfortable bath? Therefore, the bathtubs in most people's homes are just decorations. But it's different for rich families. With such a large bathtub, you can take a bath comfortably, which is very relaxing. In addition, the 2 girls also noticed that the dressing table was full of bottles and jars. That's all kinds of skincare products and makeup. And they are all international brands. There were some brands that the 2 girls had never even heard of. But if you can recognize 1 or 2 brands, you can guess that these things are worth a lot of money. As for other things, such as a comfortable bed, soft quilt, etc., they're all the best. You can tell at a glance. Dad, this room is so beautiful. Is this really the room my sister and I will have in the future? Su Jingjing held her face in her hands, somewhat incredulous. This is a room for you or your sister alone. Don't worry, the room next door has the same configuration. Just choose which room you 2 want. After you've chosen, I'll have someone deliver everything you bought today. Su Mingyuan said with a smile. I bought a lot of clothes, jewelry, and baby items today. Su Mingyuan also classified them according to what the 2 little girls had chosen. After the 2 little girls have chosen their rooms, you can tidy them up in their own bedrooms. Chapter 65. Whichever car you want to drive. Yeah, Dad. Then this room should be given to my sister. I'll live next door. Su Jingjing took the initiative to give the room closer to her father's room to her sister. Okay, the 2 rooms are next to each other anyway. Sure, Lon. Then have someone bring all the things in and put them away. Put all your clothes in the closet, and put your bags in their designated spots. Su Mingyuan explained to Sherlon. Okay, Mr. Su. I'll have someone sort it out right away. Sherlon responded respectfully, then turned around and made arrangements. Okay, now that we've finished touring the room, shall we go check out the lounge and garage downstairs? You should be hungry after visiting these 2 places, right? Yeah, Dad, you can arrange it. Good. Then, Su Mingyuan brought the 2 children to the entertainment room on the underground floor. In addition to the entertainment room, the underground floor is also Su Mingyuan's wine cellar. As soon as the door of the wine cellar is opened, you can smell a clear smell of wine. In addition to modern and contemporary wines, there are also many wines that have been stored in jars for hundreds of years. The smell of alcohol also comes from here. The entire wine cellar is kept at a constant temperature to ensure the maximum preservation of the wines. Wow, Dad, you have so many red wines here. Are they all expensive? I'll bring the wine Yi Siqing sent over and keep it with you later. Su Xiao looked at the bottles of wine on the shelves, her eyes a little dazed. You can tell from the packaging of these wines that they are definitely very old. Precious wines become more valuable as they age. Su Xiao was not sure which one was more precious, the wine in the wine cellar or the wine given by Yi Siqing, but the wine given by Yi Siqing could not be too bad. Compared with my dad, it should be considered a medium level. No need, you can take these 2 bottles of wine back to school. When you roommates have a party or something, you can take it out and taste it. Su Mingyuan's wine cellar is so big, there must be no shortage of good wine. Although without the system, he could no longer obtain a steady supply of good wine from dozens or hundreds of years ago. But the wine in the cellar was enough for him to drink for several lifetimes. Yeah, Dad, then we'll take it to school. Su Xiao Nadif. After visiting the wine cellar, it is time to go to the entertainment area. The entertainment area is still very fun. When the two girls learned that they could sing karaoke here, and Su Mingyuan also agreed to let them bring their friends here to have a party, they immediately became excited. Dad, can we really bring friends home? Of course you can. You're the masters of this house. If you want to bring your friends to your house for a party, what's wrong with that? That's great, Dad. I love you. Haha. Just tell Dad in advance when the time comes, and Dad will make all the necessary preparations. Of course, if you feel that Dad can't let go at home when you are playing, then Dad can go out and hide for a few days. Su Mingyuan really expressed the greatest love that a father could. As long as his two daughters are willing, he would even sacrifice himself. Su Mingyuan actually wanted to make up for the lack of care for his two children over the years. If he hadn't always thought that he was betrayed by Yi Shaojing and never looked for the two children wouldn't have had such a hard life. Therefore, in Su Mingyuan's view, what he's doing now is just 1/10 millionth of the compensation. This is all he can do. Then, the two girls experienced the equipment in the entertainment room, mainly just trying two songs. It must be said that the singing equipment in the entertainment room is really better than that in KTV. The sound card here is even better than those in the recording studios of celebrities. Both girls showed off their talents. After singing the song, Su Mingyuan took the two children to visit the last place, which was his garage. Su Mingyuan has a large collection of cars, which take up 2 floors on the second and third underground floors. As soon as they walked out of the garage elevator, the two girls were stunned by the cars of various colors and shapes. Oh my God, Dad, is this your garage? It feels like a big car show. I don't even recognize the brands of some of the cars. Su Hing exclaimed immediately. She had never seen many of the car logos here. For example, a car with a shield logo has many prisms on it. This is the first time Su Jingjing has seen a car of this brand. However, she would not consider it a cheap car. Just by looking at the shape of a sports car, you can tell it's worth a lot of money. In fact, this car is indeed very expensive. This car is Koenigsegg. The car in front of you is Koenigsegg's limited edition supercar, 1-1. Only 6 units were sold worldwide. The official selling price of each unit is 50 million. But this is just the official price. If you really want to buy it, you will need at least 100 million. And there's still no demand for it. Without exception, those who can afford this kind of car are all top wealthy people. The top billionaires don't need your 50 million or 100 million. Now that they have bought this super sports car, which is limited to 6 units worldwide, they will definitely not sell it easily. Even if you offer a sky-high price, it is not certain that there are rich people willing to give up their love. But Su Mingyuan is different. No matter how limited the luxury car is, he must have one. Even if there's only one car in the world, this one must be in his garage. In addition, there are Pagani Zonda, Golden Rolls-Royce, and so on. At a glance, there are dozens of cars in the garage on this floor. Each car is worth a lot of money, no less than 5 million. There are indeed cars like the Lamborghini Aventador, but compared with top sports cars like the Koenigsegg, they are not so dazzling. Dad, you actually have so many luxury cars. If I had known this, my sister and I wouldn't have bought a car. We could have just driven yours and saved some money. Su Jingjing curled her lips. With so many luxury cars, if you change one every day, you could drive them for a long time. There is absolutely no need for them to spend so much money on a new car. These cars are considered second-hand cars. The first car in your life must be a new car. What's the point of driving a used car? But, as long as you like, you can drive any car in the garage. You can drive whichever car you want. All the car keys are in the cabinet at the elevator entrance. Su Mingyuan would never have the idea that a limited edition luxury car cannot be put into production and will depreciate if it is put into production. He collects so many cars just as a hobby. As long as the two little girls like it, they can open it at will. Depreciation or something like that doesn't matter at all, as long as the two children are happy. Chapter 66, Private Chef for State Banquet. I better not give it up, Dad. These cars don't look cheap at all. If it gets damaged, even if it's just a scratch, we'll be heartbroken. Su Jingjing quickly shook her head. These are all top-of-the-line luxury cars. Any minor scratch can cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Some even cost millions. Moreover, insurance companies may not necessarily provide full coverage for such top-notch luxury cars. If there is any scratch and you're fully responsible, you will basically have to pay for it yourself. Su Jingjing was reluctant to spend so much money. It's okay. It's just a car. Cars are meant to be driven. Why buy a car if you don't drive it? Don't feel any psychological pressure. It doesn't matter if you really have to crash. Just change the car and drive it. Su Mingyuan laughed. A car is a means of transportation. It's meaningless to treat your car as your ancestor. The cars he collected weren't really a collection. But I just can't open it. He is no longer at the age where he can race with others. So he has more and more cars, but he only uses those few regularly. The other cars are basically left in the garage gathering dust. Of course, it's not really dusty. Cars, like rooms, are cleaned and maintained regularly. We ensure that all cars are like new. Hee hee. Then when I pass my driving test, I won't be polite. Of course, these cars are free to drive. Yeah, thanks, Dad. After visiting the garage, it was already late. Then, the family returned to the living room on the first floor and enjoyed a sumptuous dinner. The standard of dinner was no worse than what they had at Wangjiang Tower at noon, and the ingredients were even better. All raw materials are fresh and come from all over the world. For example, lobsters were caught from the sea in the morning and immediately delivered to Su Mingyuan. Another example is beef. When it was served, the beef's nerves were even still moving. Of course, ingredients are not the most important thing. The most important thing is taste. Whether it was rice or various delicious dishes for dinner, the taste was no worse than that for lunch, and sometimes even better. Dad, you didn't ask the chef from Wangjiang Tower to come to your house to cook dinner, did you? It tastes a lot like the state banquet we had at noon. Su Xiao picked up the spoon and scooped up a mouthful of soup and sipped it. After taking a sip, she suddenly felt all her pores open up. It's so delicious. Haha, this is indeed the work of the state banquet master. But it wasn't made by the master of Wangjiang Tower, but by Master Zhao. Master Zhao, please introduce yourself. Su Mingyuan waved to the middle-aged man who was standing not far away and was wearing a white chef's uniform and a tall chef's hat. When the middle-aged man heard Su Mingyuan's call, he immediately walked up. Hello, Miss Su. I am the chef of Su Garden, Zhao Yinghao. I worked at state banquets for many years before. The chef of Wangjianglu that you two ladies are talking about should be Kongjun, right? He is my apprentice. Hiss. When Su Xiao and her sister heard what Zhao Yinghao said, they were immediately shocked. They never imagined that Zhao Yinghao was also a state banquet chef. Moreover, he is Kong Jun's master. To be able to be a chef for a state banquet, such a person must have reached the pinnacle of cooking skills. At the same time, Sister Su Xiao was also very curious. If such a talented person continues to serve the country, his salary and benefits will definitely not be bad. Moreover, you will get to know many powerful and influential people. This kind of network of contacts cannot be compared to being a personal chef. Being a cook, no matter how high the salary is not as good as cooking for the bosses, right? Those intangible resources cannot be measured by money. That's why the two sisters were so shocked. How did my father recruit such a person? As if he had seen the two girls' confusion, Zhao Yinghao took the initiative to explain. You two ladies must be wondering why I gave up my position as a state banquet chef and became a private chef instead. This is actually very simple. Mr. Su gave me so much. Besides, this is also the official intention. Let me take care of Mr. Su's diet. What does official mean? There was more shock in the two sisters' eyes. In other words, Dad also has a close relationship with the authorities, even holding an important position in the officialdom. Isn't this a bit too scary? However, neither Su Mingyuan nor Zhao Yinghao gave further explanation on this issue. So the two sisters didn't ask any more questions. All they need to know is that their dad is awesome. Next, the family of three had a sumptuous dinner at home for the first time. After dinner, the two girls chatted with Su Mingyuan for a long time, and they didn't go to rest until 10 o'clock in the evening. Xiao, Jing, is the class at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning? Yes, Dad. We have to get up and clean up at 6:30. Okay, I'll have someone prepare breakfast. After breakfast, I'll take you to school. Yeah, thanks, Dad. Well, send me the class schedule when you get to school. Daddy will also prepare driving lessons for you. Good. Then go to sleep. Well, good night, Dad. Good night. After returning to the room, the two girls did not go to bed immediately. Although both of them had their own rooms, they still chose to sleep together. Lying on a huge bed, both of them felt a little dreamy. It had been less than 2 days since they had reunited with their father, but their lives had already changed dramatically. Sister, do you think our current life is real? Have we really become famous ladies? Of course it's true. To be honest, I don't really believe it, but it's definitely true. Sister, could our dad be the richest man in the world? I don't know about that, but it's definitely not much worse than the richest man in Daxia. Sister, it would be so nice if Mom was still alive. If she knew that Dad was so rich and gave us such a good life, she would be very happy. Yeah, it's a pity that Mom can't see it. Sister, even if Dad has no money, I am willing to live with him. Of course, I think so too. As long as I'm with Dad, it doesn't matter if I have money or not. But now that Dad is rich, we can live a better life. I'm willing to do that too. Don't get too carried away, girl. Remember, Daddy's money must not have come easily, so we can't spend it carelessly. Understand. Buy it with confidence, sister. The next day, when the two sisters got up, Su Mingyuan had already prepared a sumptuous breakfast. Wow, Dad, why did you prepare so much food? Looking at the dozens of buffet-like breakfasts on the table, Su Xiao and her sister were a little confused. Which nice person eats dozens of kinds of breakfast? Even if it's a hotel buffet, it shouldn't be that exaggerated, right? Chapter 67, The House Opposite the School. Dad has just started living with you guys, and I don't know what you like to eat. So I asked someone to prepare both a Chinese breakfast and Western breakfast. Su Mingyuan said with some guilt. It was his fault for not understanding the tastes of his two daughters in advance. However, Su Mingyuan had also made sufficient preparations. That is, both Western and Chinese breakfasts are prepared. Chinese food includes buns, xilongbao, siamai, and so on of various flavors. Western food, including various breads, toasts, milk, etc. Everything you need. He is trying his best to give the best to his two children. Dad, we'll all eat it. You don't need to prepare so much in the future. My sister and I usually just eat a bun and a cup of soy milk, and we're full. Both Su Xiao and Su Jingjing have small appetites. Breakfast is basically a bun and a cup of soy milk. Sometimes a tea egg is added. Things in public schools are still very cheap. This set costs only $2 or $3 per person. For both of them, it was already very filling. The sumptuous breakfast that Su Mingyuan prepared today is enough for the two little girls to eat for a month. Just a bun and a cup of soy milk. That won't do. You guys are eating too little. How can one be full with just one steamed bun and a cup of soy milk? Eat more. Come, try this crab roe bun. As Su Mingyuan spoke, he picked up various snacks for his two daughters. Although the breakfast is simple, it is also very exquisite. Even a cup of seemingly simple soy milk is not simple at all. Every bean for soy milk is carefully selected, and there are about 20 grams of beans in this cup of soy milk. Each bean is selected from thousands of beans. The selected beans are plump and round, and even their sizes are almost identical. The beans were soaked the night before. This is also to ensure that the beans are easier to produce soy milk. After the beans are soaked, the kitchen will grind the soy milk on the spot in the morning according to the time Su Xiao and her sister get up. Moreover, all the soy milk is finely ground by hand. Guaranteed great taste. Except for soy milk, every other food is also carefully prepared. For example, the crab roe buns are made with the freshest Yangsheng Lake Harry crab roe. The crab roe was taken out temporarily when it was delivered in the morning. The kitchen is basically open 24 hours a day, either preparing breakfast, lunch, or dinner. It is no exaggeration to say that if this breakfast were sold outside, it would sell for at least tens of thousands of yuan. Of course, the two little girls definitely didn't know the value of this breakfast. With Su Mingyuan's feeding, they ate 3 times more breakfast than usual. I ate so much that I could hardly walk. Dad, we really can't eat anymore. Su Jingjing sat back in her chair, breathing slightly. She swore that this was the most sumptuous and filling breakfast she had ever had in her life. But my belly is too small. I really can't eat anymore. Since yesterday noon, they have been eating almost one meal after another. I started eating dinner before I had digested the food I had eaten at lunch. Dinner hasn't been digested yet, and it's time to start eating breakfast. At this rate, in less than a month, they will be so fat that even their dad won't be able to recognize them. Okay, then I won't eat it. Shall we go to school now? Yeah, Dad, it's getting late. We need to go to school early. Okay, let's go. Good. It was still early when Su Xiao and her sister returned to school. Because they brought some gifts for their roommates, they went back to the dormitory first. The gifts are not too expensive, just bags worth tens of thousands of dollars. However, for college girls, this is already a very precious gift. Fortunately, yesterday's circle of friends gave the roommates a heads up. They all knew that the two sisters had reunited with their wealthy father, so they didn't think anything wrong. After sending his two daughters to school, Su Mingyuan left. However, he did not return to the manor, but came to the opposite side of the school. Opposite the school is an old residential area. It can't be called a community. It would be more appropriate to say a residential area. There are single-family houses as well as high-rise buildings in old residential areas. It also exists near the new real estate, but it is about 1 kilometer away from the school gate. Su Mingyuan came here just to see the villa he bought, or rather, 3 buildings. However, 2 of the buildings are not large, only about 100 square meters, which are considered small apartments. Of course, this is just the building footprint. If the garden is included, the area is more than 200 square meters. The small villa has 3 floors, and each floor is over 100 square meters. If you calculate it this way, it is almost 400 square meters, which is not small. It can be said that if this house was demolished and rebuilt, it would definitely become a villa. However, these 2 small villas have been rented out. Su Mingyuan would definitely not live in such a house himself. Instead of wasting it, it would be better to rent it out. Small houses are easy to rent out, especially some celebrities like to live in this kind of place. It is a separate house with its own entrance, privacy, and spacious living space. And with their income, they can afford the high rent. Once you rent it out, you won't be able to get it back all at once. Fortunately, Su Mingyuan still has a larger villa, including the garden. The area is 1,000 square meters, and the building area is 500 square meters, also with 3.5 floors. This villa is very large, but because the rent is very expensive, not many people rent it. This place has been vacant since the previous tenant moved out half a year ago. Su Mingyuan just want to take a look at the surrounding environment today. If possible, I will renovate this place and let my 2 daughters live there. After arriving nearby, Su Mingyuan called Sherlon. Hey Sherlon, are you here? Mr. Su, I'm already at the door of number 88. Okay, I'll be there right away. After Su Mingyuan finished speaking, he drove to the destination. Soon, he saw Sherlon at the door of house number 88. Mr. Su, the car can be driven directly in. The parking lot inside is very wide and can accommodate 7 or 8 cars. As Sherlon spoke, she directed Su Mingyuan to stop the car. Su Mingyuan drove the car into the garden, then got out and started walking around. The location is good and close to the school. I'll bring my 2 children over this afternoon to determine the decoration style. The entire exterior wall needs to be redone. The gardens have to be rearranged too. The decoration inside was old, so we had to tear it down and redo it all. Some of the main materials that need to be replaced should also be replaced. Are there any problems with the relevant approval procedures? After Su Mingyuan took a look around, he told Sherlon his request. If the construction schedule had not allowed, he would even want to demolish the building and rebuild it. Chapter 68, I'll treat you to dinner. Don't worry, Mr. Su. There will be no problem. Well, have you contacted the driving school? I've already contacted you. You can just go there this afternoon. The chairman of the driving school will be waiting for you at the entrance. Okay, that's good. Soon, it was afternoon. Su Mingyuan drove directly to the downstairs of the teaching building where the 2 children were waiting for them. As soon as the bell rang, students came out of the teaching building one after another. Su Mingyuan's Rolls-Royce was parked in a parking space in front of the teaching building. The Rolls-Royce Angel logo shines brightly in the sunlight, which is very eye-catching and attracts a lot of attention. People passing by turned their heads to take a look. Many people started discussing it. Wow, that's a Rolls-Royce, right? There's actually a Rolls-Royce in our school? I wonder which rich kid drove it in. Speaking of a Rolls-Royce, I'm afraid only Master Yi can afford it, right? After all, his father is the richest man. It shouldn't be Mr. Yes. Mr. Ye's car has a golden car cover. Didn't you read the forum? Yesterday, a Rolls-Royce owner and a BMW owner got into a fight. It was said that the BMW owner even smashed his own car. I know. My girlfriend was there at the time. She said that the owner of the BMW wanted to support the daughter of the Rolls-Royce owner, and then she was slapped in the face. It's so funny. I don't know which local tycoon this is. Does he really think he's the best in the world just because he drives a BMW? Indeed, a BMW is a luxury car for people like me. But in front of a big loud car owner, it may just be a toy car. I envy those who can sit in the big labor camp. They are born at the starting point. Let's see who Lao is here to pick up. The Rolls-Royce was indeed eye-catching, but except for some gossipers, most of the students just took a look and left. This kind of car has basically nothing to do with their lives anymore. After all, if you can't afford a car like a Grand Cherokee when you were born, you will never be able to drive one in your lifetime. This is true even in prestigious schools. In a school, there may be only 1 or 2 students who can start working for the company in several years. Not even one. This thing has little to do with academic performance. Time passed minute by minute, and after about 5 minutes, Su Jingjing and her roommates came out together. Wow, Jingjing, look, it's a Rolls-Royce. Didn't you say your father drives a R-Class? Is this your father's car? One of Su Jingjing's roommates pointed to the Rolls Royce and said excitedly, "Huh, it looks like my dad's car. I'll go check it out." Su Jingjing said this as she and her roommates walked towards the Rolls Royce. At the same time, Su Mingyuan also saw Su Jingjing walking out of the teaching building. Jingjing. Su Mingyuan got out of the car and walked towards Su Jingjing with a smile. "Dad, it's really you." When Su Jingjing saw that it was her father, she was overjoyed and rushed forward to hook her arms around Su Mingyuan's neck. Because the speed was too fast, he almost hit Su Mingyuan. Fortunately, Su Mingyuan stood in front of the car to support himself and did not fall. "Oh, girl, you almost broke Daddy's old waist. Get up quickly." Su Mingyuan shook his head helplessly. The two sisters have very different personalities. One is lively and cheerful, the other is gentle and elegant. It is surprising that children brought up in the same family can have such huge differences in their personalities. The growth of children is really interesting. "Hee hee, why are you here, Dad?" "Well, didn't I say I'd pick you up at noon? You don't have classes in the afternoon, right?" "Yeah, my sister and I don't have classes. We don't have many classes today." "Okay, then Dad will take you to the driving school to register." "Yeah." "Jingjing, is this your father?" At this time, Su Jingjing's roommates also came up. "Yes, this is my biological father. We've done a paternity test." Su Jingjing specifically emphasized the word biological father and said it out loud. There must be people around who think that her relationship with her father is that kind of relationship. There's nothing that can be done about it. After all, my father looks only a few years older than me. If a normal person sees a young woman hugging a young man, they will most likely think they are a couple. As for brothers and sisters, when siblings grow up, they may not be so close. "Wow, Uncle Su, how did you maintain such good health? I can't even tell that you are Jingjing's father. If Jingjing hadn't told us, we would have thought you were Jingjing's brother." "Yes, and he's the kind of brother who's only 2 or 3 years older than us." The girls' mouths are still very sweet. They dare not be not sweet. When Su Jingjing returned to the dormitory today, she gave each of them an Hermes bag. How can you not be sweet-mouthed after receiving such an expensive gift? "Hello. Thank you for helping take care of our Jingjing. Are you free tonight? If you are, I would like to invite you and Sister Jingjing's roommate to have dinner together." Su Mingyuan has always wanted to express his gratitude to these girls. It's not just about sending something. You also have to treat people to a meal. Before, the two daughters had received a lot of care from them in the dormitory. Su Mingyuan felt that he should treat them to a meal, and that was what he should do. "No need, Uncle. Jingjing and I are roommates, so it's only natural for us to take care of each other and help each other." "Yes, Uncle. Actually, I don't take care of her that much. Jingjing also takes care of us most of the time. We help each other." The three girls shook their heads and refused. The relationship between these roommates is very pure and not mixed with any material things. "Dad, forget about today. Let's wait until Saturday. On Saturday, we will treat my roommates to a meal together. Today is Monday, and everyone has something to do." Su Jingjing thought about it and realized that they still had to practice driving today, and it might be late to finish. And Monday is hard for everyone. It's better to do it on Saturday. It doesn't matter if we eat a little later. "Okay, let's do it on Saturday, ladies. I'll treat you to dinner on Saturday." "Yeah, thank you, Uncle." "Uncle, you are so handsome. By the way, Uncle, are you in need of a girlfriend? Would you mind having a girlfriend who is 20 years younger than you?" If you want to be my mother, you have to pass my test first." It's obvious that the girls have similar personalities. As we chatted, I began to let myself go. As expected, it takes 100 years to sleep together with roommates. Su Mingyuan was very happy to see the girls getting along so well with each other. It is very important for a daughter to have a good personality. Chapter 69, Super Spicy. A few minutes later, Su Xiaoxiao also came out with several of her roommates. Compared to Su Jingjing, Su Xiaoxiao is much more reserved. Although she was very happy to see Su Mingyuan, she was not as lively as Su Jingjing. This kind of personality is also very good. There has to be someone in the family who is calm. Afterwards, Su Mingyuan also invited several of Su Xiaoxiao's roommates. The time was set for Saturday. Both parties are young people, and they feel relaxed when sitting together for dinner. Of course, my roommates had no objection and readily agreed. Then, Su Mingyuan left with his two daughters. "Baby, what do you want for lunch? Dad knows a good restaurant. Can you take me there to try it?" Su Mingyuan knows quite a lot of high-end restaurants. If the two children grew up with him, they would definitely be able to eat all over Shanghai City with him. Su Mingyuan missed their childhood, so he hopes to make up for it in his youth. "Dad, please don't go to a fancy restaurant. We really can't eat anymore. Su Jingjing quickly shook her head. After a whole morning of classes, I'm a little hungry now, but I definitely can't eat big fish and meat. No matter how delicious or precious those things are, you can't eat them every day. Is that so? Then what do you want to eat? Daddy will take you to eat. Su Mingyuan thought about it. When it comes to eating, it really depends on what you want to eat. As long as it is healthy, you can eat anything. There's no need to eat blue lobster and wagyu steak every meal. If you really eat like that, you'll probably get tired of it in 2 days. Dad, how about going to our cafeteria to try it? The food in our cafeteria is still very delicious, and there are many special stalls. Compared with high school and junior high school, the biggest advantage of university is the cafeteria. University cafeterias don't just serve big pot dishes. In fact, the taste of big pot dishes is the most ordinary. It's just that the big pot of food is large in quantity and cheap, making it suitable for most students. So there must be big pot dishes. But in addition to the big pot dishes, there are many stalls. These stalls can be understood as small restaurants, selling stir-fried dishes, hot pot, malatang, hamburgers and cola, and maokai rice noodles. The bigger the school, the greater the variety of dishes served at the stalls. Most importantly, the price is not expensive and the taste is pretty good. Therefore, it is still worth tasting. Eating in the cafeteria? That's a good idea. Su Mingyuan thought about it. He didn't know how many years it had been since he had eaten in the cafeteria. After coming into this world, he has been struggling in society. In this world, he also never went to college. Although I went to college in my previous life, the memory of that time is very distant. It was so long ago that Su Mingyuan could no longer remember what college life was like. Now that you are in university, there is no reason not to eat in the cafeteria. Dad, shall we go to the cafeteria? Okay, tell me the location and we'll go there now. Well, turn left and go straight ahead, and you'll find the largest cafeteria. Good. 3 minutes later, the Rolls-Royce stopped at the entrance of the cafeteria. Then, the family of 3 got off the bus and came to the cafeteria. I didn't expect there would be so many people in the cafeteria. Su Mingyuan couldn't help but sigh. There are really a lot of people in the university cafeteria, and each of them is filled with youthful smiles. If you stay in this place for a long time, you may become younger. Su Mingyuan also missed his youth. Adolescence is the most beautiful period in a person's life. But that was a thing of the past life. Although Su Mingyuan can stay young forever because of the system. However, the system can only keep his appearance and age young. As for his mentality, it may never go back to the same. The clear and silly eyes that people joke about on the internet as being unique to college students will never appear on Su Mingyuan in this life. Yes, Dad, what do you want to eat? We'll treat you. The food in our school cafeteria is very delicious. Would you like to have one of those pistol kicks? It tastes really good. There's also the self-service spicy hot pot. I can get you a full pot. My sister and I used to work there part-time. It tastes really good. The teppanyaki fried rice is not bad, but it's a bit expensive. We only eat it once in a while to satisfy our cravings. And that, Su Jingjing recommended everything to Su Mingyuan like she knew them all. Su Mingyuan didn't know what to eat for a moment. He really hasn't eaten these things for many years. Seeing that Su Mingyuan stopped talking, Su Jingjing thought that he didn't like to eat these things. This is understandable. Their father is a super rich man and usually eats all kinds of delicacies. It's normal to not be used to these things. Dad, are you not used to the food in the cafeteria? If you don't like the food, then we shouldn't eat in the cafeteria? Su Jingjing asked cautiously. No, why can't I get used to it? Dad is also an ordinary person. He likes to eat these things. It's just that there are so many delicious foods here that Dad doesn't know what to eat for a moment. How about you two sisters order something delicious for Dad? Su Mingyuan touched his little daughter's head lovingly. Although he is used to eating good food, it doesn't mean he can't eat ordinary food. They're all food for humans. How could he not be used to them? What's more, it was his 2 precious daughters who invited him to dinner. No matter how unpalatable the food is, he has to say he likes it. Sure enough, after hearing what Su Mingyuan said, the corners of Su Jingjing's mouth rose again. Dad, then I recommend you eat some spicy hot pot. Then I'll buy you a pistol leg. I promise you, it's absolutely delicious. Okay, then spicy hot pot. Dad, what do you want spicy? Super spicy. Isn't this super spicy too spicy? Don't they say Shanghainese don't like spicy food? Why is malatang so spicy? Su Mingyuan took 2 bites of the spicy hot pot and felt his tongue was numb. This chili is ridiculously spicy. Dad, I told you a long time ago that their chili is very spicy, but you didn't believe it. How about it? Do you believe it now? Su Jingjing said with some pride. Just after Dad said that the pepper was super spicy, she had already reminded Dad that it was very spicy. But who made Dad not believe it? Now it's okay. You're feeling the spiciness. Ahem. I didn't expect it to be so spicy. Su Mingyuan curled his lips. I have to say, although the peppers are a bit spicy, this spicy hot pot is really delicious. Although the ingredients are average, the taste is very good. Dad, how about I buy you a bottle of water? Su Xiao glared at Su Jingjing with some resentment. It's all your fault. You should have ordered something less spicy for Dad. That would have been enough. Chapter 70. Look, it's the best. Not everyone can eat super spicy food. Except for those provinces that eat spicy food, most people may not be able to accept it. Now, how could my dad, who is good at eating big meals, possibly accept this? It's okay, Xiao. Dad can still handle this spicy food. It's just that I haven't eaten it for a long time. Jingjing, buy Dad a bottle of Coke. Make sure it's ice cold. Although Su Mingyuan is the richest man, he is very particular about what he drinks. But he could never refuse something like Coke. This popular drink is really magical. Once you fall in love with it, it will be like cigarettes and you can't quit it. Su Mingyuan loved drinking Coke in his previous life, and he still couldn't quit it in this life. So apart from all kinds of weird and special drinks, the most common one in his house is Coke. I can't drink enough. I simply can't drink enough. Okay, Dad, I'll buy it for you right away. Burp. It feels so good. Spicy hot pot and iced Coke, this is life. Su Mingyuan burped without caring about his image. This kind of unrestrained life is really comfortable. However, Su Mingyuan soon noticed the gazes of his two daughters. Xiao, Jingjing, why are you looking at me? Come on and eat. Dad, now we feel like you are a real person. Why do you say that? Because you are just like us. You can eat what normal people eat. What are you talking about? Dad is just an ordinary person. He just has a little money. A little bit? Dad, you mean a little bit, right? Ha ha. The three of them happily ate their simple meal. At the same time, a group of young people dressed in extravagant clothes also came to the cafeteria. Mr. Yi, why do you suddenly want to come to the cafeteria to eat today? You haven't been to our school cafeteria for a long time, right? A young man with dyed yellow hair and earrings was joking with another young man with a smile on his face. The other young man was Yi Xiqing, who had dinner with Su Mingyuan's family of 3 yesterday. Yi Xiqing can be said to be the richest man, ranked number 1 in Shanghai Jiaotong University. The people around him are all top second-generation rich people, but none of them are as rich as the Yi family. The top second-generation rich are not all uneducated. Their family education is actually stricter than that of ordinary families. I will also be more serious in studying. Therefore, it is not surprising that top rich second generations can attend prestigious schools. Of course, some of them were indeed sent in by their families through special channels. There's nothing strange about this. The yellow-haired guy who just spoke is also a rich young man. Although he dresses in a shabby way, his family is very rich. Huang Mao's name is just like his personality. His name is Huang Yihong. His family sells pork, and his company is called Huang Tong Group. Of course, he is not selling pork at a stall in the vegetable market, but is engaged in animal husbandry. Huang Yihong's family's markets are spread all over the country, and it can be said that they're the largest pork producer in Daxia. The market value of their family's business is also very high. Among so many listed companies in Shanghai, their family can be ranked among the top 20. Huang Yihong's father is also the largest individual shareholder and chairman of Huang Tong Group, with a net worth of tens of billions. Therefore, Huang Mao is also a veritable rich second generation. Huang Yihong is also considered a top student, and his family is very strict. He also got into university based on his own abilities. But after entering university, I let myself go. Although he did not fall behind in his studies, he also did not neglect walking his cat and dog, dating girls, and going clubbing. However, these second-generation rich people are pretty good. When pursuing a girl, you really pursue her. When you are together, you really stay together. Even if it is time to break up, you will break up too. However, after breaking up, girls can also get some youth compensation. In this respect, the previous nouveau riche Lu Zhiqing could never compare to him. This guy is a stud. He doesn't take responsibility after sleeping with others. He is a typical scumbag. However, Huang Yihong is also a scumbag, just a slightly more serious one. Usually when this group of rich second generations get together, nothing good happens. The same is true today. Well, I haven't eaten in the cafeteria in a while. I miss it a little, Yi Xiqing said with a smile. As he spoke, He looked around as if he was looking for someone. Young Master Yi, stop looking. I've already observed that there are very few good-looking girls eating in this cafeteria. There are more girls majoring in science and engineering in this cafeteria. The liberal arts students are all in canteen number 3. There are still many canteens in universities, especially in famous schools. It is normal for a campus to have 8 or 9 canteens. A gentleman like Huang Yihong has already observed the situation in every cafeteria. Generally speaking, the probability of meeting girls in canteen number 3 is higher. Of course, with so many canteens, everyone will definitely eat in a chain. If I am not in a hurry to go to class, I will definitely visit every cafeteria. But the probability of meeting a beautiful woman is indeed not high. Tisk, do you think everyone is like you, a breeding pig? Yisichin gave Huang Yihong a cold look. His purpose of coming to the cafeteria today was not to pick up girls, but he just came here specially because he heard something. But the cafeteria was so big that he couldn't find his target at once. At this moment, another rich young man next to him suddenly exclaimed, "Fuck, Master Yi, Master Huang, look, this is top quality." The best. Yi Siqing and Huang Yihong looked curiously in the direction of the rich young man's finger. What kind of top-notch product could make a rich young man so surprised? Soon, they saw the top-quality product that the other party had mentioned. "Fuck, this is really top-notch," Huang Yihong exclaimed. "This face and this body are just too perfect. And they're twins. Why is there a man opposite them? He looks quite similar to them. So he should be their brother, right? If this is any of their boyfriends, I will chop him up. I come to this cafeteria often. How come I have never encountered such a top-notch product?" Huang Yihong said a lot of things in a babble. The meaning is the same, that is, the top-quality product in front of him deeply attracted him. Although I have seen countless women, and they're all of high quality. But Huang Yihong couldn't help drooling after seeing the beauties in front of him. Strictly speaking, there are no school beauties in universities, especially a top university like this. There are 100 Hamlets for 100 readers, and the same is true for aesthetics. You think she is the school belle, but others think another girl is the school belle. Some people like fuller figures, while others like thinner ones. Some people think that the Big Thunder is very nice, while others think that the A is more tempting than the King Bomb. For example, the so-called pure desire ceiling 4-character girl on the internet, with slender limbs, pretty face, and not a pound of flesh on the chest. In the eyes of some people, purity may be pure, but to talk about desire, that is nonsense. Chapter 71. Don't mess with the Su guy. However, Huang